Hello everyone and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2025 WCQ National Championship of the Netherlands, here live from Den Haag. Over 300 players have gathered this weekend here to duel it out and determine who will be the new Dutch national champion. Therefore, we will be playing a total of 9 rounds of Swiss, 7 of which will be held today, followed by 2 tomorrow, and then a top 16 cut until only one duelist is left, who will then be crowned the new national champion. We also have lots of public events going on the side, as example, Time Wizard 2010 and a 3v3, and also 5 duelists of the young generation have gathered here to duel it out and who will be the new Dragon Duel champion. My name is Philip News, and I'm part of your casting and coverage team this weekend, and I hope you're as excited as I am here to be, and for some great dueling and some exciting duels as well. And of course, I'm not alone here. And why don't we head over to the casters table, where my favorite casting duo is already ready. Lampy and Leo, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Philip. Another member now of our commentary and casting team, as he just introduced himself. Quickly introducing us as well. My name is Sebastian, and I'm of course joined by Leonard. And the three of us will guide you through this weekend. This weekend here on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Germany channel, actually, but in English language, as you probably have already noticed, as we are in the Netherlands, in Den Haag specifically this weekend, today and tomorrow, and we're finding a new Dutch national champion. And we can safely say that it's going to be a new one, because the last 2 years, it was won by a Frenchman. It was won by Baptiste Darouin back-to-back years, and he's not attending this year, though.
Baptiste is an absolute powerhouse. He's dominated the Yu-Gi-Oh! Scene in the last few years, so I think that some people are maybe quite happy that he's not here anymore.
Probably.
Because I think the Dutch people want to claim their title back. It's always been a title, or not always, but in the last few years it's been a title that's often been claimed by people from another nationality. True. So maybe this year it is time for a Dutchman to take down the national champion title again.
And only last weekend it was where we had the Austrian National Championship. And honestly, that was quite the surprise and quite the start to also the Alliance Inside format, as Malice, the deck expected to be everywhere, was once in top 16 in the end.
Okay, Basti, I see where you're going again. It was
your
big call all along, I know. Basti in the beginning just told everyone, hey, I think it's gonna be a Mitsurugi deck that's gonna take it all down, but it's not gonna be Raizio Mitsurugi. And yes, Basti, he forced me to say this now. You are the Yu-Gi-Oh! Mastermind in the prophecy.
I never said that, but thank you for saying it, of course. No, but I really am very excited to see whether that trend is going to continue, of course, for this weekend. Yeah. As I think, honestly, I would expect Malice to kind of bounce back. I feel like Malice still is a super strong deck. It still performed decently well also at the YCS in Providence, so we shall see. I mean, it was at least in top 4.
Yeah, but I think I think a lot of people played it.
True.
It was still like the deck expected to win the event, and only one in top 4 is a very disappointing result for the Malice army, I want to say. So I think that, first of all, people are going to drop the deck. I think that people are still scared enough of it to side deck not only Meowls, because Meowls also found its way into many main decks, because let's be honest, the card is a very strong card against Malice. The card is not bad against the other decks.
It's decent against Blue Eyes. It's pretty good against all the Fiendsmith decks in general too, for sure.
You get some draws against Mitsurugi as well, even though Mitsurugi can play around that quite well. But it like always gets you at least one draw, and it stops your opponent from going super crazy. So I think those cards are still going to be strong. And I don't think that people are going to drop Lancea at any point soon.
Nah.
It's also like with the meta shift, the Mitsurugi decks, they are able to play Thrust in their decks. So getting like a Dimensional Barrier for other decks like Mitsurugi, and of course Sanctum is just going to make it, I think, even harder for Malice to perform in this environment.
Yeah, and as we already have a quick view here at our players, I can tell you that, of course, we just said the champion is not available as he's not attending the tournament, but second place finisher of last year, Raul Sanders, is going to be our first featured match of the day, and he last year did it with the branded strategy, but I can already tell you it's not branded anymore. In general, I don't see a lot of branded anymore. For Austria as well, I think we had branded in top 4 last year, but this year, no branded at all. Raul, not on his favorite deck anymore either, but I think he has found a pretty seriously good deck to replace it with.
Yeah, I mean, when I was walking through the aisles here earlier, I saw someone with a with a branded deck that was already ready to not puppet lock, but someone
Ido, yeah.
Ido, yeah, right. Like our previous European champion with Shadows.
True, but let's see who is going to do what now. At this very exciting weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, we are in the Netherlands, we are crowning a new champion, and we are ready for round 1. So why don't we head over to the table and see what round 1 brings?
Alright, we have Raul on the Malice strategy, so he is still a firm believer, but we have Bodhi on a Mitsurugi deck. And let me tell you something.
Oh, baby, tell me.
Rather special version. Last week, if you have paid close attention, there was Strasse. Oh, and actually, yeah, Bodhi is starting the game here with Aramasa. There was a little switcheroo there, but Aramasa is already a decent start. So this is a Mitsurugi deck with a little splash of the Octo-Addict strategy.
It is. And there we go. Now it is fixed. It is indeed Bodhi on the Mitsurugi deck and Raul is on Malice. And actually Malice has taken a little bit of a development over the last couple of weeks because, and we're both still kind of curious about it, right? Because they, at the moment, are just cutting one of their traps from the main deck, which is GWC.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm behind. I can't.
You are behind. Okay,
I'm super behind on this because I don't see how this is the superior version of the deck. But this is a Prayers here. Oh, this is so good. Aramasa add Habakiri. Habakiri reveal, summon Saji, tribute Saji, Saji search, Prayers, discard Habakiri. This deck is so incredibly good. The value that you get is so crazy. You don't get to summon the Habakiri back, but you still get 2 searches off, and you could summon back the Saji from the graveyard if you want.
Oh, okay, but there's a Bestial Sarony, and that's honestly quite an early Saronier, deciding to go after the Habakiri. And honestly, I feel like, don't you just want to try to go after usually rather the Amine Murakomo?
Yeah, and also this Habakiri doesn't special summon itself back.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So I think he might think that because it is sent to the graveyard for tribute, it doesn't trigger anymore, but it should, right? It should definitely trigger because it just needs to get tributed, or is it tribute and sent to the graveyard? Wait.
No, but this is a classic case. For example, Banten worked the same way. When you're not in the spot where you would activate,
oh, really?
It is moved, when it's moving into a different place, it can't activate in that place anymore, you know? That is, for example, when you did the Drytrons. Drytrons tributes a Banten, and then you chain a Bestial on the Banten. It is not there where it would activate anymore, and I think that's the same scenario here.
I thought it was only because of the Burning Abyss cards, right? When the cards need to trigger in the graveyard, they are only going to trigger in the graveyard.
No.
But, oh, this makes some cards so much better against the Mitsurugi variant.
Glad we could already teach you something in round 1 here, and now Bodhi is revealing that this is not any kind of Mitsurugi strategy, but we are running a very small, a very slim package of the Octo-Addict cards.
That's a naughty Noya, and Noya is really strong start. You can discard it to send, most of the time, Cursor from the deck. The Octo-Addict, I actually know the full part of the name, I just know the German one, the Octo-Addict Überreste. And Cursor is going to be able to tribute the King of the Feral Imps, special summon itself back, summon out the Noya back from the graveyard, and then you're going to get either an Octo-Addict Lily or the Daybreak, and Daybreak is an insane card.
It is.
That's just going to tribute Cursor and summon 4 Octo-Addict tokens.
Indeed it would, but let's see whether we get to that point. We do have the chance now to tribute the King of the Feral Imps. Of course, also a Reptile. For Cursor, that doesn't even matter because you have to just tribute any kind of monster. But in this deck, all of the monsters are basically reptiles. So.
That is so cool. Reptiles finally getting some love.
For sure, yes.
Even though they're cold-blooded, they don't even care about love, but they're just
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Dominating the game right now.
So Cursor brings back Noya. And now we search for Octo-Addict Daybreak. You have already mentioned that this card is hilariously strong, and it lets you just tribute 1 reptile monster, and for every 2 levels that you tributed, and you see Cursor, just by looking at the screen, there is a lot of levels to work with, you are getting tokens, Octo-Addict tokens to be precise. up to the amount of levels x2. So I think we can just get to 4 tokens here, right?
Yeah, the big Dominus Impulse here is huge.
That's huge,
That's really, really big.
That's a 2-for-1 trade, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, we're setting a card.
Oh, that's so good. Dominus Impulse is one of the format-defining cards. Mellis is one of the best decks in the format. I've talked to people running the Mitsurugi cards saying, I don't want to run Fiendsmith cards because I rather want to run Dominus Impulse.
Yeah.
And here you see why it makes sense to run that card because it's so incredibly powerful.
Now there's going to be a Chessy Cat start here, so that's already threatening. But he knows, hey, this is bad news, because if I have only like one soft interaction like an Impermanence, I can Impermanence the Chessy Cat, but then what? Because then it's very likely, yeah, you're going to do this now, but I'll tell you, Dormouse Normal Summon.
There is going to be another Mellis card that's guaranteed. I mean, best case scenario for Bodhi, there's another Mellis and Underground in hand, but that is a tough one to assume, and you were right. Dormouse is being normal summoned.
Absolutely huge card here, and this is most of the time, if you're in this situation, it's going to be really, really tough to come back because you have already 3 monsters on the field. Raul is going to be able to set up the MTP already, the 07, or is it 05?
Thinking about MTP?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 07.
It should be 07, right?
I mean, it just makes sense, right?
I don't think there is an 05, right?
It is 07 for sure.
GWC is 06.
07 is being set, MTP, and we now have all 3. I mean, before Alliance Insight, all 3 main deck monsters of the Mellis deck, but March here now with Alliance Insight, of course, joining the party and the family, and still missing, but I'm sure we're also going to get to that. And Bodhi sitting there, only sitting on his Noya, and Noya alone is not a big defense at all and whatsoever.
Yeah, but he can still, like, don't need to panic, because this is the game that Malice really wants to win and kind of needs to win as well.
Yes.
Because, yeah, winning game 1 is mandatory with Malice, because after that there's so many cards that are coming in from the side deck, like Lanceya,
Chaos Hunter, Meows, and
everything.
so on and so forth. But it looks like, okay, for a second it looked like we are heading into the battle phase, but no, we are just collecting monsters to go into a Link Free. And that Link Free is, of course, going to be a Malice Link monster. And in that case, that's going to be Red Ransom. Oh, we're triggering Saron here as well, meaning there is maybe like a big Bestial package in this still, which is interesting to see, because with the release of March here, actually people have been shying away from Bestials because you have March here just to banish all of your stuff. But no, Raul still running a decent amount of the Bestials in here.
I mean, we could have started discussing this when we actually saw the Saron here, because this is by far in decks that are not heavily relying on branded cards or on the Bestial strategy, by far the weakest one. But that's a big package.
He's running triple Baldrick, man. And I mean, therefore, he's sending one of those to the graveyard.
But I mean, we've just seen how good this is versus the Mitsurugi deck. However, Bodhi did also not play around this, right? He couldn't. He started Aramasa.
Yeah.
But I think there is some kind of decent ways to play around this, at least. Even though I like it later on, you just do this on the Murakumo, and then it's already going to be trouble.
MTP activated and also resolving. Bodhi in his 50 card deck did not, for now at least, find any ways to interact with Raul here.
Yeah, and Raul is just having a good time right here, and Bodhi's actively taking notes, because I've just looked at his side deck, and he got the memo that Malice is not good anymore, and really started to not heavily side deck against it anymore. So I see Lanceya, because that card is just incredibly strong versus it, and there's applications versus other decks as well. But Chaos Hunter, Meows, don't see it.
And then additionally to that, he's running a 50 card deck, meaning those Lanceyas, they're not going to be as often in his starting hand as they are for other players or for other decks that are just running a lower deck count, a lower deck total, but Raul or Bodhi felt confident in this. He's like, I'm going to combo every day, and that hurts even more when you immediately, on your first attempt in the entire tournament, do not get to combo because you lose to that impulse on the daybreak.
That is true. I mean, I'm curious if we would have gotten through this if we didn't try to force the Octo Attic line as well, because maybe the King of the Feral Imps is a little bit of a choke point there. I mean, the King of the Feral Imps resolved, right? But impulse on daybreak is so big.
There we have the Cyber's Wicked now. Cyber's Wicked is a new addition to the Malice strategy. doesn't really make sense because it was a Cybers deck all along, but of course what was missing was a Cybers tuner that we want to search out here, and that is now the case with Alliance Insight, and that is why Cybers Wicked found its way into a lot of Metals players' extra decks.
Yeah, backup at Ignister is going to be able to special summon itself out. If you have a Cybers Link monster, search for a dark Cybers monster and then discard a card. Absolutely huge. Most of the time, searches for the Wizard at Ignister. That is also going to extend your field, which helps you to play through cards like Lancea for at least a little bit. I mean, if you are going to be able to put up that field that the deck wants to put up now, apparently, which is set up an MTP and the Topologic Bomber Dragon and have the March Hare in hand, then you're actually kind of fine by just having the Wizard at Ignister resolving, build the Bomber Dragon, and then chill. Like, you don't need to banish everything 5 times.
Link 4, is that the Wizard Dragon you're talking about, or is this maybe Access Code Talker? Rather, of course it is, as we're trying to seal this game here, banishing the White Binder, immediately destroying the Noya, and now, of course, paying life points to bring the White Binder back. But I think Bodhi is ready to do something about this.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I forgot we had a battle phase on the side of Raul, even though there was the Noya on the field.
But Ash for the White Binder, there it is.
Oh, that's big, actually.
Is it that big, though? I mean, we have nothing else to destroy, so we can't even get Red Ransom out of the graveyard anymore.
We haven't used March Hare, no? Oh, of course, there's the better backup at Ignister. So I think we're gonna get some damage on the field regardless.
There's a lot of monsters here, theoretically, as we are able to search the Wizard Ignister at Ignister, as you explained earlier on very nicely.
Also, we also took 800 damage or paid 800 damage for Mitsurugi Prayers.
Yep.
And that can prove costly in the end. Discard the White Rabbit.
And now, I mean, how big are those backup Ignister? Backup Ignister is 1,200. That's not super bad either. And there is the White Rabbit now coming back alongside the Wizard at the Ignister.
I was gonna say, did we just special summon Dominus Impulse? That's this card even more broken than I thought it was.
Pulling free, Leo.
Sounds like a Crypta. Is a Crypta 3 monsters away, and this is a lot of damage. So Bodhi picks it up, and Raul is on his best way to become the next champion here. After being runner-up in the last year, he wins game 1 with his Malice strategy.
He does. He looked very, very confident. That was going second. Yeah. Incredibly well performed, incredibly well executed. But I want to see those going first scenarios with the Malice deck now, because honestly, this is what we were debating about yesterday evening in the hotel room as well. Is really just Topologic Bomber Dragon Pass the way to go? Isn't that way too vulnerable to way too many things? It was decently successful in the YCS in Providence, but we still don't really see it, right?
Is it like maybe a one-time thing? Is this like people are preparing for the deck to be played in a certain way and we played a different way, so the interruptions don't line up with the field we are putting up? We can put this field through Lancea, through everything. It helps in the mirror. That was like a main point of playing the Bomber Dragon, because if your opponent normal summons a Dormouse and special summons a White Rabbit, you can just destroy both of these monsters immediately and have a good time with the Bomber Dragon. So there it was enough. Maybe for other decks you need something different.
That's a question. How good is it versus Mitsurugi? Because I feel like Mitsurugi, it just creates so many pushes. It's just like so unpredictable. It can do so many different things. And therefore, I would be personally scared to put up that kind of a field against any kind of Mitsurugi variant.
If the Mitsurugi deck has a good hand, you just summon Aminomura Kumono Mitsurugi, activate the effect, and when your opponent goes Bomber Dragon, you distribute it for prayers and summon it back afterwards. You don't even need to attempt to negate and discard versus the Topologic Bomber Dragon. It's also something I found quite interesting with the Mitsurugi deck, by the way, that if you are going to dodge effects with cards like prayers or the quick spell that destroys a card, if you're playing a more pure approach, that you don't want to ask your opponent to discard cards when they activate effects that you're trying to dodge anyways. It's like usually when your opponent activates something, you're like, chain Aminomura Kumo? But there you have to actually, you have to use your brain.
Oh no.
That's crazy, Cakes.
Man, it's early on here on Saturday morning. Please don't tell me I have to use my brain with you here.
I haven't had my 4th coffee yet.
Indeed. Raul, though, he looked like he had a couple of cups, because he definitely was executing this perfectly. Piloted it very well. Wouldn't be surprised if he put a lot of time into playtesting for this event. I mean, of course, 2nd place last year. You want to do better, and he has that like hidden smile on his face. He's like, I'm doing well today.
It's very hidden.
Yeah, I know.
It's very hidden. It's almost like it wasn't there.
Yeah.
But
I saw it though. I saw it.
That's nice. But can we just talk about Dominus Impulse for a second?
Please.
The card is incredibly strong. It is so insane. Remember when Solemn Warning came out? There's like absolute Yugi boomer talk here in 2011.
We're allowed to with our age.
That's true. The card was cracked. Like, it was even good going second. And now you can activate it from hand. If you have a trap card in the graveyard, you can even destroy the card. It is so good.
It is ridiculous, and I think that is very much understandable that the players are currently just trying to find a way to put that card into the deck. Malus has a very easy time with that, but even our decks now just trying to make it work to have access to that card because it is so incredibly strong.
That's a good reason to play the pure Mitsurugi deck as well, because you're all on those dark attributes. But for now, both of our duelists are on dark attributes, so let's see who is going to win the next duel.
Back in we go, and Bodhi is already getting a little bit of a head start. He immediately already normal summoned the Saji, but we didn't really miss anything as we are in the process now of resolving that, searching out the Mitsurugi prayers.
Yep, let's see. This is a point where you could argue for a Droll and a Lockbird.
Oh, and there it is. You jinxed it. It was there. Any answer from Bodhi's side? So
You
the
could
question
chain
is,
prayers.
You
don't have to.
It is a quick spell, so you would technically be allowed to do that. Leo, as a Mitsurugi expert now, is Droll and Lockbird even tougher for the Octoadic version of Mitsurugi, or does the Octoadic part of the deck make it nicer to play through
So
that card?
if you're starting with Snake Rain,
Yes.
which Bodhi, by the way, is not even playing,
Yes.
then you're basically fine, because your first search is going to be the Noya effect on the field to search for Daybreak. And then you get like 4 of those tokens immediately. You can build up a field already. But if you're not playing Snake Rain, I mean, you're sending discarding Noya, you're sending Cursor. Cursor is gonna come back then, it's gonna summon out Noya again, but it's not gonna search anything. So it's not really that great. I think that Bodhi have seen Lancea in his hand, which is of course going to be incredibly strong
For sure.
versus the Malice strategy. However, Malice, I mean, we're gonna put it to the test now, right? We're gonna see if the deck plays through a Lancea into a non-field right now, because we can summon back the Noya now. That's all nice. We can't summon back the Noya. Raul is giving Bodhi a really tough time here.
The Jury's Worm now as well. Raul with all those Bestials. And honestly, you said you really like it. And I start to believe that that's really actually a call. Because last weekend, the people were definitely underprepared for all the Mitsurugi decks. And that's why they were so successful as well. And maybe Raul, because of that, has now decided, hey, Bestial's actually good enough versus this.
And if everyone starts playing Bestials now, you know which deck gets kind of free. It's
Tell
Malice.
me about it.
That's actually insane. You made the. What are your meta calls in this format right now, Basti?
It is tough to say, honestly. Malice, I think Malice will have a good weekend, honestly. I like it.
Or maybe Malice finally gets some W's in here as well. Cursor lying on the field. I think there is a Prayers set, but Prayers doesn't do anything on its own. Yes.
You know what's interesting? I think... Couldn't we have just summoned back the Droll and Lockbird there as well? Because Cursor allows you to summon back... allows the opponent to summon back a monster too.
Yep.
But looks like we didn't want the Droll and Lockbird. Oh, we must be in the turn of Raul now. Set one more card for Bodhi, and then the standby phase Artifact Lancea. The most powerful tool against the Malice strategy is being activated. Oh, and we just had into the battle phase. Oh, Mirror Force incoming? Oh, what's coming here?
I think that's the prayer set that we
Yes.
searched already. Retribute. Yeah, that's of course very, very strong here. Retributing the Cursor, so we can not
is there an
only get a
answer to
search.
that though? That would be a tough card to Ash here.
That is true, actually. Yeah.
Oh, and Raul's thinking about it. Oh,
That gets ashed. Almost Jover for Bodhi.
Yeah, then the follow-up is almost non-existing, but it looks like Raul is thinking about it.
But I agree with the play, because you have to play to win here at this point, because you're already so far behind with this one turn. But Raul, I mean, you could Dominus Impulse this as well, right?
Yeah, of course you can. Raul just got to make the decision whether he wants to commit into that here, but both cards just feel like a no-brainer, right? I agree with you, and there is something... There is Dominus Impulse, and I'm wondering why that took so long, because that feels like he would always do it, and now the Druid's Worm attacks for 2,500 attack points.
Maybe he has a Nibiru in hand, which I kind of doubt when looking at the deck list. But
it could also be, there's Nibiru in the side deck, possibly.
I mean, this Prayers would have given Bodhi just basically infinite cards.
You got to interact with it. I think you can't debate about it, and I think that's the turn. Raul will pass it over.
Now let's see. Bodhi has another Lancea, so next turn he might actually still have some time there. And he's going to activate pre-preparation of rights, and that is huge. But, oh yeah, true. You can of course search Habakiri, and now the... Oh, you can't search the ritual.
Yeah, and Raul is also thinking about that.
That does not work.
Yep, that is what Raul is also explaining him to here. We have the card here in the card highlight tool. Also, I hope everyone at home likes it. We have the card highlight tool going for this weekend. Very, very cool to see. So when we don't know about the effects of some certain cards, we can just read them up on the screen.
Yep, and now, okay, we're getting the judge to confirm this. So what pre-preparation is so special for is that it says you can search for a ritual monster and a ritual spell that lists the name of the ritual monster. And Mitsurugi Ritual doesn't do that. It just summons out a Reptile Ritual, which makes the card basically even better. Yeah. But you now have the Mitsurugi Mirror in the deck. And this is why Pre-Preparation of Rites has become a very special and very popular starter now, because you basically get to search the Habakiri plus an extra card for free, and Habakiri itself is a powerful starter. So even though Bodhi might be very surprised about this, and honestly, if he has been playtesting the deck like that, it must have felt incredibly strong,
even better,
because that would be the most insane interaction ever, and I think we would have seen this a lot in the last format as well, by the way.
Indeed, and I think we're also... Let's just quickly bring it over to us, because I think the head judge is now also being involved. Therefore, let's have a quick talk about that. Yes, we can't search for that card. I'm pretty sure the head judge is now also going to confirm that very quickly, as that is a common thing to come up. That card has been around for a while, even though...
Would have been very good last format.
The Mitsurugi card's super new. Pre-preparation of Rites, though, has been a while since that card has stopped playing.
That's true. But you have a card that you can search, and I'm pretty sure that he's playing the Mitsurugi Mirror, as this is a rather pure approach. So you still get to search for your Habakiri. Habakiri can still reveal itself.
Yeah.
We haven't used that in the first turn, right?
Nope.
Good. So this is effect is once per duel of the Habakiri to just reveal it in hand, special summon out a Mitsurugi monster that gets tributed, or any card gets tributed from the field immediately. In that case, it will be the Mitsurugi monster, and then it's going to trigger because it was tributed. So you can search for the ritual that way.
You know what could be very, very, very tough, though? Just imagine we drew the one-off Mitsurugi Mirror there.
Oh, yeah.
And we can't activate the pre-preparation of Rites anymore, and then it's all like really iffy, because we have two cards in hand that we can't really activate, right?
Yeah, give me the... Okay, little quick trivia game that is not really a trivia game.
Oh, okay. Still I'm ready, though.
Name the name of one ritual spell that lists a ritual monster. An iconic one.
An iconic one, even.
Yeah.
An iconic ritual spell.
If my life depended on it, I couldn't name you one ritual spell.
But you... So you couldn't answer the question?
Absolutely not.
I think we just go back to the table and see what the other one has to offer instead. And wait, we passed Leo. I think what I just told you was absolutely right. I think he might have the Mitsurugi Mirror in hand, because we had to pass over. Another Lancea was dropped, and we just go ahead, attack again with the Druid's Worm. So Bodhi goes down to a total of 3,000 life points.
But I think the card in his hand is Mitsurugi Ritual. Does he not play the Mirror? He does.
He does. But maybe he sided it out. There's a chance.
Oh, no.
There is a chance he did that, Leo.
Oh, no.
I think that could be, like, if you don't know that you have to search for pre-preparation of Rites, that feels like an easy side out, honestly.
It also feels like a card that I wouldn't necessarily play in the deck anymore, because it's not that you, like, use it all the time, to be honest. It's like more of a backup follow-up thing.
Yep, that's true. Now we normal summon Molchami Fumalos, and now after putting both cards into the graveyard, Raul starts to question, what am I even going to link summon here, actually? That takes a while now.
I mean, that's an SP Little Knight if I've ever seen one, right?
At least that, for sure.
It's good that we attacked with the Druid's Worm before.
It is SP Little Knight, but honestly, Leo,
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I think I like the Druid's Worm more because actually the Druid's Worm would have brought us close to ending the game next turn. Now the pre-preparation of rights gets activated though.
Did it? Okay, there is the mirror. Why did it not resolve in the last turn? Did we ash it at some point? I mean, there's one more card in the... I don't know. Let's just continue
Let's
with
go
this
from here. There is now the Ameno Habakiri. And that is huge because now it gets it all snowballing as you just explained.
Yeah, Aramasa is being used now to search for another monster. And as I told you before, I think I've seen the Mitsurugi Ritual in the hand of Bodhi. So I can see a Murakumo. Okay, we search for Saji. That works as well. Saji might get us prayers. Of course, we have the Habakiri in hand. So if you... I mean, this plays heavily into Duel and Lockbird.
But it is not there.
If it's not there, it's not there. So you can search for the Murakumo now, for the prayers, and then activate prayers, discard Habakiri, and then you get rolling. Even if you get Impulse, the Habakiri is going to be able to activate the effect.
Speaking of Impulse, that is why we can actually just commit into Duel and Lockbird, as they cannot legally activate that card anymore for the rest of this duel.
I thought about something like that.
Yeah. So it does make sense that we just don't care about that card, disregard it completely. That Impulse had to be activated from the hand on the prayers. It was really good at that very moment, but now it does get problematic maybe for Raul as Bodhi finally found his mojo and may be able to execute nicely here with the prayers now. Hold on. Are we really tributing Visaji? I don't know about that.
I mean, then you're just getting like demolished by another impulse. That's like
true.
That's like the heaviest impulse I've ever seen in my life then. But what we have just activated the effect to summon back the Aramasa that has already used the effect. And now I mean, if we go King of the Feral Imps, we have to attack, right? I mean, okay, we get the Surge off either way, but we want to attack.
We go in defense position,
That's
though, Leo. I don't think that is signalizing any kind of attacking. And now, I mean, when it is in defense position, you don't even use the SP Little Knight anymore, do you?
No. I mean, why would you?
Yeah. Raul says, that's fine, cool.
I mean, now we search for the Murakumo. I mean, the thing is, we searched the Saji already, so if we go Ritual here, are we going to search?
Leo, maybe it is just his favorite card. We are searching for another Aramasa.
I am a bit confused about this, but... I mean, Bodhi will have a plan here on how to operate through this. He's hovering over the Mitsurugi Ritual mirror that he has in hand, and there is not even a Ritual in the graveyard, so you would have to summon out the Havakiri from hand. Nothing would be able to trigger here. Now let's see if we are going to tribute. I think, I mean, the deck is so incredibly strong. If you just tribute the Habakiri from hand here and summon out the Murakumo from deck, it's still going to be fine, but you're risking a big Ash Blossom here that you can't activate because... Oh, I think you can activate Ash Blossom with Under Impulse, right? Purge denied you the Ash Blossom.
Yes, exactly. That would work. That is why you play that Ash Blossom, and Raul does play it. Of course, as we saw earlier.
If this gets ashed, then Bodhi found the way into... found a loose con here.
Oh, I think Raul's just thinking about whether to respond with SP Little Knight, though. Yeah. I think an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring would have been activated quicker here, but we are considering whether SP Little Knight is the way to go here. Yep, we do use SP Little Knight. Banish the King of the Feral Imps. Material goes into the graveyard. How do we resolve Ritual? We tribute the Ameno Habakiri.
It is the right choice in this situation, because if you chain SP to the Ameno Murakumo, you don't accomplish anything. You can target the Murakumo and get a little less damage, but you will have to discard a card as well, because Murakumo is just going to force you to discard to resolve the SP Little Knight effect. And now Habakiri can activate. Of course, it was not special summoned correctly so far, so it cannot special summon itself. However, the effect resolves as far as somehow possible, so you still get to search any Mitsurugi card.
Yep. That is indeed the case, and there. Oh, look at
that!
that!
Magatama.
In 50 cards, in more of a pure approach, you do have the chance to run those cards as well. Mitsurugi Magatama, another new card from Alliance Insight. And why do you love it so much, Leo? Tell us all about it.
Because it's so flexible. It reminds me kind of a Cosmic Cyclone, you know?
Oh, no. It is a quick spell, yeah, of
It's
course.
a quick spell. You get to remove back row. I like it when you have at least some sort of back row removal, especially at a tournament like a WCQ Nationals.
For sure.
Because there is plenty of rogue decks involved historically already. So you definitely want to... Oh, wow, a Ball Drake! Wow, that is so big.
It is incredible because that Habakiri on the field is not too powerful. I mean, it's decently big in terms of attack points.
It's not even going to run... Oh, it is going to run over the Ball Drake because it shrinks the monsters of your opponent
But
by
truly
800.
was not the monster we tried to establish here, that's for sure.
That's true. However, the effect resolves as far as somehow possible, so you still get a search here, which is big. But back to the Magatama. I like this card because it can just remove some problematic cards for you. It deals with some problems. You have it in engine, so you can search it. It's not a bad draw. You can use it to OTK as well. So sometimes you're running out of useful search targets in the deck, and you're like approaching the battle phase. And then you can just go like, hey, I search for Magatama in the battle phase, I attack with 2 of my monsters, activate Magatama, pop a spell trap of yours, and then summon my monster back, attack from another 3/2, and win the game with that. So I really like this card. Also, it's a nice interruption to set up. It's not a bad hard draw. It's a card that is not a one-card starter, but not every card of yours can be a one-card starter.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I
Dodging
like it.
effects is also very, very cool.
And on the other end, oh, okay, we do immediately activate it. Mitsurugi Magatama.
I don't necessarily love this at this point because we have used Habakiri already, right? So, oh, we're ritual summoning the Futsu.
All right, but... Oh, we're using the other effect of Mitsurugi Magatama, actually. We did not use the effect to destroy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We summoned out the Futsu, and I think that we could have done this in the next turn, so that Habakiri comes back as well. So there was no real use. I mean, you're not playing into Thrust. That's something, but I mean, if you're summoning out the Futsu, you're going to be...
And we found Malice in Underground. And the thing is, this is so huge for Raul. Bodhi, both times with the Artifact Lancer, decided to use it in the standby phase. Therefore, Raul did not have to commit the Malice in Underground. That might have been there in the hand since the beginning of the duel. He never had to activate it, and therefore we can now capitalize the moment we are free to play without Artifact Lancer resolving.
I will be honest with you. It probably was there the entire time.
Yeah.
This is very unfortunate here for Bodhi. It's going to summon back the Saji, so the deck is still generating an incredible amount of resources, but you're already down to 2,200 life points. So if you're going to access code at some point, there shouldn't be any interruptions for Bodhi anymore, because do you side in Nibiru going first? Nibiru also having hilarious interactions with the Mitsurugi deck. That's my favorite thing about the entire deck.
Okay. Futsu activates, and therefore, with it being not once per turn, it could bring back so many monsters over and over again. But when SP Little Knight immediately just banishes it temporarily until the end of a turn, that is not going to be the case for multiple activations.
A very smart choice, because we know at this point that Raul is not going to be short of interactions this turn with the Dormouse unanswered on the field. So you can just be like, hey, you know what, don't build up a bulwark of defenses here. I'm just going to leave you at 2 monsters here. You get your prayer surge. Go ahead and pray, because I am going to OTK. Triple tactic talents, nothing in hand. And this is the point where Raul knows, I got this.
Yep. We are just, because we have the time and the luxury, we are reading the Octo-Addict boss monster there. It's not going to do anything in the hand this turn, though. And therefore, Raul just learned something along the way while knowing, and now definitely going on his way to probably just win this game, this match here on this turn.
Still curious how the testing went for Bodhi when he has always searched the Mitsurugi. Imagine how good that would be. That would be absolutely incredible.
I would imagine it went pretty well then. I would definitely think so. But now Raul banishes the White Rabbit, brings it right back, of course, for the price of 300 life points. Now also sets the MTP. Something noteworthy. We earlier on talked about the absence of GWC. It is not absent at like in total, though, because we are siding that card.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I think when we know that we are going first, you still want to have a chance to play it. Oh, there's Dark now. The Dark Charmer. And of course, that Habakiri is a very big Dark monster we can take from our opponent's graveyard.
That is indeed true. By the way, has this ever happened to you that you've been in a tournament and you prepare? Okay, and you prepared your deck, you know, and your combo. Now, Bodhi again revealing his hand here, and you realize on the tournament day that your main combo that you wanted to play doesn't work.
Never happened to me, no. I think I had one time where I had a combo which I just on the tournament day realized that it's not great, but it still would work. That was one of my very first tournaments where I tried to summon Cyber End Dragon with Proto Cyber Dragons, and for some reason at the beginning I thought I could do it with Future Fusion.
Oh yeah,
I couldn't though. Clearly I couldn't.
I mean that it seems likely. For me it was Harpies when I played the Pharaoh Tour.
Okay.
And I played 9 Harpies.
Oh.
I played Harpy 1, Harpy 2, Harpy 3, and I just didn't know.
Yeah, you got to know them pretty quickly though, I'm pretty sure. On the other, you probably you didn't win the tournament or anything, right?
No.
When did they notice?
Decklist check.
Yeah, but when was it? Oh, in the very beginning, right away.
Of course, it was a decklist check, and I had a very illegal decklist at that point. Keep in mind, I was I think 8 years old, so I got to change some cards.
Yeah, glad we get to avoid that nowadays with you being my casting buddy here, so you don't have to face those issues anymore. But Raul not facing any issues here whatsoever, either going into a smooth Link Force summon here, I would imagine. Is that access code Talker? Ended game 1. Oh no, we go Splash Mage here instead.
Well, we want to summon some more monsters before we go into Access Code Talker. It's
probably just trying to have different attributes, right? Because so far we only had the Dark attribute in the graveyard. Now there, of course, also is a Water with the Splash Mage, so we have 2 attributes to banish for the Access Code Talker to do it.
I think at this point Raul is just showing off.
I mean, enjoy the spotlight.
Yeah, true. Yeah, when you have the chance, just banishing all of those Mitsurugi cards from the graveyard, just diminishing the resources here, and now
Leo,
we just up. Yep.
Even though it doesn't really matter that much here for this specific duel, I think that is going to be one of the main things in this tournament overall, that people need to figure out what to banish and when to banish with White Binder against the Mitsurugi deck, because that is going to be one of the main matchups we're going to see all weekend long. Malice versus Mitsurugi. Here the clear winner is Raul and the Malice deck. First winner of the day, 2-0 victory for the second place finisher, the runner-up of last year's Dutch National Championship, Raul Sanders. So off to a good start.
What a dominating showing here. Malice is back on the menu, boys. It's very, very, very strong deck, especially with the super big Bestial, I want to say, engine. Actually, I only call it an engine when Bestial Lubellion is involved for some reason, but it's a super big Bestial part of the deck. So I really like this. You could see earlier that if the deck gets to use the effects in graveyard and you banish them, even though they still get a search, so the Bestials don't feel great, it diminishes the resources, and sometimes if you use it on a Habakiri in the beginning, it even stops the turn. Also, Impulse is crazy.
Honestly, Leo, I'm surprised there's no Lubellion, to be honest. Because Lubellion would fit quite nicely in there.
It also helps in the mirror match, right?
Yeah,
even though the regular Bestials don't really do a lot in the mirror match, if you set up Branded Regained, very good. Very cool card in the mirror match.
And I think even for the mirror, the Bestials, the regular Bestials, aren't that bad anymore, because the way Malice is being played changed quite drastically. You nowadays have to very often go for a Splash Mage line, and Bestials on that can be very, very good, honestly.
I mean, the Splash Mage usually plays around Bestial by targeting the Malice monster in the graveyard that hasn't used the banishment effect yet.
Ideally, yes, I agree.
But then you get like a little bit of a resource out anymore. I think it got even worse with the Bestials against the deck, because there's not even Link Decoder that you can target anymore, which was like the only target that you didn't feel horrible about targeting.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's quite interesting, though, because Bestials in the end phase versus the Malice deck now can be kind of interesting, because when they set up such a minimalistic field with White Binder in the graveyard and everything,
just take out the White Binder.
It can be kind of really good.
Because GWC brings back a banished White Binder as well. But you know what doesn't bring back a banished White Binder? It is the Marcher, because it can only banish cards from the graveyard. Of course, you can't banish cards from banishment. That would make no sense whatsoever. But yeah, here we are. I think that this is maybe also something that we will hear in a future interview about, like the strategy of dropping the GWC and how the deck has changed, because I think that the deck is a lot more vulnerable to other cards. Like, there are the upsides playing less bricks, of course, being able to play a better combo through something like an Artifact Lancea. However, impermanence on the Topologic Bomber Dragon is a problem.
Pretty good, yeah.
Bestial on the White Binder is really strong. Droplets, so many cards that are all of a sudden really stopping your, I don't even want to say half board, because it is the main field that the deck puts up.
For sure.
So I think it is a tough choice, and maybe this version of the deck gets a little worse when people know about it.
That is very much possible, at least, and I'm excited to see how many people even have decided to bring it for this weekend. One very prominent one, being our runner-up from last year, is making that decision. We have seen the no GWC decision here for his deck. We have seen the Topologic Bomber Dragon as well. So he decided it is good enough. He decided that is the way to go. But maybe others in the tournament field have not made that decision.
That is true. But I think that we are ready with the winners interview over there with Philip and Raul. So Philip, take it not away. We're not ready for that yet. I'm very sorry. I got a little overexcited there. I just saw them standing there, but we haven't set up that part yet. So, Basti, what's your favorite Malice card?
My favorite Malice card? GWC. No, I'm joking. It's not
TB11.
It's not GWC.
We're so behind.
I'm very much not behind. No, my favorite Malice card I think is March Hare. It's crazy how good that card is. It's kind of an easy answer because the card is just so good right now. But
it's crazy.
What is it for you?
Malice in the Mirror.
Oh.
I think the card is severely overlooked. It is very, very cool. It's another interruption that you can put up through something like a Lancea. You can use it as a combo piece as well. I've seen combos with Malice in Underground, banish Malice in the Mirror, and then search a March Hare, so you can later on use the effect of banishing March Hare as well to gain extra resources and set it up for the next turn. So that's a pretty cool card, very versatile. Also helps you break boards, so I think that's also a reason why this card is maybe played over something like a GWC, because you can use it proactively, banish, negate a card from your opponent, banish one of yourselves.
Leo, I asked that question to Etienne last weekend in the first round, and I asked him, how many Malice decks are there going to be in top 16?
Oh, wow.
He answered to me.
5, 6.
9.
Wow.
he went crazy with it. Very much in the end was proven wrong with there only being 1.
Did he say 9 or it was a German team? Did he say 9, which means no?
No.
Okay.
So now the question going back to you. How many is it going to be this weekend?
I'm going to call 3 Malice decks in Top Cut, but I think that maybe one of them will be Raul. And now finally we have set up the interview. So Philip, take it away.
Thank you, Leo, for this great introduction to me. And I'm here joined by Raul, our round 1 feature match winner. And therefore, first of all, Raul, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, brick game 2, but still managed to win, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, game 2 was quite interesting. And so why don't we hop into the match at first? So game 1, you were able to like combo a bit into his board after you activated the Octoedic cards, and I saw you already had to read them, so I guess you didn't expect it.
I felt really scared. I think I misplayed kind of game 1 with the impulse, but when I saw Daybreak, it was kind of good. Wasn't really prepared for that version, but really prepared for Mitsu with a lot of Bestials in my main deck, so I felt quite confident I could win.
Yeah, and game 2, you were like having a back and forth game, but not how you really imagined it, I guess, because you didn't draw a lot of Malice card already. And therefore, I gotta ask you, did you think about scooping before? Did you think you can win the game even, or where it was really out of desperation you continued to play?
So I saw a lot of time on the clock, so at worst I would have run down the clock a little bit for game 3 to win in time. So I would never scoop in that position. And I still thought it was winnable with the amount of Bestials I had in my hand and the talents. So I only had it to top deck engine and I knew 3 in hand, so it was quite good.
Okay, so let us quickly talk about your deck choice. You decided to play the Malice deck, which is, I think, a very, very popular deck this weekend. But you already told me you thought Mitsu is probably a bit better. So why did you decide to play the Malice deck instead?
I think Mitsu is the best deck, but I think Malice is a better deck to counter it, just because of the amount of non-engineer capable of playing in the deck. Also, the deck works really well with Bestials, and I am expecting a lot of Mitsu, Fiends with variants. So in Swiss, I think it's the best choice overall.
Okay, you already talked about the Biz shields, where you played a lot of them, I already heard. So we saw people like cutting a lot of them, sometimes even only playing like Magna or Druise or none. So why did you decide to play that many Biz shields?
Bro, Ame Murakumo, man, that's my nightmare. That's my nightmare. I have to get him out of here, like, yeah. Just because Ame Murakumo and Defensive Engine, and of course, even if I open back up or Bestials, I can still combo, and combo quite well, so it's pretty good.
Okay, yeah, so now you're 1-0 in the tournament. It is very early. I still want to ask you, you're the runner-up from last year. Will you be able to win it this year?
I'm confident I am, for sure.
And that is, I think, like a great closing words that like Raul is confident, and I'm sure we will see you on Feature again. I wish you best of luck, and you stay tuned because round 2 will start sooner than later. Welcome back everyone to the round 2 feature match, and I'm here with Sebastian Lemke, and we have a real world champion in the feature match.
We do, of course. Followers of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel game know Jack Rory Steenkamer, aka Quantel, is Dutch, and therefore, of course, defending his home duty here at the Dutch National Championship. Last year, already being pretty successful by reaching top 8 there, with the just released 10 Dragon strategy at that point. I can tell you already though, he's not going to play that for this weekend though.
No, luckily he's not, because then I think like his chances would be way worse than they are now, because like he plays, I would say, the sleeper of the format. Would you go with me?
I know you. You have some high hopes for that deck. You actually played that deck at YC's Birmingham, didn't you?
I did actually. So do we want to tell the viewers what the deck is?
Go ahead, go ahead.
It is the Crystron strategy, a bit different than I played it, because I played it with the Horus cards.
Yeah.
Quantel like has a very, how do we call it? Like
unique approach to the deck.
Unique approach, yeah, a very unique approach. You're playing 49 cards with a lot of Azamina and Kashtira stuff.
He does, and it's interesting because just last weekend, of course, we had the Austrian National Championship here on the channel, but also there was YC's Providence, and there was one very successful Crystron deck, and that, as you also did rely on the Horus cards. So it's interesting to see that he's not bringing those, and a very funny development here for the tournament for Quantel so far. Round 1, he played and won against Brand.
Yeah. Very quick, I gotta say. Very quick, because he was very
You watched
quick.
it, huh? Okay. Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but he was very quickly at me, like after like 10-15 minutes. I don't know if he will win that quick now again, but
It's going to be a flashback though, because for him, it's apparently the tournament of Brandon, because he's going to be playing against Brandon again. I mean, that deck, it's funny because we talked about it in round 1, as it was the deck that Raul played last year to get into the finals of the Dutch National Championship. So we already had the conversation about Branded, but now it being the topic again because it actually will be on our featured match here, which is quite exciting to see, because I think it's still a deck. Sleeper deck, honestly. Like, if you play it well, if you find the right tech choices for the current meta game, you can just possibly just up the amount of Bestials. You talked to Raul. Raul said Bestials are a good solution to the Mitsurugi strategy, so maybe just playing a lot of Bestials in this deck now as well could be the way to go. Who knows?
I mean, that's a very fair point, but I mean, Bestials against Crystron, I don't know about that one.
That's fair, that's fair, yeah, that's a good point. That's the matchup that he's going to be facing now, which is of course going to be a lot tougher, but maybe he is very familiar with that. Maybe he has been testing non-stop against the Crystron deck, as we all did, of course, prior to this event. Last weekend, actually, in Austria, we had 2 Crystron players making it all the way to top 16. So let's see whether that trend will be continued for this weekend. Players are ready, we are as well. I hope everyone at home is. Round number 2 starts now.
And there we have him, Jack Rory and Seba. Seba on branded Kashtira.
Yep, true. I saw those, and Seba goes straight into the main phase. Look, Jack Rory is playing so many engines that it barely fit into the deck category. Oh, we're sending a monster here though for Seba, and that is clearly not a Kashtira monster.
And it is not Unchained, actually.
Jack Rory. That's the aura difference of a world champion, right? When you sit down in the feature match area, and now Jack Rory brings down his very own Kashtira card, which he did manage to draw, and that's the best one you want to draw, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. The Kashtira Unicorn is so strong. It's not only an interruption, it also means with the Kashtira Birth, it is 2 bodies. And with these bodies, you can easily do like synchro plays as well.
You can, for sure, if you want that. So anything on resolution does not look like it. Oh, poor Seba here.
No, Seba really doesn't look really happy, I think. I mean, oh, and we also have the race off. That also means we will get to the Fenrir. And I can tell you, this is already combo for Jack.
Yeah, it is. This transitions very, very nicely into the Crystron cards. If you even want to, though, right? Like, maybe we already have a different way into our Crystron cards, because just having the 2 big Kashtira monsters, when we do have a battle phase now this turn, is pretty valuable as well. Okay, there's the Kashtira Birth. Does that mean we're going to... Yep, we're going to use our normal summon up here for the Kashtira Fenrir.
To be fair, the Crystron deck doesn't really need you to have like a normal summon, because the engine itself works without a normal quite well. But there, I think we will see rank 7 play. Is it the Draco Sack?
It is.
It is. And I can tell you a funny story. Jack told me before, after his round 1 feature match, he did the exact same thing game 2 of round 1.
That is indeed very funny. The thing now, though, is you could technically even think about using the second effect of Dracosec here into maybe, like, I don't think you care about the set monster, but possibly you want to get rid of the set cards?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think you really need it. And it looks like if he goes for Dracosec already, I think he really, really needs to have the bodies for the Cherubini, which we see here. And Cherubini, like, a very interesting card. We have seen it a lot of times already being very, very good in those, like, engine pile decks. And I think the Christmas deck is very similar to that. And we send here the Feistburn to add another body.
That is true. We are in the motions, and Seba, I mean, when you set a monster, is that just, like, is that a sign that maybe you have a Nibiru, or do you just not want to go down that easily? Like, setting a monster always seems so desperate, because I can tell you, it's certainly not a flip effect monster, I'm almost certain. And Seba is just going to pick up his cards. Game number 1, 2. A world champion of the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, Jack Rory Steenkammer, who is no one to be sleeping on in the TCG as well, though.
Yeah, and I think this is a very, very clever move of Seba here, because he doesn't show his opponent the deck he is playing, and therefore, like, Jack now really isn't sure what he should side in against Seba.
Yeah, for sure. So he did not reveal any card, right? No, he did not.
He just T-set, so it's probably an Addison deck.
Yeah, maybe, possibly. I mean, looking at the deck count, I think Seba's deck is also decently big. And I mean, when you're fitting in Kashtira cards and also those branded cards, you gotta get to 60 cards. Yeah, it is 60 cards.
Okay, probably Jack already knows what it could be. But, I mean, we gotta be honest, it could also be Paleozoic.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I want to look, and I was also cooking up 60 cards, Apophis, Kashtira, Fiendsmith. Maybe, like you would expect that as well, right?
Maybe you should have been on feature then.
Yeah, maybe. But good to see is that grass looks greener is with a 60 card deck also in the main deck here from Seba. And I cannot wait to see that card resolving, honestly. That would be cool.
It's also very interesting here because he is also playing Triple Tactics Thrust.
Yeah.
And since, like Raul already said after round 1, like, that he thinks Biz Shields are very good. If many people are also thinking that, he has actually can use Thrust going first, and probably at that grass looks greener to his hand.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also, of course, you would want to have access to Branded Fusion in case you didn't have it. Oh, look at that. Jack Rory Steenkammer, he knows his things. He's just 100% making sure that there is no side-decking error. Specifically when you play 49 cards in the main deck, it's probably better to just count your side-deck cards and see, hey, that's 15, so my side-decking looks finished and perfect here. In the meantime, we still have, on the other hand, his opponent trying to figure out a way to draw into any kind of engine cards this turn. But the thing is, when you play 60 card branded, you're playing 60 cards for a reason, because you are just running a lot of cards that are subpar, suboptimal to draw, and therefore you're trying to make up for that by just including so many cards into your deck, so the chance that you are going to draw into those not so useful one-offs is lower. But Seba successfully drew all of them in game 1, apparently.
Yeah, and I already mentioned the Triple Tactics Thrust. That card, of course, gets a lot worse when you can't play at all.
True. Jack Rory didn't have to activate anything there. But, oh, that's a 60 card pile. But I mean, Jack Rory, as you explained, not much shy with 49 cards in his main deck. And now it looks like both players would be ready. And of course, that is going to be our sign. We are going to be heading over into game number 2.
Yeah, and we saw each player already going ham.
And here we go. Both players ready, and there's a lot of spell cards. Oh, there is Mulchami Perulia, and we're chaining the branded opening. Fair enough. I mean, that card... Oh! Jack Rory, 49 cards. Does not matter if you're world champion. Just has the Perulia and the Fuvalos here together. That's huge. So, okay, we are resolving the branded opening. Discarding at Limited Room. That's a card you don't even necessarily see that often anymore in Branded, actually.
I mean, in 60 you can play it, but maybe now we know why Seba break game 1.
True. And the thing is now, with both Perulia and Fuvalos resolving, like, you can't even play around the Fuvalos anymore by just searching with the branded opening, because that would have been an option, because if you would have searched, your normal summon still gives the opponent a draw, therefore it really doesn't matter, and then you take the special summon for free. Oh, and there's Imperm now as well, but Book of Eclipse is being chained, therefore making sure that the Quem is going to resolve. Problem, though, is Quem now is face down, so the second good effect of Quem cannot activate anymore.
Yeah, I mean, but I think he plays multiple Quem, so probably we can get to another one.
Yeah, possibly.
And then
He does run multiples for sure. Oh, okay, we're sending Branded Fusion to the graveyard.
that's very interesting to me, because we actually, we decided to summon Quem instead of Aluba here, even though we had the Book of Eclipse, so we could have played around the Imperm anyways. But maybe we have Aluba already in hand.
Oh, what's coming here? Norman summon Aluber. There he is indeed already. Jack immediately picking up another card, though, for now, this time, the Multi-Army Perulia.
But we sent the Branded Fusion. What are we searching now?
We only have one card remaining in hand. I mean, our last card in hand probably is Albion the Shadow Dragon, so that we can just get the Retribution into the graveyard, possibly. I mean, it gotta be, honestly. Or it could also be Fusion Duplication Hard Drawn in the hand, which could be a cool way to play around things you're setting to. Yep, I think that is indeed what we have here. Usually a card you want to set with Triple Tactic Thrust, but here, just not giving up any more draws seems kind of decent, honestly.
Yeah, and if he already has it, that's like a great play, because we not only do we have like the Fusion Implication, we also have a Guardian Chimera play, but the Kashtira Fenrir here, he will have do a lot of work here.
Indeed, Jack Rory Steenkamp has a special relationship to those Kashtira cards as well, because last year top 8 with the 10 by Dragon deck, but the year before that top 4 even at Dutch Nationals with the pure Kashtira deck. Therefore, he's hungry. He has been really, really good the last couple of years, also of course with the World Championship title, but he still wants that Dutch National Champion title, I think. It's always something special, right? Something about it being the national champion of your country. That's like your whole country then being behind you. I mean, also right now the whole world being behind him, being a world champion, but still it's kind of this, ooh, activating. How does that mean? That must mean there's another card we want to chain to it. Is there Wanted?
Yeah, I saw a lot of spells in his hand, and I'm very sure there will be the Wanted. And now Saber really needs to think about if you want to do something here, because if there comes the Ilya Sylvia now, then...
No response.
Then Jack has just like a negate for any card of Saber.
That's tough. He's not responding to it. And yeah, I think you just established that Ilya Sylvia. That is, for sure. Easy decision, and there is the Ilya Sylvia. So you know about the Brandon Red, and honestly, the Fusion Duplication, it is kind of obvious to me. Okay, so do you even go after this?
I think you have to, because the Guardian Chimera could be chain blocked by the Ad Libitum. And so I think you'd rather want to negate it, but I think Quandle will know as a world champion that there is surely the Fusion Duplication, which you already mentioned.
Okay, he is negating the Brandon Red. Yup. Saber thinking whether he immediately needs to respond to this. And... oh, was I right? I was very right. Fusion Duplication. Copying Branded Fusion has to banish it from the graveyard. So we didn't activate and resolve Branded Fusion on our turn. Still, it found its way into the graveyard and will now resolve.
Yeah, the big issue I'm seeing here, like normally the Fusion Duplication is used to summon something like Albion or Lubellion to then like Fusion further.
Yeah.
But that would trigger the Kashtira Fenrir onward, and I really don't want my Mirror Jade to be banished face down, if you ask me.
No, for sure. I agree. That is certainly problematic, as that was the first card that Jack Rory summoned to his side of the field. That looks like a Bestial Lubellion. That's the second material, meaning that we do go into Albion here. There it is. And yeah, we have to activate that, right? There's no way around it.
Yeah, I think Seba really didn't have like any option here. Maybe he should have used the Fusion Duplication first to maybe bait the Ilya Sylvia and then go for the Guardian Chimera. But to be honest, he didn't even see the engine of Jack now, and I think I saw a Crystron Cluster before. Not Cluster, the Inclusion before.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, yeah, then you get to the Guardian Chimera, and the Guardian Chimera just gets rid of the Fenrir. But what then? Then you're sitting on the Guardian Chimera, which also is just not doing too well. So now you can at least go into the Mirror Jade. Then Mirror Jade can send another card to the graveyard, which possibly could still do something.
I mean, there is a Fallen of Albus now, so probably theoretically you could send the Rindbram.
But the Fallen of Albus is banished, though.
Oh, and there's also no card in hand, which I wanted to say, but let's see. So, what is he going to send? Is there something useful Saber can send?
It is just the Titanic Clad, which is an effect that activates in the end. Oh. Okay, yeah. We did activate. For a moment, I was confused. Maybe Jack Rory not seeing the toggle and therefore not activating the effect of Fenrir there, but he did.
Oh, wait. Didn't Jack already search for Fenrir another Kashtira monster?
Did he? I think he might have not.
Because if he did, now there is like free space in a monster zone to summon another Kashira monster, which might even be Kashira Unicorn, which would be even worse.
Now, Halo does Amina back to the hand. There is Kashira Unicorn. Ay, 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 ay. That's massive. That's so many monsters just like that. Seba again with a set monster on his side of the field. He is really playing 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh! Here.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget, there is still, he even has Deception, because there is still the Diabellstar Witch, which he can even normal summon now with the birth.
He can. So reading up on his Deception, and we just go into the Ilya Sylvia again.
Yeah, we can summon that multiple times. The effect is actually half once per turn, so we won't be able to negate the Titanic Light in end phase. But still, a very good card.
We don't need to, for sure.
Yeah, probably don't. Well, honestly, a set monster is sometimes for Kashira the hardest thing to out. I don't think it will be here, though.
Crystron inclusion, so Seba now gets the memo finally as well. Wait, we did reveal that there were Crystron cards in our deck game 1, but now he's getting the full treatment, the full showcase of that deck. Actually, I was talking to Jack Rory throughout the week, and he told me, yeah, I'm going to play that crazy 49-card Crystron Azamina Kashtira deck. And I was like, I was kind of skeptical, because we also saw that deck on feature in Austrian Nationals, and there, the one thing it did in Game 3 was not playing the game. It was really bricking, and therefore it was having a hard time. But Jack Rory said, yeah, I have my ways to make that work. Trust me. And who am I to question the ways of a world champion, of course?
But honestly, if you open like that, probably the Crystron deck is the best deck in the room.
Yeah, agreed, agreed. So we're destroying the inclusion now with the graveyard effect of Sylphador.
Exactly, and Sylphador will now be able to send 2 cards from our deck to the graveyard, which might even be a card like Smiger to add us the trap later, but I don't think we need that here. So probably will be Firesburn and the Tristaros, or did we not normal yet? Because if we didn't normal, like, we can just add Tristaros and normal it.
I don't think we normaled, right? What would that have been? But we can still normal the Fenrir, which is also appealing, right?
I don't think we have Fenrir in the banish pile, but we have the birth to summon it back, and we actually add the Smiger to discard immediately with the Sulfafnir, and we will destroy the Sulfafnir to get to Tristaros, I'm sure.
There we go. Smiger ends up in the graveyard, meaning we can use the effect then to get us to another either trap card or spell card of the Crystron archetype. And there is possibly the reason why Crystron is back on the map, the best main deck monster, I'm pretty sure, that was released for the deck. And it is a tuner, of course, which is immediately going to be turned into Eleskeletos? Is that how it's called?
Exactly. That is what it is. It makes the opponent monsters lose 500 attack. Might be relevant for a game. I don't know. Sure. But we will first of all start continue comboing, especially with the Tristaros in our graveyard, which can summon 2 from deck as well.
And Jack Rory does not stop going. Crystron Cluster is being searched. And I mean, there must be a way to just get this game done here this turn. There's already so many big monsters on the field, so it would be a pity if he doesn't get there.
Yeah, and it's always like a bit telling, like if the Synchro monster goes into the EMZ, then it means like we want to summon a lot of monsters this turn, and therefore I think he will have a way to get enough monsters to.
I mean, let's just calculate it through. Just activate Birth, bring back Fenrir, immediately is game already, isn't it?
I don't know if it's with the set monster. I don't know how much attack the Ilya Sylvia has, but...
I mean, you just go Fenrir, Fenrir banishes the Aluber, then you run over the set monster, and then the other monsters on the field, there are more than 8,000 points of damage.
Now one thing though, because now the Tristaros summons 2 from deck, we don't get the resummon of Eleskeletos because we will be missing a zone.
Yeah.
So Jack, like with a minor mistake, probably should have summoned the Ilya Sylvia into the extra monster zone before. Yeah. Because then he would have had that space free. Now, I don't think it will really matter a lot, but still missing a body.
Yeah, for sure. And we keep on going. Yeah, Jack Rory, he's shaking his head, he realizes, and now we just go into another copy of the Eleskeletos. That's funny. Yeah. Just going through the motion, basically having the same thing than before. Now the Kashtira Birth, and I think what I just said, I think that still stands true, though. We can just head into the battle phase, use the Fenrir to banish the Aluber.
We used it already.
And then we... oh, you're right, though. Oh, true. I would have forgotten that, honestly.
I think...
that was so long ago.
Oh, but we trigger the includer now and summon back the Eleskeletos anyways, and that should be easy game on the board. Jack attacking the Aluber.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that is reduced. 500 less attack points, meaning 500 more points of damage. And we do have Jack Rory Staincomer making it a quick 2-0. Therefore, having 4 games against Branded now in this tournament already, winning all 4 of them like a true world champion.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't look super happy now because I think I think Jack is a player who want to play the best, like the 100%. And so I think he knows, like, okay, I maybe slightly messed that up, but still he won, so it doesn't matter.
Truly. And one factor, though, is quite interesting. I think Jack, of course, he's playing so much, Master Duel and the TCG. Still, at the beginning of a tournament, you kind of want a bit of a warm-up, right?
Yeah.
And yet two quote-unquote somewhat easy games because his opponents just couldn't really do that much. And therefore, maybe he's not really even warmed up. Just as we saw there, he kind of fumbled there with the Elesqueletos and they're having no zones anymore to bring back. Therefore, maybe out of the field right now, out of the people being 2-0 at the moment, he is one of the ones that has not been tested really yet.
I mean, I still wouldn't say he is badly prepared.
No, of course not, but still.
I would never say something about like that about a world champion. I still think he will be like warm enough to win the next round, probably.
He's warm-hearted, at least, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it is really warm. But yeah, still, what do you think about the Crystron deck now? We saw it like really like I can't really say it performed well here because like the Branded deck just wasn't able to do a lot.
True, yeah.
But still we saw what the deck is capable of. So what do you think about the deck in general?
So, I mean, the deck has to situation itself right now in the meta game of Malice and Mitsurugi. And I think the Malice matchup, they played a lot before. I think it is doable. You can win that matchup. It has been proven over time that is something that is not impossible. Now, of course, the new factor in the meta game since last weekend, since the release of Alliance Insight, is clearly the Mitsurugi matchup. So we need to figure out how good is Crystron versus Mitsurugi. And as a quick and clear answer, I think it might be struggling, to be honest.
Yeah, it kind of has a tough time, especially like with its non-engine. Like, I don't know if there's really a card that that deals with Mitsurugi easily. Drawn Lockbird, of course, is a very good card. But if you're playing 49, you won't see that often, so you gotta like really depend on your other stuff.
One thing that's good though, Dawn Drexter I think is pretty good against the Mitsurugi deck. Just negating either prayers or the ritual, I think that can definitely help. So having the chance to have a spell trap negate, not a lot of decks do have that at the moment, but Crystron does, of course. So that's good for him, I think.
Yeah, probably. And also like the deck has a lot of engines now, especially his list, and therefore he might have enough pushes, especially against like the pure Mitsurugi deck, which is more like trim to the ground, and therefore he might be able with the Kashtira cards and so to deal a bit with it. But yeah, we will have to see, and I'll make sure to ask him like after each round, okay, did you play against Mitsu and how did it go?
I mean, for the moment though, of course, we can only ask him about the 2 matches he had so far, which were against Branded quite randomly and funnily enough. Interesting though, Branded Kashtira. Is that something you would expect? Is that the combination we have seen before, really, even?
I mean, I don't think we did, but at least there's no anti-synergy, I guess. I mean, you don't need to make like the Dracossack, which Jack did. You can just like keep them there and have some bodies. They help to make Guardian Chimera, I guess, but still...
okay, yeah, sure. I mean, to be Kashtira Unicorn, very, very powerful card against Malice, you gotta say, because you can just take out the one of extra deck monsters like, for example, Whitebinder if they only run one, which can be really, really impactful. You gotta ask, though, how good is it really against the Mitsurugi decks? Because honestly, the Mitsurugi, pure Mitsurugi extra deck, it looks like a little bit of a toolbox, to be honest. There's not like the one card where you say, hey, this has to get rid of, and therefore I'm not too sure whether it's even that good against it.
Yeah, but in that matchup, I think it depends a bit, because like the Fenrir can out, especially like Defeatsmith stuff and so, but yeah, we will have to see. But I think players are ready for the interview.
Players. I think one player, which is, of course, our world champion, Jack Murray, staying camera, and also, of course, our interviewee. Let's go over to Leo and Jack and hear from them.
Thank you so much, guys. Jack, you're playing a 49-card Crystron deck. How did you cook this up?
A good friend of mine loves Crystron, and I used, I mean, it's mostly his deck, and it's one of the only decks I've really been playing TCG with recently.
So speaking of TCG, you're now just playing versus Branded, and that's not a deck that you're testing a lot for these days, but how many repetitions versus Branded do you have from Master Duel?
I think I might know Branded maybe even better than my opponent at this point, of how often I've played against Branded, so I felt quite confident into my second Branded of the tournament already.
Oh, that's two out of 2 is crazy at this point. But, I mean, you're saying that you know Branded maybe better than your opponent. Do you know Crystron so well? Because I think that we had some field space issues there in game 2, huh?
Near the end, I already knew I had game, but I forgot to put Sylvia in the extra monster zone. So I didn't have space to float with Eliskelethus, so I just used Tristaris effect for fun.
And it was fun for everyone, I think. So let me ask you something about game one. You basically saw no cards of your opponent. You saw a set monster and a set spell and trap card, and then they scooped immediately, basically. How do you approach your side deck after games like this?
This is the average Master Duel branded end board. So I knew immediately this was branded.
So what do you side in against branded? Dimensional Barrier, the good old classic?
Bestials and Bell. I mean, not that much. Just the usual stuff.
Bestials have risen in popularity for a little bit. Do you think they're a very good shout for this event?
Some people in their Malice combos manage to lose to one Bestial, so I like Bestials this format, yes.
Okay, now, they're also, of course, obviously good versus Mitsurugi. What is the most optimal way to use Bestials versus Mitsurugi for the people at home who are still waiting to play their nationals?
I like to Bestial mostly the Amino Murakumo. That one is just they usually only play one of it, so getting rid of it permanently removes it from the game, which makes the matchup a lot easier.
Okay, so one last question for you, because you're obviously a world champion. I mean, did you know that? Did we ever mention this on the coverage, that you're a world champion? How do you prepare for a tournament like this? Because the Nationals is, of course, slightly different from a YCS or World Championship.
You kind of have to prepare for, rather than the optimal deck, the player base. So usually you're not... Nationals, there's a lot of more people playing it because for the national pride, so you have to prepare for a lot more roguish type of decks, and also if your opponent doesn't know what your cards do, it helps a lot.
So, do you have some spell trap removal or something that you're siding in for rogue decks, or what's your approach there?
I think the Kashir cards are good against rogue, and Kashir Unicorn gives me full info, which I really like.
All right, thank you so much, Jack. Let's see if you can do a deep run once again. And if you haven't gotten enough of Jack yet, just wait and stay tuned, because we're going to show you a show match of our last week's caster in Austria, Eddie, versus Jack Rory. Stay tuned.
Hi guys, and welcome back to another duel. And I really wanted to play some 2010 Time Wizard, so I asked my good friend Quanto to play with me.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to be playing with Etienne, and this format is one of many Time Wizard formats, and I'm excited to play.
All right, so how about we check who's going to start with the dice roll?
Let's see.
And that's a 3.
Ooh, a 3. That is maybe not the worst, but definitely not very good. Let's see if I can roll higher, though. Ooh.
That is higher.
I think a
Very
12.
slightly.
I think I only needed 1 dice for that. I will choose to start because...
All right, you may.
In Time Wizard 2010, you get to draw for turn on your first turn.
That's true, so
And,
you start with 6.
I get to just have my opening hand and draw for turn.
And I don't even get to Ash Blossom you.
Unbelievable. So, standby and main. My hand is interesting, I'd say. Quite interesting. I'll start with a Allure of Darkness.
That's a pretty good card.
And luckily I don't have to worry about Ash Blossom.
Yes,
So
and if you banish a Malice monster now, I will be very angry.
I would also be quite angry. And I must say, this really pains me to do.
Oh, please don't discard your hand.
But I'm gonna have to banish Dark Oak Dragon.
That's a very good card, and I'm glad I do not have to deal with it.
I must say, my hand didn't really fix much.
All right.
So I will do a simple key set and pass.
Great. In that case, I will draw for turn. And this is also a very interesting hand. I believe I will do The exact same. And pass it back to you.
Interesting. I see slow starts
Yes.
as often. So I'll draw for turn. Simply go standby in main.
That's good.
What could this set be? It could be many cards.
It could be.
Raiko would be quite painful to do, but I'm feeling dangerous, so I'll tribute my Necro Gardener there for my Caius. And
Caius.
I think I'll Caius target your set monster.
That's a very good effect, and I do believe I have to respond with my face down card. Yes, I do not want this Caius to resolve, so I will chain a Torrential Tribute. And I would like to torrentially tribute the whole field.
Sadly, I'll have to let that happen, so you get your monster in grave.
Alright.
Ooh.
Yes, I could not let that get into the banished zone.
That would have been quite disasterful. So I'll set another card
Yes.
and pass turn.
And I will draw for turn. Aha. Now that's interesting. I will also activate an Allure of Darkness.
Ooh, that is absolutely fine.
Great. Then I will draw 1 card, 2 cards. And I will... This is also kind of painful, but I will get rid of Destiny Hero Malicious.
Ooh,
Yes.
this card is at 2 in this format, so
So
Malicious
that is
doesn't
quite painful for me.
yes.
But not as painful as hopefully this Heavy Storm will be for you.
Ooh, that's quite painful. I'm gonna have to say goodbye to Bottomless and Dust Tornado.
Oh yeah. Very windy. And then I believe it is time to pass it back to you.
Ooh, I
Yes.
see. Not really drawing any.
You know, I'm biding my
awesome.
time. I'm, like a snake, just waiting in the grass for the right moment.
And I must say, my top deck is quite beneficial this point of the game state. So I'll go draw down
Yes.
my main
Yes.
and activate Reinforcement Army.
That is a good top deck.
And this will let me add a powerful card. Although I don't have Dark Refer in my deck, I do have an Armageddon Knight.
Oh.
And this will get my deck going quite well.
Yes, you could send another Dark Armed Dragon to the graveyard, for example.
Well, sadly that card's at 1, so that would not be very legal. in
Then
this
that is
format.
not an option.
So I'll go normal Dark Armageddon Knight immediately and use the effect.
I will, I'll allow it.
Sadly, Effect Veiler did come out only a year after, so
Yes, but maybe I can bluff you.
I'll send a Vayu to my graveyard as preparation, I would say.
And I believe this has some sort of effect in the graveyard, does it not?
Yes, if I have another Blackwing, I can target it and attempt to banish it and itself to Synchro Summon. But
That's
summon is
pretty
negated. But that's quite good, usually. I'll go and... I must say, I have a feeling you have Gores. So therefore, I will play it somewhat slower and simply set and pass.
That is very wise of you, my friend. So I will draw for turn. And I would like to normal summon a Deep Sea Diva. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sure I can activate the effect. I will check, but if I cannot, then
We'll find out.
Yes, we will find out. Yes, I can. And I
That's-
can summon another Deep Sea Diva. And I will summon it in defense position.
Okay. Card you usually want to have a goblin zombie next to, but
Yeah, but if you cannot have a goblin zombie next to it, then you will make do with the next best thing, and that in this case is mind control to take your Armageddon Knight.
ooh, I see.
Yes.
I must see.
I have set this up for turns, and now you have walked right into my trap. Only that it's a spell.
Well, remind me. Does it target the monster?
It sure does.
Hmm.
Do you have any response to that?
I'm gonna have to allow this, sadly.
You actually
So-
did scare me there. Good bluff. Now I will summon from my extra deck. The question is, what will I summon from my extra deck? And I believe I have exactly 2 options. Let me just double check. Yes, I think in this case, the best card for me to summon is the Goyo Guardian.
Ooh, I see. That is quite strong.
Wait, I cannot. It needs an Earth Monster. My
No, no,
bad.
no, no, no. In 2010, it is
yes,
not
no.
been errata
No,
yet.
errata. Yes, I can. I remember. And then I will go straight into the battle phase
Very well.
and attack you for 200.
On attack declaration of your Deep Sea Diva, I will choose to activate Book of Moon targeting your Goyo Guardian.
Oh, that is pretty good. And I will have to allow it.
And now I take your 200 damage gracefully, which is the first points of damage in this game, actually, surprisingly. So I go down to 7,800. But because I now control no cards on my field,
Oh no.
I get to activate Gores, Emissary
no.
Darkness.
Do.
So I get Gores and a token.
Yes.
Um,
That is a good point.
I will use
I
this
believe just
sleeve,
if-
I guess, as a token.
And it has 200, 200, correct?
200 attack, 200 defense.
Let
yes.
me just double check. And it is also a very light level 7, right?
Correct.
All right, I'm just making sure for no particular reason. After consulting with my extra deck, I believe I have no more plays. So I will pass the turn to you.
Very well. I will draw. I think I'll go standby and main.
That is fine.
If you remind me, Goyo Guardian does have 2,000 defense points.
It does, exactly 2,000.
I will simply tribute this token
Yes.
to advance my place in summoning a Sirocco.
That is a good card.
And I do agree, that is quite a good card. So I'll just go battle phase and
Yes.
equalize the game state and attack over your Goyo Guard with my Gores.
There goes my Goyo Guardian.
And then attack with Sirocco over
And-
Deep Sea.
That is 1,800 damage.
Yes,
So you're now in the lead.
I am
That puts me at 6,200.
via the life points in the lead. And I'll set 1 card.
Yes.
And that leaves me with no cards in hand. But, yeah, 2 big monsters to deal with, so I'll pass.
I will draw for turn.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I liked my play from last turn so much. I will simply do the same again and pay 800 life points to target your Gore's Emissary of the Darkness and steal it.
That is a powerful play. And sadly, I'll have to let that go. So you get to steal my Gores.
Great. That puts me at 5,400 life points.
Absolutely.
And I will not attack your Sirocco because I believe you have
I do
quite
have,
the interesting card in your graveyard, do you not?
I do, but
So perhaps the better play is to tribute your Gores for a Caius. And as we know, when Caius is tribute summoned, I can target one of your monsters and banish it. And then, additionally, because it is a dark monster, you take 1,000 damage.
I will have to let that happen, and that is quite painful for me in this exact scenario.
So you take 1,000 damage, which puts you at
68.
6,800.
Yeah.
And now, I am not quite done, because I will
Ooh.
activate Foolish Burial.
That is a good card here. Yes, absolutely. That is fine.
And I will foolishly bury something. Let me check.
There's a lot of cards in the zombie deck that have powerful graveyard effects.
That is true. But I believe I want to foolishly bury a Mizuki.
That is one of many limited cards in this format that are quite good.
And now I will use my Mizuki effect to summon Plague Spreader Zombie to my side of the field.
Absolutely. This will let you keep your Plague Spreader in rotation.
Exactly, so I may use it an additional time if I want to. However, right now, I might just want to attack you before I Synchro Summon, because that is simply more damage than what I am thinking of synchroing into. Then again, your set cards makes me feel quite a certain way about just attacking.
There could be many cards that the
It
set
could
card
be many cards.
It could be another
Um,
Death Tornado, for all you know.
That is true, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that if I Synchro Summon into this little friend here, it might perform well against your set card.
If you will remind me what this card does again.
Exactly. So, if it destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, I gain life points equal to the attack of the monster, the base attack of the monster. However, if a spell trap is activated that targets exactly one psychic monster I control, which this is, then I can pay 1000 life points to negate the activation and destroy that spell or trap card.
Absolutely. That is okay.
So I will attempt to go into the battle phase.
Absolutely.
And I will attack you for 2700.
That is okay.
Great.
And that will leave me at, I believe, 4,100 life points.
I have the exact same number here. I will set one card and pass my turn back to you.
Okay. And I will see if this deck gives me a good top deck. And I'll see. I'd say this is an interesting top deck.
I'm very interested to see what's...
I believe it's a good time to set a card and just pass.
Oh. That's, my friend, I do not like. I will draw a card for turn.
Absolutely.
Now, if that is a Raikou you have face down, that can get really annoying for me because that is, in fact, not a spell or trap card effect. So I cannot negate it.
Absolutely.
However, I will just have to find out, so I will attack.
And to your dismay, it is indeed a Raikou. So I will
that is a shame.
target your Thought Ruler and destroy it and mill top 3 cards in my deck.
That resolves. And it's another value
Another value.
and 2 spell trap cards.
So, sadly, not a Blackwing other than value yet, but we'll get there.
Bye-bye, Thought Ruler. I miss him already. I will place one monster face down and pass the turn to you.
Absolutely. I will go to my turn. I'll draw. Look at my top deck, and I see I don't have that many plays at the moment, so I'll have to set another monster and pass.
I think you should stop setting Raikous, please. I will draw a card for my turn. Alright. I think I have a plan. And my plan is to do absolutely nothing. I will set one card and pass the turn.
I mean, sometimes the best plans are the ones where you don't do much, so I will draw.
Yes.
I do say I think my top decks are interesting, to say the least. They don't help that much, but I'll set another card and just simply pass.
I will draw for my turn.
Absolutely.
Aha. Now that is interesting.
Okay.
Now I have to think whether I want to commit into potentially more Raikous, a face down card, whatever it may be, or if I just want to stay patient. Let me check my graveyard.
That's absolutely fine.
And I only have a Plague Spreader Zombie in the graveyard that I can use.
Yes, because you've already used your one of Mizuki.
Indeed. I regret it now. I believe I want to activate. Oh, now I dropped the card. That's not good. Mystical Space Typhoon on your face down card.
That is a good card, and that will destroy my dimensional prison.
Aha! So my Thought Ruler was a good idea.
Yes, absolutely.
I will normal summon Goblin Zombie.
That is absolutely fine.
And I will flip summon Spirit Reaper.
Oh, that is...
And then I will attempt to out all your Raikos. I will start here.
To your dismay, this is actually a
It's the
super
hamster.
nimble hamster. So after you take 1500, I will use the flip effect of nimble hamster to set a Raikou from my deck.
I will have to allow it.
So I set this Raikou.
So I go to...
3,900, I believe.
That is correct. But surely, my friend, there cannot be two super nimble mega hamsters.
You will have
Face
to
down,
find out.
right? I will attack this face down monster with my Goblin Zombie.
And this is a Raikou. So
Aha.
I'll Raikou target your set card.
Yes, that is indeed an option.
Is the effect okay?
Sadly, it is.
So I'll mill the top 3. Which I must say aren't the best mills.
Yes, and you hit my Solemn Judgment, which is very sad for me. But, oh well. I will pass the turn.
Sadly, we have to make
Progress somehow.
progress somehow.
Yes.
Yes. I will top deck. I think my draw is interesting. You have no cards in your hand, I
have
believe.
no cards in my hand.
So I could go a little bit more aggressive, I feel. So I will flip summon Raikou and target your Spirit Reaper, which can't be destroyed with battle.
Yes, and if my Spirit Reaper is targeted, it triggers and gets destroyed.
Only on resolution, actually.
Yes.
So I'll mill the top 3, and
that looks good for you.
that is a good card. Having Sirocco in grave, another Vayu, which I have all 3 Vayu in my grave.
Well, they
And-
like to be there, apparently.
And I must say, I will use my Vayu, targeting my Sirocco right now, and banish these 2 to summon a Blackwing Secret from my deck. That is my extra deck. That's level 6. So I'll summon a negated Armed Wing.
That
which-
is a pretty big monster.
pretty big. And next, I'll tribute my Raikou for a Sirocco.
That is more pretty big monsters. And I'm starting to get worried for my life total here.
Absolutely. I will put my Nimble Beaver in attack position
Yes.
and attempt to go to battle phase.
Yes.
I will first attack with my Armed Wing over your Goblin Zombie,
Aha.
which I believe is 1200 damage.
That is 1200 damage. But also, if my Goblin Zombie gets sent to the graveyard, I have to add myself a zombie monster with 12,000 or less defense from my deck to my hand.
Absolutely.
So I will go to 27.
29, in fact.
That is 1,200 damage, no?
I was on 39.
No, I was on 39. you were at
Oh,
41.
my bad.
No worries. And I will add... I think, my friends, there is no zombie in my deck that will save me out of this one. But I will still add Zombie Master.
Also, a very strong limited card in the zombie
Indeed.
deck. So I'll attack with my Mega Hamster. And
I will get
finish
hamstered.
for 1100 damage.
Yes.
And I'll finish you off with a Sirocco attack.
On the Mega Hamster damage,
Yes.
because I took damage. No, I'm just kidding.
Ah,
you know my card.
I know.
All right, good game, my friend.
That was a good game. So I must say thank you for watching, everyone. This was Etienne and I. And I hope you have fun with the rest of the stream.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 3 of the WCQ Netherlands Dutch National Championships. Is finally back. We're in round 3, and we have seen some exciting duels so far. We're going to have another nice matchup again in the next round that hasn't been seen before on this stream. But first of all, I just came up with a brilliant tech card, and I want my expert's knowledge on this one. I want your take to Majesty's Fiend in Mitsurugi.
Majesty's Fiend?
Yeah, post side, of course.
I mean, if you can summon it, the card is very good, but have you heard of a card like called Infinite Impermanence?
Does anyone ever even play that? I thought everyone was playing just Mulchamis and Droll and Lockbird.
I mean, nothing. There's enough people who play Infinite Impermanence, but you might be onto something.
Right?
Maybe?
Right? Because I thought like you also tribute them and then they can trigger and search you something.
Yeah.
They can't special summon themselves out. If you're playing Vanity's Fiend, if you're playing Majesty's Fiend, nothing happens because they can't trigger.
Yeah, also, isn't Majesty's Fiend also Light Fiend? Probably.
Yo!
So we added off track?
Yo! Oh my goodness! Wait, really?
I don't know if it is, honestly.
I will check once the camera is off. I'll open up Duel and I'm going to check. This one's... Aha! Okay, so let's go over the format again. 9 rounds of Swiss, and 2 rounds of those are going to be played tomorrow.
Exactly, and afterwards there will be a top 16 cut, and then we will have a champion at the end of the day, tomorrow.
And then, of course, for the first place, you get travel and accommodation to the WCQ Continentals, which is probably going to be Europe here. Super rare copy of the Anotherverse Solaria.
Exactly.
Price card of the WCQ VIP package.
Yeah, which is great, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
fixed seating and 2 rounds of bye, but also second place. Doesn't need to hide itself, like with the Nintendo Switch, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection included, and 2 packs of the WCQ sleeves.
At the end, the 3rd and 4th place is also gonna go home with some booster packs, some sleeves, and of course, the game mat. that is
Exactly,
so
the new Regenesis cards, and there we have the country breakdown.
Yep, and I love this. We have way more players from the Netherlands. Last week in Austria, it was a bit Germany dominated, but that was, of course, also due to the reason that Salzburg is close to the German border, and Bavaria is like kind of further away from the location where we're playing the German national team.
Münster, you mean, yeah?
Exactly.
But the 7% of Belgian players, I didn't expect that, but it makes sense, honestly. Like, very close from here.
Yeah, maybe there is like, maybe you're having like a wedding on the day of the Belgian nationals, you know, so...
Probably, and there it is, the thing we have all been waiting for, the deck breakdown for the beginning of the tournament. We have 40% Malice, still the most represented deck, followed by Rising Mitsurugi. Is it what you would have expected?
Kinda, actually. No, actually not. I think Mitsurugi would have dominated. I mean, if you combine the Mitsurugi variants, we're at 14% as well.
Yeah.
So that is...
I guess, fair enough.
That is kind of good.
7% White Frost Azamina, the most represented rogue deck we could call it, probably.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of Blue Eyes Primate and...
It dropped off though, right?
Yeah, probably it did a bit, but you know, I'm looking at that 4% Evil Twin Fiendsmith.
Oh, yeah, that's a deck.
Because you know what? I think we will have one on the feature mat right now.
Yeah, I think that's a crazy call that you're making right there, because the odds aren't very high, but I think you got a good feel about this one. No, in all honesty, looking forward to the deck. We couldn't feature it last week in Austria, so I'm very excited that we can showcase the deck now, because I think that it is the most convenient way to go into a full Fiendsmith combo.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's even easier than having 2 effect monsters on the field. Sometimes you just need one.
I'll be honest with you, even though the small Life Twin monsters like Life Twin Kissikil and Life Twin Lila are not Light Fiends themselves, they're probably still the best way into the Fiendsmith combo.
It's true. By the way, Fiendsmith combo... Majesty's Fiend is a Light Fiend.
It is!
You're basically playing 9 Majesty's Fiend in... Yo, chat, did I cook? did I cook here in Raisiel Mitsurugi?
I think you overcooked.
Like half the games, you don't even need to actually start with a normal summon.
I mean, I still wouldn't call like Majesty's Fiend the best call, but I'm sure like the Life Twin deck won't play
I
it.
think you're just a hater at this point. I think you're just a hater. Try this out at home. Not versus me, by the way. Maybe I just need to start playing in tournaments with main deck again. But here we're seeing Alex versus Yusuf. Yusuf, the player from Germany, who's come over for the Dutch National Championships here.
Yeah, and he brought, I think, the deck we were already talking about. And there we see Alex, I think. And you want to tell us which deck he plays?
He's going to play the Memento strategy. And I'm going to be honest there. I mean, we don't have our Memento expert here, but I have been practicing Memento a lot in the last week. Realized that I am basically I'm Tekutlika's weakest soldier at this point. It's incredible. I love the deck. It's a lot of fun to play. I can do a combo through a few hand traps, okay? But what I do with the that's the impressive part about these plays, which I never really considered. What you do with what you have on the end board, that's tough.
I mean, I saw you SP passing yesterday, honestly. So
I mean, I got failured and ashed.
Okay,
and
yeah, fair. That's part of the story.
Yeah, so I had to SP pass, which is basically the full field. I mean, minus the ticket.
Yeah, but let's not waste time on that because I think the players, they are ready. And so why don't we head over to the feature match table? And there we have him. Yusef against Alex.
Yep, and let's see who gets to go first afterwards. There is... Oh, nice. Thanks, Alex. It's a very quick peek into the hand of Alex, and now we are going to see a...
It is the Sunny Snitch.
Sunny Snitch, exactly.
Exactly, the Life and Sunny Snitch, adding any Life Twin monster from the deck to the hand. And we will add, actually, the new one, the Life Twin Kill Sweep.
Yep.
And that is a very interesting card, because if our opponent activates anything in response to our Life Twin monsters, we can discard it and just negate that effect.
Very good, and we're starting, of course, with a normal summon of Life Twin Kill
in Quarter Century Secret Rare.
Yep. I'm actually surprised that I missed out on the name of the Snitch, because I played the deck myself, but only when it was bad.
And there we summon a Lilla. Honestly, even though the cards, they do something similar, the Life Twin Kill is the better start here, simply because you can link it off into the Kill deal, even if it gets hand trapped, and I'm very sure we will see it here.
Yep, Duel is an incredible card, and that is mainly due to the reason that it is a Light Fiend, just like Majesty's Fiend, everyone. And you know what that translates into? Fiendsmith Requiem.
Exactly, but I don't think it's not like a vanilla, because that effect is quite powerful. We just send for cost any Lilla card from deck to the graveyard, and then whenever our opponent responds to our Kill or Lilla effect, we draw one card.
Yeah, and if your opponent does really not know what your deck is doing, sometimes they just throw hand traps at this, because it has another effect that gets you to draw cards, which you just mentioned. And sometimes people want to interact with that, which is, I think, the worst spot in the entire deck to throw a hand trap at.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, at least Memento doesn't play that many hand traps anyways, I think. So, Alex not really, losing much here. But first of all, we now see Fiendsmith Requiem resolving, getting us our Lacrima.
Yep, Lacrima sent the Fiendsmith Engraver, and from this point on, it's basically the standard combo. It's also very interesting how this deck plays, actually, because I've looked at some combos, and if you play it correctly, it's basically impossible to lose to a Nibiru.
It is actually, and I'm very curious to see if Yusuf will know how to. I would guess yes, because he is 2-0. I saw him play. It looked very strong. He played before against the Odeon deck, I think.
Yeah, the Apophis.
The Apophis deck, yeah, of course. And yeah, here we will see it. We go for the Necrocru Princess, and we discard our Engraver to get a free draw.
Yep. And of course we get Attract as well, which is going to search us maybe a Majesty's Fiend.
Yeah, without a normal summon, but we can go into Duke of the Mice, you know?
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Oh, I shouldn't have told you that. I shouldn't have told you that.
That's insane. Am I the only one who thinks this is insane? Oh wow.
Yeah, but I'm very sure he'll search Track, and Track will only search Luri when it's needed. But let's see. The question is, does Alex have Nibiru or not? Because that will be a big thing here, I think, because otherwise Yusuf can do just what he wants. But I don't know if that Track will really come in handy for him, because I don't know if that makes that much stronger board.
I mean, it's just a decent follow-up.
Yeah, that's for sure.
If you get Nibiru, it's even better follow-up, because you get another body on the field. You're not very likely... I mean, do you use just Engraver at this point? Because then your Engraver summon is out already.
Now, what you're doing here normally is you use it to life... Oh, if you have Kizikel, it's even easier, because you just go into the Lifetime combo first.
Yeah.
And then at a later point, when your opponent would hand trap you, you will have the Track and can just, extend with it over the sequence. But first of all, here we will see it summons the Lilla first, which I think is a bit interesting, at least, because if he goes Kizikel, he can get the draw earlier.
Yeah. The big question here is now, how do you play around Nibiru?
We still have the Engraver Graveyard, which we could use, and we also still have the Track. And
I assume that we also play Link Spider?
no, we don't, because Sequence does not need effect monsters. So what we would do is then like we would go sequence and could like, if we played, go into Duke of Demise to add back the Engraving, which we don't need here, but we will get to a Link 4 very easily.
Yeah, but Duke of Demise also just adds back Fiends, right? And
Level 6 or higher.
Ah, all right, okay.
Or level 5 or higher, at least. It's at least, it's definitely level locked. It's definitely level locked.
I think it can add back the good old Lacrima of the Crimson Tears, because that's how you bridge from Tracked into the Mitsurugi combo.
It could actually.
Yeah.
But it's I think, level locked.
I'm just gonna read the card now.
Yeah. So what we now see here is like the Kisikel bring back the Lilla, and then we can go into a Link 4 summon of Sunny Snitch, Tribute itself, bring both back. We'll get a draw.
It's 4 or higher.
4 or higher, okay. And here we will have like the free Link material, and we actually summon the Engraver here, which I think is interesting at least.
Because that kind of opens up a Nibiru the Primal Being, even though we have Tracked in hand, of course. But I mean, at this point, it's also, it's like they're really going to be a Nibiru, because our opponent would have at least taken some time to think.
I think, I mean, I might be missing something, but I feel like here, if you nip on a summon of Engraver, like, then it's quite crucial. But now, of course, here it doesn't really matter. We will go into the Abao, probably, or, I mean, Kisikel, also Light Fiend, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe we can even go sequence here, which makes our Lacrima much weaker, though. Because we will not be able to go Paradise and send another Desiree from the extra deck, because I don't think we have the space for 2.
Good point. But I mean, having it on the field is
it's also not bad, yeah.
A little bit better than just the Paradise setup. But let's see, sequence is being activated. Now we are sitting on a Caesar, which looks good. We put Lacrima and the Requiem back into the deck, plus the Engraver, of course.
One thing that's interesting here is we open ourselves up to a very crucial Super Poly, honestly.
Oh.
Because with like the Memento deck is known to sometimes play Super Poly, and Duke of Demise just needs any 2 Fiends or zombies. But I mean, not a lot of zombies here. Even though I think like one of the small Kisikils or Lillas is actually a zombie. But it won't stay on the field, of course. But like a Super Poly here, you could fuse any 2 monsters from the field and get an extra normal summon. That sounds quite good if he plays it.
Oh, it actually sounds. But I think that the Super Polymerization is also. I mean, the extra deck of Memento is not really packed.
Yeah.
You need 3 cards. Let's be honest. That's 2 Tekutlika and 1 Twin Dragon, the other, and SP.
Yeah, I mean they sometimes even play like 3 of the Creation King. Just because they can.
Crazy lists where you play like Celine and Dark and everything. So I think that if you have space in some deck that is a combo deck, then it's going to be Memento.
Yeah, one thing we shouldn't forget, which is sometimes a bit annoying for the players, but it's part of the game here. The Signing Snitch actually gains life points here.
Yeah.
If we have like I think it's a Evil Twin on the field, and we will have one because it will bring back the Trouble Sunny, and so players will need to like it's like a bit like how would you say? It's like piercing again and again and again the 200 damage.
That's true.
Not really crucial for Memento, but could be crucial against Malice, as example.
That's true, yeah. When it comes to time, it's also like a very important factor at some point. Also, if you're maybe very short of having game, this is also sometimes crucial, but I think at this point there's already enough damage for a game there, so this situation would surprise me. But that's a field! That's a hell of a field.
Yeah, that looks very strong, and I think we don't know the 2 back rows, so I would assume maybe he even drew the Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a last resort, really, right?
I mean, Paradise with Desiree on field gets a lot better. I don't know, does it send all cards or only your opponents?
All cards.
Oh, that's not good then.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is a very last resort play in this situation.
Yeah, okay, we are reading Abao. Actually, Abao is a bit like Trident now.
Yeah, but you could chain it to Sunny Snitch, right? You activate Sunny, Trouble Sunny.
Trouble Sunny, yeah.
And then activate the Paradise. Then you get
could
to send
actually,
everything first.
But what would we destroy with our Lilla?
Yeah, you get a draw. You get a draw. The problem is that then also, of course,
I don't think
Desiree
follow is our
negate
problem.
anything.
I don't think follow is our problem. Question is, does Yusuf have a card left in hand or not to like use the effect of a bow?
Probably.
I mean,
He has tracked.
He used that, didn't he?
Oh
no. Oh no, he didn't. I think. No. You're right. He didn't. So probably tracked is also set there as a bait.
Could be, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't really go for a bait if I'm setting Fiends with Paradise.
Yeah, probably not. No, I don't know. It's a question. I think players are asking the judge one thing.
I think we should just go back to us for a quick second. Did that field impress you, Philip?
I mean, I tested the Livestream deck myself, so I know what the deck's capable of. Still, it's a lot. It's very, very impressive to see what the deck can just do with 2 new cards, honestly. And yeah, there we are back at the table for a second. Let's see.
I think we're just gonna continue playing here. We got the thumbs up.
Okay.
And yeah, let's just proceed with this. So I think actually it was used.
Oh yeah, now it's in the graveyard. I see. And now let's see. But that also means it's not set on the field.
Yeah.
Oh, or was it discard for a bow? That could also be that we didn't know if a card was discard for a bow or if it's just like summon something back and therefore.
It's a very good point. Solid point, honestly. But now it's on Alex.
And Alex does like the classic thing of like, okay, what on your field does summon? Okay.
Wow, Yusuf just got the full field off and just won the game immediately. Alex was like, there is no reason for me to show you what deck I am playing.
Yeah, I agree with it. So, for a second I thought Alex is like, okay, what does your field do? Then Yusuf answers, and then he's like, okay, I'll break it, no worries. But it didn't look like he can. Maybe he was like calculating in his head and like, oh, I'm short of 1 extender, so... Or he was like, okay, yeah, no shot.
The thing is, like, Alex's deck is, Memento is incredibly good to win through half fields. So when you interrupt your opponent a little bit, or if they don't have the strongest comboing hand, or if you have a Forbidden Droplet or Book of Eclipse, then you're very, very easily going through 8,000 damage by summoning out Akihiron and enabling yourself for direct attack.
Would you call the Fiendsmith Livestream bot a half bot right now?
No, this was absolutely so far away from being a half field, you can't even imagine that. That was the fullest field I have seen in a while.
I mean, actually, he had 2 zones left.
That's true.
And EMZ and the field zone, so it's not the fullest I've ever seen.
The thing is, right now I'm playing pure Mitsurugi, even though I don't have Dominus Impulse. I think I got a trick
You will have at one point.
And the thing is, that's a half field. The full combo of that deck is really not that impressive. And playing versus Memento feels kind of dangerous. You really have to find a good point to interrupt them, even though sometimes the deck has issues forcing interruptions.
Yeah, but if there is one deck that can maybe interrupt the Memento deck enough, it's probably the Livestream deck. Because that deck has so much room for non-engine, it's impressive.
Yeah, you're playing a bunch of 1-card combos.
Yeah, quite a lot actually, and then you have like 20 slots plus left, and you're like, okay, which cards are playing? Because the deck can also play like any of them. They can play like easily Forbidden Droplet themselves, or just some hand interactions. The only thing is, the deck cannot play any dominance card.
Yeah, that's fine. I think you'll get over this at some point. Good thing for Yusuf is he didn't draw a lot of non-engine, I thought, even though he had 2 set cards, so we basically just saw 1-card combo there.
Yeah, and that means, well, 2-card combo with the Engraver, but still it didn't look too weak.
Why did he start? Like, he had Kissy-Kill in his opening hand.
Yeah.
Do you think it was perhaps a mistake to start with the Sunny Snitch then? Because Droll and Lockbird would have hurt if you have Engraver in hand.
I don't think that's really that much of a problem, because you can just like get to the Engraver of Requiem yourself, so that's not the issue. I think you wanted to check for an Ash Blossom as example, because in that case, like it's hard to...
Good bait out.
It's a good bait, yeah, because it's so tough to use interruptions on the combo of the Livestream deck, and therefore I think like maybe people feel forced to negate the Searcher.
Yeah, the thing is, if you only have Ash Blossom as an interruption, and your opponent activates the Sunny Snitch, you lose if you don't throw the Ash Blossom on it, because they just normal summon Kizikeel.
I mean, you can try to negate the Requiem.
Ah, that's a good point.
But it's still a lot, but then the problem is you get so hard punished if you like Ash the Requiem and they are like effect engraver to that.
But there's also like still 2 monsters on the field, and that's two Live-Turn monsters.
Yeah, so they'll make Live-Turn combo anyways. So I think like maybe you need to negate that. What I feel like is maybe people don't know the Live-Turn cards and therefore like use like the Fuva loss when they search the suite.
Oh yeah, that could also be possible. But we've heard that our duelists are ready, so let's go into game 2. Let's get ready here. Yusuf going second with the Live-Twin Fiendsmith deck now versus Memento. And now we're going to see maybe a... Oh no, that didn't look good. The cards that I saw from this hand did not look good.
But I like that he like quickly shows it to the stream. Like, I mean, it was a bit too fast for me. to see all the cards, but
That's a good card.
that is a good card. But the question is now, does Yusuf have like the Veiler or Impermanence or Ash Blossom, which you want to use here?
Actually, I think I'm a big fan of Ash Blossom on the Anguish because then you can't dodge the... Actually, yeah, you can still dodge it with Memento because then with Bone Party and...
Because they'll just summon Tatsu no Toshigo.
Those cards are not that great, but you have to throw them immediately.
Oh, and Alex doesn't look
yeah,
happy.
sometimes those cards just win you the game instantly because the deck doesn't have that many pushes through it. They just have great ways to dodge those cards. But if they don't, you just lose this on. There's a Pot of Prosperity. Interesting enough. So we're playing around Droll and Blockbird by normal summoning the Anguish first.
Yeah.
And even if we're finding the Breakout now or the Mantotlan Bone Party, we're still good.
Yeah, but I think like maybe Yusuf has an Ash Blossom here, and I'll be honest with you, I use it immediately if he has it.
I wouldn't even wait for my opponent to put the 6 cards down.
Oh, I would wait.
Yeah, it's probably smarter. But I wouldn't.
But sometimes you can't contain yourself. It's like like Ash on Branded Fusion, like.
Yeah. You yell at your opponent, Ash! Ah! All right.
Okay, let's see. Are we? Can we count till 6?
Joseph, that was 6 cards. Now the question is also, do we find
I think he said yes. I think he let it resolve.
Tatsu no Shigo, Bone Party, Breakout, everything?
I think Yusuf is laughing. I think he baited like with the Ash, and now we are like sleepy. Not that good Tatsu no Toshigo. That's what we were looking at for. A lot of Anguishes on the field and a lot of...
Alex, you need to shuffle the deck. You know that, right? This is madness, double Anguish.
Oh,
Tatsu no Shigo. Yeah, okay, of course we take this one.
And that's the thing. He sided in Drone Blockbird going first. Not that good against the Electron deck, but you know, very good against Mulchamis.
That is true, yeah, it's a good point because you also don't search
the
too
cards
much
get
with
to the bottom of the deck, but I hope he'll be at the deck quickly.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we've just discussed this now. We're just talking to the judge now at this point. Does Alex access the deck now very soon? Because the thing is, if he goes Tatsu no Shigo and that one gets infinite impermanence as well, and you can't play through this,
then we have to like search the cards out, I guess.
Yeah, that's true, but I think that we can still kind of do that.
Okay, let's see.
That's not and Joseph just says, okay, let's have a game here, okay?
I mean, players are nervous. Like probably Alex's first feature match, and then like against Yusuf and the deck, he doesn't know that well. And now we are sending the Mementolan Goblin, the Sleepy, and it is the Mace. Yeah, that makes 5, and therefore is legal. Oh wait, or is it 6?
No, it's 5. I'm just confused because usually what you want to send to the graveyard is Mementolan Gatic.
Yeah.
Because Gatlic, when it's sent to the graveyard by a Memento card effect, it just special summons itself out and usually adds back a Sleepy or a Mementolan Fusion.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel like I've seen more people like drawing the Gatic than having it in deck.
That's such a pain, honestly. Every time you have this in your hand, you're like, oh, I have to get to Sleepy somehow, and then I have to fuse from hand.
The thing is, this is still easy combo because we can still oh no, the Anguish is negated, therefore we cannot, and that's what.
Oh wow.
And that's what Yusuf will tell him. I think now it is negated, in fact.
Oh yep. Oh, that is so tough right now. If the could have just sent Gatic and Sleepy, and then you would have had a combo here. But he just relied on the Anguish being able to destroy itself. But he has the Mementolan Fusion. That one gets
two loss. But the
we have
question
Ash Blossom in hand.
Okay, we Ash that. The question is, do we have two? We haven't destroyed something yet, right?
Oh, we have the.
Yeah. Okay. You're right.
Yeah. So that's a big one. Yusuf was probably like, hey, my opponent might have messed this up, but resolving a Mementolan Fusion it's just always gonna get you to where you want to be. Question is, do you want to manage your graveyard now, or do you value the body of the Anguish on board?
Oh, I'm sure I'll just like put the stuff in the graveyard back, honestly. I gotta ask the question because Basti is not on the feature right now. Which card do you think is better, Mementolan Fusion or Branded Fusion?
It's
You think it's Mementolan Fusion? I mean...
It's a quick spell, come on. It's also an interruption on the opponent turn.
I mean, we saw Branded Fusion in the last feature match, and it looked weaker than now.
No, the Mementolan Fusion is absolutely crazy. I mean, yes, it's not a one-card starter, but not every card has to be, right? You have, like...
Fair enough, yeah.
If the deck... Like, Branded really relies on the Branded Fusion because it's incredibly powerful. But the Memento deck, you're not relying on the Mementolan Fusion to get you started. So this card in your deck is more valuable than the Branded Fusion, I want to say.
Yeah, probably. I think we will see over the course of the tournament which deck goes further in the tournament.
It's also not really a good argument to have, to be honest, because
No,
it's
really.
like if the situations were reversed, how good would Branded be if the Branded fusion would be the Memento fusion?
That is a very interesting question, but I wouldn't. If I would be a Branded player, I would not change fusions with Memento.
Yeah, that's true, because then your deck just doesn't have
Oh,
anything
and now
to
we
start
sent the
with.
Gattack actually, so
Yeah.
we had it in deck. This looks a bit risky then, but
Oh wow, we're going to be able to summon back the, or search back the, add back
but that's a.
the Sleepy.
I don't think that's that good because we sent the Creation King as well, but I think we had,
Yeah, we had the
Memento
Memento
Miglen already in hand.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do. You want to kind of put the Tekutlika in there as well. So I think what we're going to do soon is go Gattack.
Yeah. Bring
Summon
Sleepy.
Yeah, summon Sleepy.
Oh!
Oh, Meowth here is huge as well for
Yeah.
Yusuf.
And
With a nice quarter century.
yeah, and that card here, it might ruin the plan because we also sent the Akihiron, which also want to like come back from the graveyard at some point, and therefore,
Yeah.
if he really summons Akihiron back, then Yusuf just gets 3 draws.
Yep, I like there is a few draws here to be had because we want to go for a Sleepy route here. Means we go into Twin Dragon and Twin Dragon pops itself to summon something back from the graveyard. So we also have the Memento Miglen in hand, which by the way kind of, you said it earlier,
Also.
negates the Tekutlika and also wants to summon back something. The good thing is that with Memento, you can kind of ignore most of these things by just not going through all of those cards. We have plenty of resources in the graveyard as well because of our Tatsumi Shogo, so...
But I'll be honest with you, like, I don't know if Ashing the Fubalos was correct here, because how much would we have summoned from the extra deck?
There you go. Oh, wait, whoa. Okay, that's surprising to me. I'm sure Alex has a plan, but I figured that, I mean, we can just add the Tekutlika
Oh, do we?
with the Twin Dragon, but I thought that we leave the Sleepy on the field, fusion away the Gattack, and then use the Twin Dragon because we don't want to waste it and destroy it and summon back something.
Or do we maybe like keep the Twin Dragon on field?
Yeah, I thought we do that and destroy the Sleepy so we can send the Tekutlika.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a great play, yeah. You're right. The thing is, I think, like, what is interesting here is we could still trigger the Miglen if we want to get, like, Maze.
Yeah.
But then we would give another draw over, though, but...
Yeah, we search for the Tekutlika now and the Twin Dragon, of course, as well. Do we even have the Bone Party in rotation yet?
No, yet. But we could get the Fusion to go for a Guardian Chimera, I think.
Yeah, we could also use the... Oh, we would have to commit heavily into the Meowls.
Oh, I think we trigger them all. We trigger them all!
Wow, Yusuf he's got the stars in his eyes right now going, hey, I did not think this Meowth would go this crazy versus Memento, but it sure does.
To be fair, the Life deck has very limited amount of pushes.
That's true.
So we can probably just say like, okay, anyways, but the amount of hand interactions they could draw is very scary in my opinion.
Yep, I mean, if you have infinite impermanence that you're finding, then that's basically less amount of pushes that you need. Also, you have the Fiendsmith engine. If you draw an Engraver, then that's also kind of fine.
Also,
Okay.
also Nibiru looks way stronger than normally here, I feel like. Because we have 5 monsters on here. So how many do we draw? 1, 2? Is it a third?
3.
It's a third, yeah.
Okay, wait, Akihiron came by its own effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, the Twin Dragon summoned out the Sleepy and the Miglen summoned out the
Anguish, yeah.
Anguish. That's just a bunch of cards that you don't really want to give your opponent because they don't do anything.
Now, do we have Nibiru? Oh, we Ash. We drew
Wow,
Ash.
that is so big that first of all disables. Oh no! This disables the access to Bone Party, and we have tried to use Anguish earlier, so we don't have anything on the field currently to destroy the Akihiro to get back the fusion. That's a disaster, and Alex is shaking his head.
Yeah, I gotta ask you one thing. Have you ever seen Creation King being able to destroy 5 cards of your opponent?
No! That's crazy, actually. Because you have to link off something first, so you can.
Can we somehow destroy the Akihiro probably? Does it add back if it's destroyed from banished? Wasn't it like that?
It adds back from banished or graveyard if it's destroyed.
So can we somehow destroy it and get back the fusion?
Yeah, you would usually do that by Anguish, but we have tried to activate it earlier.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, the SP Little Knight is on the field, so we
do
can.
have in our hand. Can we summon the Tekutlia still or not?
Pretty sure, but how many monsters do we?
It's 4, or isn't it? Isn't it 4?
It's way lit. Oh no, and the SP Little Knight, the link pointers. They are pointing to the side. There is nothing you can link off those getting Akihiro onto.
Don't tell me we need to link it off for a dark now.
Oh no! Alex is just struggling to put up a field here.
Disaster.
Oh, this Meowls was insane. The Ash Blossom was even bigger.
We pass on this? Do we
Yusuf
just
is-
pass on this?
We can't summon the Tekutlika. He just passes on this, and Yusuf is eating fantastically tonight. This is delicious. With this, that's a sweet treat for him, I want to say.
I don't think he has a delicious memory in his deck, though.
That's true, but it's gonna be a delicious memory here when he tries to eat that field.
I mean, honestly, though, like, if Livestream has a board it can break, it's this half board, I think.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, there is a banish and a pop or multiple pops from the.
But we normal
Tekutlika.
Lurie, what?
Oh wait, that is not the good. That is not the goodest.
But is it a bait? Is it a bait?
Wait, do we thrust? Do we talents? What are we doing, Yusuf?
Do we?
Do we have anything?
Yeah, we add back the
There we
fusion
go.
now, which is good, but it doesn't set and cannot be activated as well, so we won't be able to use it here.
Not even Engraver helps you
Yeah.
here because you had the Lurie.
Yeah, and there is the engraver now. SP Little Knight, the last interrupt we probably have. I don't think Alex has anything in his hand left.
But what does
which
the
we can
Engraver
use.
do now?
The engraver could run over the SP if he wants to.
Yeah.
Or maybe we have another way to get
I mean,
to some place, like if with Duke of the Mice, maybe?
yeah, but okay, yeah, I can see that. You have the Lurie in hand. Oh, we activate the tract already.
Oh, that gets a lot weaker though with
Yeah.
Lurie in our hand,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Do we
Yes.
discard Black Commander?
I am confusion. Perulia gets discarded here,
Okay.
which is a good shout. I want to say we could put back the Lurie. We could have put back the Lurie before, go Engraver, attack over the SP Little Knight, and then activate tract.
I feel like it's a bit weird he didn't start with Engraver to use the tract
Right.
at Majesty's Fiend and discard Lurie.
almost got me there. That would go hard. Actually, it would not go hard in this scenario. But okay, Engraver. I mean, you can just safely still go into Requiem and summon out another Engraver without SP being a threat here. We attack over the SP Little Knight. Alex, do you have Dark Honest in hand? Which is now actually a card. I was saying this for years as a joke, but now Dark Honest exists.
It actually does, yeah. But he doesn't have it. I think we also know all the cards in Alex's hand.
Yeah.
But the question is now, does Yusuf have any way to extend? And now I don't think we can drag enemy clan here.
I was thinking, how are you pointing at the level of SP Little Knight here? How are you targeting SP Little Knight?
I think it's
to-
also not any monster, right? It's only mementos, probably.
Might be, yeah. Engraver now breaks this half field, actually.
The question is, though, how much can we still do? I mean, we have the engraver left, so if we do have any way to get into Duke of the Mice and maybe like summon a Quizzical Frost from our hand, then we might have a chance.
Stop hating.
But otherwise, I
So-
feel like I think Teams of Control does not win against the Memento follow-up here.
No, that's true. I mean, actually, Alex has only a fusion in hand and another card we don't know, so the...
But when he triggers the Creation King in his turn to destroy, like
No, he's
all...
gonna send this.
Oh yeah, probably, but I don't know, the Trihorn in hand, the Tikudlia comes out.
Oh yeah, with Trihorn, if you can't get rid of the... Oh yeah, it's... Oh no, wait, it's not Trihorn. Or is it 3 cards in hand? Has to be, right?
It has, yeah, he searched it.
Oh yeah, with the Tekutlika coming out, it's gonna be very hard to win this game. So Yusuf needs to find a way. I thought he had this, honestly, after...
And he has a fusion as well in hand, so if
Yeah,
he
yeah.
plays like a second Twin Dragon...
I mean, you could just use Tekutlika, summon back, put back the Twin Dragon, and then summon it out.
Yeah, true, you're right.
So Requiem is being attached here.
Yeah,
or equipped.
and that's a problem, like you can't even make a Desiree big enough to run over. And also, I don't think the Tikutli, it does not activate, right? It's just summons.
Oh, yeah.
Therefore,
It's
like
just-
even Caesar cannot.
It just goes right in there. Yusuf is now checking all of the options here. What can we do? I mean, even if Momentum Clan would set something back in the opponent's end phase, there is just no target.
The thing is, I think if you're Alex right now, you're feeling quite good because you know
Yeah.
you will get a turn, and he actually has to Harpies, Feather Duster, the Memento Mictlan, and now we know why Yusuf did not have a life twin.
Yusuf is drinking still water tonight because there's not a lot of gas in his hand.
we pass on Engraver only. Didn't we have a way to summon one back from graveyard? Or did we do that already?
That's how we got
we
this
did
one.
It. Oh, you're
I think it was
you're right.
100% the incorrect choice to go with the normal summon Lurie.
Yeah, you're right. I think, but the question is, if he didn't have like any other way. No, I think you're still correct. Like he could have like still normal like the Lacrima. So
And that would have gotten rid of the Gatic, which is for some reason incredibly relevant in this game.
yeah. And now here we can summon the Trihorn, or what's it called? The Memento?
Mementoplan Horndragon.
Mementoplan Horndragon, yeah.
Which is a very funny card that gets a little less funny because of its wording. I thought that you have to target 3 cards on the field when the Horndragon gets destroyed.
Yeah. One of them being yours.
One of them has to be your Memento card. And I thought it was only Memento cards, so when Basti yesterday night took my Tekutlika with the one-off talents that he drew in 49 cards, always, I thought I could destroy the Tekutlika and 2 cards from his field with my Trihorn Dragon, but then I had to destroy my Memento card, which wasn't there anymore. So
yeah, no, that doesn't work, yeah, like you said. But here we have it, the Memento Infusion for Guardian Chimera. I hope we didn't shuffle back for Guardian Chimera.
Right. Oh.
Okay. We were using materials because I wanted to say like you can't Guardian Chimera with monsters from the graveyard, of course. And
try.
That does not trigger here because there is not enough cards to destroy.
Yep, unfortunate. But I mean, this is still more than enough for Alex to play because he has the Tekutlika in the graveyard. Josef is right now.
We immediately destroy our own Guardian Chimera. We are like, yeah, no, I don't want it anymore. You can have it.
Yep, searching for a Bone Party, which is gonna trigger Akihiron. I think you don't need to destroy a Memento card to trigger Akihiron. Maybe you do.
There is Droll and Lockbird. Maybe the only hope Yusuf still had.
I mean, it has to be something in his hand, right?
I mean, the question now is, did he side out the Fiendsmith in Paradise? Or can he, like, use the Lacrima for Requiem?
Wait, did he destroy the trigger the Akihiro on Guardian Chimera? Because it says if a Memento card is in the hand of field is destroyed by battle card effect.
Yeah, he destroyed that one. We maybe need to...
Yeah, I think Yusuf is reading the card thoroughly right now, so I don't think he... I think he just realized and told his opponent that, yo, this is not...
Okay.
So he searched for a Bone Party, has no card in play anymore, and just passed on having a Bone Party and gets Trolled and Lockbird here.
The thing is now he can still summon back the Tekutlia and still Bone Party from deck if he wants to.
Yeah, but what does that do?
Get a Sleepy? I don't know.
Get a Sleepy with no other card.
Correct, yeah.
You have to special summon it, so you can summon Gatic actually.
Can you somehow summon Akihiron? Does it crash into Engraver and add back?
I mean, if you summon back Akihiron, you're kind of good, I think. Wait. No, you... Okay, wait. That's... Okay, full...
Yeah, you can Akihiron back when you use Bone Party. Yeah.
Let's log in. So...
So we could summon, like, Dark Blade or Anguish.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to get...
Or Tatsu and then send the Gatic with Sleepy.
Yeah. We just attack.
Can we Bone Party in main phase only, right?
My play would have been Bone Party, destroy the Tekutlika, summon out Dark Blade, trigger Akihiron, effect Dark Blade, destroy Akihiron, add back the fusion, special summon out...
I think you summon out the...
Perhaps, it depends on how many names you have, you take Goblin and then...
You can also immediately summon the Tatsu and send the Gatic and the Sleepy if you want to.
Yeah, there is ways that lead to The Hague, the city we're currently in.
The thing is though, there is still a Anguish in the graveyard. And therefore we could summon it back off the Tekutlia, get a maze to take over a monster, but this Tekutlia can be targeted, so if we have like infinite impermanence or so.
Yeah. That would be good.
The thing is, the only card we know now is the Lacrima in the hand.
Yeah. Which is a good card to have.
Yeah, but we see the big issue of the Livestream deck here. Like, it cannot bridge easily from Fiendsmith into the Livestream cards. You really need to draw them most of the time.
Yeah.
Because also there's none of the cards is a Fiend in deck. So you cannot just like Aerial Eater send it.
That's true. And there is going to be... Oh, we're considering the combined Creation King.
Yeah.
The Fusion Tekutlika.
That also would work, but I don't know if that's like the best option here, honestly.
I like Mace a lot more in this scenario.
I agree.
Destroying the Engraver just not, it feels off, kinda.
Yeah, especially because we know there is a Lacrima in hand.
Yeah, but what does the Lacrima do if we've
You just
already used
normal
the
it.
Engraver?
Yeah, but you just normal it and then go back into Requiem. Get another Engraver probably.
Okay, and then?
Then...
Yeah.
then it's probably an issue.
And there's not a lot happening anymore, but I still think that this is not the way to manage your resources on the side of Alex. Yusuf is like
to be
very
fair, we can still get it by like if we destroy the Creation King and a monster our opponent controls, we trigger Hero and then can Bone Party for the language.
True. Normal summon.
Lacrima, this is it a Chaos Angel angle?
I can see a Chaos Angel angle, to be completely honest with you.
Problem is, I don't think they'll. Oh, there's Impermanent that's like not that effective here.
Okay,
I think.
now we have full information. The good thing about the okay,
Okay.
I kind of like this because you have Bone Party that can summon out Anguish Surge Mace. So there is still a lot of room for plays. Especially summon out the Akihiron.
Okay, we have now. I don't know how often did he summon from the X-Ray last turn? Not 2 times or more, right? There's no Typhon angle here.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
that's yeah, he did. No, he didn't.
Yeah, okay, no, it doesn't matter though.
I think that's an end phase Bone Party right here, by the way, because there's not really a lot you can do in this situation. I think Yusuf is just packing up his cards because game 2 goes to Alex. It was a rocky road, but eventually we got there. Alex wins game 2. Was a lot of rocks that Yusuf put in his way with the Meowls and the Ash Blossom. That was crazy. But Yusuf just didn't have anything.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect Alex to still win this, honestly. I thought, like, Yusuf just has it now, but there was no life twins.
Yusuf just, at some point, was a little bit too confused. I think, would he have won this if he just activated Engraver, search Tracked, and then discard the Lurry for Tracked?
I don't think it made a big difference. I think it was better, but not... It doesn't... I don't think it makes a difference between win and loss.
Honestly, I mean, he ended on an Engraver on the field, and with that line, he would have ended on Lacrima on the field, plus Engraver, and that is a sequence, and that is a Desiree, Agnum Day, everything, so you get rid of the entire field. There is not the Mementotlin Gatic on the field anymore.
I mean, you still gotta pay attention, because if you destroy something, Mementotlin Miglan could trigger, but we had Duster, so we could have Dustered that before, so... Yeah, probably you're right. Yeah,
ending up on a Desiree is significantly stronger in that spot than ending up on Engraver. Yeah, so maybe Yusuf will have to say, "Yeah, I mean, I had the cards to maybe do it, but it just wasn't enough."
Yeah, the thing is, I think Yusuf is slightly favored in time. Simply, if he draws Sunny Snitch, then he can gain the life points. But I would also say it's definitely not sure. It's not as easy like. You play Malice, you can GVC to gain life, your opponent needs to do something. And, I mean, if a deck can inflict quickly damage in battle, Memento probably.
Yeah, that's true. Akihiron is definitely a naughty boy. I've just only learned this after I've played the deck, I've played like the combos, and I then went to Austria together with Etienne.
Yeah.
And we played at the airport, and he ended on a Desiree, and I was like, dude, how do I win through a Desiree? Like, the negate is already out. I just don't know how to out this. Then I tried to summon a Goddess.
Yeah. That outs Desiree, though.
Exactly. But he had a Fiendsmith in Paradise already in graveyard that he already used on the field, but then he chain blocked the Desiree because it's also a trigger. Yeah. I couldn't negate it, and then I didn't win. And then I sat next to both of them commentating over a Memento game, and Basti was like, yeah, and now we should be very fine to have game with Akihiron just letting everything attack directly. I was like, what? That's how you win with the deck? You just attack with everything directly because you can. Reading cards, everyone, is a very important part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And if you are doing that properly, you are in a big advantage over your opponent.
It's also a great coincidence that it's exactly 8,000 damage.
Yeah, that's
coincidence.
It's, almost like it's used to be like that.
Yeah.
But we've just heard that our players are ready, so let's go over to game 3.
And there we have the both players. Yusuf finally going first again. And he's out of Physical Frost. Not the best summon, but it works.
It used to be a brick once in a day, once in a lifetime. But now we have the Kizikil deal.
Exactly, and we send the Lila Suite, we'll summon it back, and now we have 2 bodies, and one of them being a Light Fiend.
What a sweet deal you got with this.
A really sweet deal here, and what will it be? It will be the Fiends with Requiem.
What? This is almost full Orcus combo at this point. Going to be able to summon out the Lacrima, send the Fiendsmith Engraver, and now we're going to proceed with our full combo. Alex is he's just waiting in there, hoping to have a droplet in hand. I mean, he will know at this point, to be honest, but...
I mean, at that point, there's not a lot he can really do if he doesn't have a hand interaction. He'll just let his opponent do, and then we will see.
So the big question is now, Lila is being summoned. Meows? Meow. Kitty cat? Kitty cat? Nope, no kitty cat, so there is no Mole Charmies in here for Alex.
So now the question is here, the Nibiru, and there is Nibiru, and that here doesn't do that much, honestly.
Yep, let's see actually how much it does. We haven't... oh, wait. Do we get to draw a card? Did Alex chain this to the Lila? That is huge.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
All right, smart. That is smart, because that would have been really, really cool here.
Yeah,
okay.
And there is the token.
Now let's see how much Yusuf does.
Yeah, and now the question is, does he play the Duke of the Mice or not? Because that makes a big, big difference here. The only issue is, normally, this would still be able to make the full Live-Twin combo, but the difference here is, since he didn't start with the Live-Twin Kizikil or neither Live-Twin Lila, he can't really do it, because how you do it normally is, you go for the Abao, you summon back the other one which you didn't start with, and then you can still summon from the deck.
Those are so good. Those are so good.
And we equip Requiem, we send the Nibiru to Graveyard, and now, there we have the Kaiba token now, and I'm sure we will link it off quickly to go into Fiendsmith Sequence.
It stays there. Oh, you were right. Turns out you were right all along. We go into
It was the biggest token though, so not that big of a loss. And there is a Fiendsmith Sequence, and now, what are we summoning? Is it just the Desiree, or is it a Duke? It looks like it's just a Desiree.
Yep. The big question is, are we going to go for an Agnum Dayline here, or are we going to not do that?
I don't think we really will. Is it maybe... do we have maybe a line where we go Muckracker?
Ooh.
Is there something we might be able to do? I don't think there is really that much we can do. No, it doesn't look like. We just... At least remember to equip the sequence, because it can actually equip itself from the field.
And now the Fiendsmith Desiree is, of course, also untargetable.
Yeah,
not if it's only at...
yeah, you had to learn it yesterday the hard way.
Yeah, I just forgot. I just forgot.
And we start with Tatsu Toshiga, and that field of Yusuf, it does not look that great.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's just a Desiree, and this is something where Alex might be able to push through, actually, with some nifty combo plays. Question is, does... I mean, this is a very vulnerable to Desiree effect.
Oh, yeah,
He just let the summon go through, I think, was...
yeah. And it doesn't destroy itself for effect. And now we use the Desiree already.
Yeah.
Do we have a Bone Party, maybe?
Yeah, Bone Party. Okay, we normal summon Maze.
That's fine, I think.
Yeah, I think we're... It's not the easiest way to combo off, though. So
I mean, it adds any Memento card, so... A Spell Trap, so... Should be
oh,
good
yeah,
enough.
true. It also adds the spell traps.
Yeah, so the question is now, can we negate it? We don't, apparently.
No, Mace Pop itself, search Momentotland Fusion, and now you can go into the Twin Dragon by putting back the Mace.
The question is, what is set there? Because normally game 1 we said like, yeah, probably Impermanence. But here, post-sighting, could be anything. Literally anything.
It's true. Oh, we have the...
Oh, it's a Sleepy.
Sleepy that we want to activate. I really like this. So you want to maximize the value you get out of Sleepy by going into a Twin Dragon here. Just rather maximize the value you get out of the Fusion by shuffling back 3 from the graveyard. You want to use the bodies that you have on the field, and this is looking grim for Yusuf.
So, will we immediately Fusion summon the Creation King, or is there a warning? It is,
no!
It is Dimensional Barrier for Fusions, but didn't we add them in total infusion? Now we can just chain it.
We could chain it if Alex thinks about this.
I mean, to be fair, we would only get like a negated Creation King.
That is true,
which
but
could run over the Desiree though, because what we should remember is there is no follow-up on Yusuf's side here.
yeah, that is actually true.
There's no Fiend's Fall. We shuffled back the Lacrima. Desiree actually gets negated, which does not really matter, but...
That is true, but the barrier, does it also negate the effects in the graveyard? Or is
no, it doesn't.
So Mace is being shuffled back. We take probably the 2 monsters from the field.
Yeah. Yeah, now we will put that back and we will send the other 2 to the graveyard, I assume.
Oh, the Gatic. Oh, that's nice. But wait, Gatic also...
I think it does trigger because it's by card effect only.
Yeah, it's Memento card effect. Could also be monster effect, actually.
And now we use the fusion to destroy the Sleepy. Actually, quite a nice play.
Doesn't trigger. Needs to be sent by a monstrous effect.
Oh,
That's,
that doesn't trigger? He also didn't use it.
Yeah,
to be
if
fair.
you have it in hand, you want to fuse it away with the Sleepy.
Yeah, that
So
makes a
get the
lot of
effect.
sense. Yeah, and now we use the fusion. We will destroy the Sleepy and we'll get ourselves a Bone Party.
That's also a very good way to get the Tekutlika into the graveyard.
Exactly, the party started.
Yeah. So Alex finding a very good way to play through this.
Yeah, he only got to look at the time because it's not that much more. I don't know. I don't think we are synced on the second. So we will need to see how much time is left.
Yep, that is a very, very good point. But I think that if there is only a few seconds left, then you can still go with the...
Oh, there's Droll and Lockbird by Yusuf now.
Yeah, but that doesn't really do too much, right? You're
No, not
sending to
really.
the graveyard with a Sleepy now. Akihiron is being sent to the graveyard for that, so I think we want to...
But if we send it, we won't get to the Tekutlia, I think.
Yeah, we can still use Bone Party, pop the
But
Tekutlika.
we cannot add.
We can special summon.
But we can't special summon Tekutlia, right? Needs
Let's
to be summoned by its own
summon
effect.
Goblin and activate that effect and send
We
2
can
cards.
do that though, yeah.
And
you
one of
are
them,
right.
you can pop the Akihiron actually with
Yeah.
the Goblin to send the Tekutlika.
That sounds like a good play, but we will need to look with time. But we go battle phase now, and that will mean,
That would be 200 damage.
yeah. Or did the judge say it's time out before is now the question?
Yep, there is going to be the battle phase. Desiree is being attacked over.
Okay, let's see what happens. Will Desiree be sent to the graveyard or not?
All right, okay, we actually have 3
Okay.
minutes. The timer is actually updated. We had some information that confused both of us a little bit.
Okay,
That's on
okay,
our part,
okay.
but 3 minutes are still left. I think that Alex is just... But, I mean, if you attack over the Desiree, then you have no Bone Party target anymore.
That is actually correct because we can Bone Party and damage step. Question is there something in the hand of Alex still?
I mean, it has to be, kind of, because
We
otherwise...
are reading Droll and Lockbird. I don't think that makes the biggest difference here.
Doesn't add another attack.
Yeah, we
Okay, so-
attack. That's 200 points of damage, which will be dealt to Yusuf. We use the Desiree now.
And damage step. Tekutlika is being sent to the graveyard, and Alex is like, ugh, I kind of wanted a target here.
Yeah, and because maybe he thought like the dimensional barrier negates on the graveyard as well, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it definitely does not. Or does it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They. I think I'm pretty sure it will be sent.
No,
No,
you can't
no.
activate that in damage
Yusuf
step.
says that no, you can't.
Oh, Alex is just... This kind of looks like he doesn't have anything to play with anymore. What is happening here? Alex is struggling. He had this game in his hand and he can't add the Memento Mictlan here because he's under Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah, no, that does not work. There is Droll and Lockbird. Yusuf tells him there is Droll.
He really can't activate anything anymore. There's Dimensional Barrier, there is Droll and Lockbird, and if he
And
just
now
passes,
Yusuf gets a turn.
Engraver just attacks for game here.
And there
There's-
is the Sunny Snitch.
Oh my goodness, Sunny Snitch adds another card, and out of nowhere, Yusuf gets this game back. Has to pay attention though. 200 life points is 200 life points.
Yeah, and now I'm pretty sure we will just do anything as quickly as possible. Attack for 1,000 or so, and then go main phase 2, do our stuff.
Yeah, because you only get 200 life points if your opponent's normal or special summons a monster. Which is a card that kind of basically locks you out of summoning if you're close to time at some point.
Yeah, we go Kiss a Kill Deal. We might use we use the effect. We will send the Lila Sweet, summon it back.
We
no, I think
sent the Physical Frost, even though you already have one. Now we summon the Lila Sweet, with that we already have in the graveyard. or already had in the graveyard. Good Nibiru that stopped Yusuf in the turn
The thing is,
before
I
that.
don't think we can send the Kissiker Frost. It might not matter here, but
Yusuf is just going through the motions here. Sure, you have to send a Lilla monster, right?
exactly, I think we have to send a Lilo monster. I mean, it won't make a bit of difference here because we have the Kissiker Frost anyways in the graveyard, but
So let's try to contact the judges. Okay, so people have been informed.
and there is now Nibiru, the primal being,
Oh my goodness.
without.
Philip, how hard is it to just summon Engraver and attack?
It's crazy, it's crazy. Maybe I don't know how much time they have. Like,
This is absolutely... this game is a big back and forth here. Just like this Nibiru, the primal being, is an absolute menace. And you don't have a lifetime monster on the field, so you don't get the 200 life points, right?
no, you don't, because you need actually an evil twin even.
Oh,
so,
evil twin.
And
Okay.
here we don't have anything. And we passed it back. Yusuf passes the turn to Alex.
Oh, and now we get the Memento Mictlan there. Alex is... that's... I'm at a loss for words. This was a chaotic featured match, but Alex is looking like he's coming out on top. There might have been another minute of time added, because on my watch, the time is already over. But we are continuing here with the life points disadvantage on the side of Yusuf. Typhon is being summoned because we don't have the resources anymore. Typhon is bouncing back the token.
And we go battle phase now. We attack for 2-9, but no, we don't. There is the Lacrima for Requiem. We use the Requiem in main phase still. Summon back Lacrima.
Yep, and that is in defense here. It is absolute chaos right here at the round 3 featured match.
I don't know, why are we sending... We actually send a Paradise.
It's a good card. I think we have Desiree in the graveyard, so that's something we can play with, but...
Did we shuffle it back maybe with Engraver?
I think so, yeah. Engraver doing a good job, and now the time is ticking down, and it should be
And there
time
it is.
now!
Time is over. It was a chaotic game, honestly.
Bit of confusion on our part, sorry for that, but Alex takes down and goes 3-0 in this very tournament in the WCQ.
With his Memento deck.
Yeah, with his Memento deck. Memento once again reigning supreme here. It is such a good... I don't even want to call it a rogue choice anymore, because it has been dominating tournaments. It has been winning YCSs. So that seems to be a very good choice for these decks. The Live Twin deck just... it actually didn't really get to play here a lot, right?
Yeah, but also from percentages, I don't know if we can call the Memento deck still a rogue deck, first of all, I want to
Yeah.
say.
It's not.
But yeah, it's just performing, and now, yeah, the Live Twin deck, it looked strong, but it had some problems. So, yeah, that's the issue. We also got an information. There will actually be no winners interview now because the time's already ticking, but we will have another interview for you soon.
Yeah, we will have an interview with a dragon duelist out of the Netherlands, so looking forward to
Yeah,
that soon.
I already said it in into the introduction of the day that also the young generation, they have gathered here to also duel who's their champion, and I don't know if we have already found a champion
I also
already,
don't know.
but I'm sure Lampy will.
Lampy will find out.
He will find out for sure in a moment. But before talking about that, let's probably just quickly recap the feature match. It was a very chaotic game.
Okay,
Yeah.
game 1, full combo. No
Yeah.
questions asked.
No, nothing else. Yeah. Game 2.
Game 2, the Meowls was incredible.
Yeah.
Alex completely committed into the Meowls.
But we didn't draw any life twins.
Yep. Then Yusuf normal summoned the Lurry that he could have discarded with the Tract.
Yeah, which probably would have been better to have
Yeah.
more bodies.
Because then he could have maybe played through the game. So he
Yeah.
ended up losing that one.
Exactly. And game 3, I don't know what I can really tell about it. It was
Game 3 was a lot of stuff happening there.
Yeah.
There was a bone party. There was plenty of effects that weren't really resolved.
Yeah.
And it was a crazy game.
definitely not a standard game, I would say. Like,
Yeah, we got this was. I'm at a loss for words because there was so much chaotic stuff happening, stuff we didn't expect. But Alex did come out on top.
Yeah.
So
and the
also,
3-0.
what I also want to really just quickly mention is that there is a lot of pressure of playing onto the feature.
Of course,
I-
yeah,
I've
definitely. No
played-
blaming the players. No,
I've
no
played in
blaming.
front of a camera already, and I have done terribly.
Yeah,
So that is, I've done.
but
I've
not
done-
always, not always. I heard
That's
you were
true.
like a national champion, actually.
Yeah, in this very country. So this is why this is also a very emotional tournament for me to cast. This is the first time for me casting the Dutch nationals, and I'm super hyped about it, to be honest.
Yeah. 2018?
18, yeah, exactly.
18,
With
so
with
7 years ago, yeah.
So with my fabulous Trickstar deck.
Your Trickster deck.
Yeah.
You still have the cards?
Normal Summon Cantina, of course I still have the cards, even though some of the cards were borrowed at that event already. The Joel and Lockbird were the ones of the winner of 2017, actually. But enough of that, because we now have the interview ready of Basti with our Dragon Duel player.
Thank you so much. And indeed, I have one of our Dragon Duel participants here with me, and that is Jelte. Jelte, tell us, how old are you?
11.
11 years old. So for Dragon Duel, you got to be born 2011 or later. Therefore, it's a stage basically for our younger duelists out there, and you are participating in that. Jelte, tell us, what deck are you playing today, or have you played in the event?
Memento, it's such a fun deck.
And I think you had a story on why you played Memento, right? Because you were playing another deck before, and then you switched to Memento, correct?
Yes, I outplayed by Memento and not a little bit.
And then I think you played versus someone, and he was so good at Memento against you, so you said, I want to play Memento now as well, right?
Yeah,
So for how long have you been playing Yu-Gi-Oh already?
3 years.
3 years. And how do you usually play? Do you play at locals, or do you play at home, or where do you play Yu-Gi-Oh?
2, local and home.
And at home, who do you duel against?
My dad.
I think you're here with your dad as well, right? So you made the trip together, and so he's playing in the main event, and you're playing in Dragon Duel, is that correct?
Yes.
Alrighty. And how did the tournament go? Because you're already done with Dragon Duel. How did your tournament personally go?
2-1.
Okay.
1 lose.
2 wins, 1 lose, that's not too bad. So Memento is a really complicated deck, but is it complicated to you, or do you just enjoy playing it?
Yeah, I enjoy to play it, but it's hard to play.
So you learn every game?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Jelte, thank you so much for doing the interview with me. Everyone at home, if you want to play Dragon Duel, as I said, for everyone born 2011 or later, you can participate in that very special tournament that is held besides the main event here. So we're going to have a Dragon Duel champion for the Dragon Duel division as well. Thank you, Jelte. Thank you, everyone, for watching the interview. And I see players are already gathering, so round 4 is coming very, very soon. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere, as we will be right back. We may have just crowned the winner of Dragon Duels, but of course in our main event here at the Dutch National Championship 2025, we've only reached round number 4. Basically for today, that is going to lead us to halftime midway through this match, as we are playing 7 rounds of Swiss today. For this round, Leonard Koenig and Sebastian Lemke once again on the cast. And Leo, we're going to see a deck we both have fond memories with, because we both kind of started out our competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Journey with that deck.
Yeah, it's kind of closer relations to the Giga Plant deck, but Gladiator Beast is gonna make a return in the meta game.
Indeed,
and
it will.
I've already looked at some of the cards. I did not read them before.
Oh, okay.
This is my first time interacting with
great.
those, yeah.
Happy to hear that. Very, very excited. But yeah, before that, actually, before we get into the nitty-gritty of this match specifically, let's look at what in general is going on in the tournament. Let's see the most played cards. And this actually, I think, is very interesting, as this is changed a lot from last... Wait, no.
Where's Lancea?
And also, what is Raizil Mitsurugi? I think there's a small mistake in there. So let's maybe go back into the lab and make that overview perfect before we show it again. But for the moment...
Dude, imagine there was a card that was called Raizil Mitsurugi.
Oh, no. I don't even want to imagine
how would that card be? How would that card read? Would it be a level 4 monster that if it gets tributed, it searches for... X'd.
So you mean Saji, huh? Oh, yeah, okay, almost, yeah. Saji is close.
It's a reptile that you... Oh my goodness, I'm cooking.
No, we don't need it. We don't
Tribute from deck for ritual and then search for a Raziel card, search for a light.
No, I don't think that is
Pyro?
something we should do. But it's interesting because... Or one more thing that is interesting. We just said Raziel. Have you seen Raziel at all yet today? Was there a single Raziel on feature match? I don't think so, right?
No, that's true. I mean, people... It's so odd because the deck came in and everyone was like, oh my goodness, it's the best deck ever, and the detonator and everything. And now we only have one detonator, the deck's gone basically. But we have a featured match, the players are ready, so let's go over to the table.
And here we go. We're not going to see any Raziel in this one either, as the matchup we're going to see is Gladiator Beast, as we already spoiled just there. And then we have Junhee on Malice, and we do have Gladiator Beast starting, and look at this, it's the good old Proving Ground. We both know this one, that's for sure.
Yep, it's a very, very solid card. It's a card that back in the day wasn't even played too much, because you didn't want to have too many monsters,
true.
And now it's like a 3-of generic starter card, which is amazing.
It absolutely is, and Ciara is undefeated with Gladiator Beast. That is so cool, that is so strong, and we have searched for Gladiator Beast Atarix there. Oh, okay, we just preemptively here for Junhee dropped the Fuba loss, and it is getting answered with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And look at that, Ciara is not done yet, and that is one of the most recent and newest support cards for the Gladiator Beast deck. Yes, it is Gladiator Beast Gistel, and that one is so good, revealing the Atarix we just searched and special summoned them both out.
Oh, and this card, special summon, they summon themselves out, and if Gistel is summoned by the effect of a Gladiator Beast monster, you get to search for a trap, and coincidentally, it is a Gladiator Beast monster that summons itself.
That is true. That should be Vespasios that we just sent there to the graveyard. Vespasios is something that came out of Chaos Impact, so that has been a while ago. And we are searching for a spell card here, in fact, actually. And that spell card is going to be the Gladiator Beast's comeback. So Ciara just started game 1, and she's already celebrating a comeback here.
Ciara is absolutely cooking, celebrating the comeback of the mighty Gladiator Beasts.
Yeah, but I mean, Gladiator Beast's comeback, basically just saying special summon Gladiator Beast back from the hand or from the graveyard. So from the hand, it's not really a comeback.
Are you not missing something, Sebastian
Okay,
Lemke?
it gotta be a different type from the ones you control.
No, it can't be destroyed by battle.
And that is the important part about it. You're so right.
That always was the important part. What are you talking about?
Oh, and now look at that. Back in the day, not possible. Nowadays, a key component of the deck, because yes, contact fusing still possible even with the new Gladiator Beast cards. And yep, that is what we're going to go into there.
The good old
Tell us what it does.
The good old... thank you so much. It must be first special summon from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck.
Yep, that's what we did.
Once per turn, you can special summon one Gladiator Beast Fusion monster from your extra deck, except the Tamer Editor, ignoring its summoning conditions. At the end of battle phase, if your Gladiator Beast monster battled, you can shuffle that monster into the extra deck. Special summon one Gladiator Beast monster from deck, so you can just summon out Heraklinos.
You could. Actually, would be possible for sure, but even better than summoning Heraklinos nowadays is just bringing out the good old Gladiator Beast Domitianus. And that one is even bigger than the good old Heraklinos. And the thing about this, I mean, we ignore the summoning condition through the Tamer, which is really, really cool. And then we can just once per turn, when our opponent activates something, negate the activation, Leo.
Oh.
Negate the activation. It is actually a negate that the Gladiator Beast got now, and it is huge. And we do link the other two monsters off to go into the Test Panther, not the Test Tiger. Don't mistake him for that. It is the Test Panther now, which is the link to that the deck recently got as well.
I will be honest with you, it was not that recently. It's 5 years ago.
Wait, no.
2020 tin reprint already.
Okay, I mean... All right. You're true. There was another one that just recently came out, but that's not the Test Panther. You're so right.
Yep. And now we got Flavian, Colosseum of the Gladiator Beast. So cool card. Discards you one card, which basically gets rid of your Molcharmies and searches one. And in the turn where you summoned out a Gladiator Beast from deck, I think, you get to search a trap in the end phase or set it.
Ooh, that's huge. Also, just correcting, it was Test Beer. So the Test family got a new member in Supreme Darkness, and that was the Test Beer. But that's, of course, not the one we just saw there. But that is, as you correctly said, 5 years ago, Test Panther out of Chaos Impact.
I think it's Test Bear, by the way.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Okay, and now this is the Gistel again, right?
Yes, it is Gistel again.
And that is this hard once per turn? I would assume so, yeah. It's each of the following effect once per turn.
And look at Yuni. He does not know what's going on here, Gladiator Beast. And there is even the iconic Gladiator Beast quest now.
No, this one is illegal to read. this one, this is illegal to read. You have to know what Equus does.
And it is going to add back the comeback, I think. Yep, comeback back to the hand. And that one is indeed not once per turn, and therefore we can just use it again, summon another Gladiator Beast monster from the graveyard.
Or hand, because I don't think there is a lot in the graveyard, and I'm completely mistaken.
We do go for... Oh, we go for the Tamer. Do we get Heraklinos now as well?
Please! Heraklinos! Clara,
this is so beautiful to watch.
Heraklinos, come on. We can...
Oh, a second copy. I mean... If you already decide for it in the first place, you may as well go for a second copy of it over the Heraklinos. But we're not done yet. And I love the confidence from Ciara's side. She just doesn't even look back. She performs this combo as she would be at the kitchen table. Just go step by step.
But this combo is insane. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Why are there two
but she does it so calmly. She does it so
true.
calmly. And that is another Gladiator
Darius. Darius, I think.
Yeah, it is. Very much. And we're recycling the comeback one more time. This is truly a comeback.
Yeah, who doesn't love a good comeback story?
Okay, and we keep on linking. This is ridiculous. I didn't even know Gladiator Beasts were capable of doing this. This is one also not super recent. This is Dragazis out of Cybernetic Horizon. It's when you say that, you realize how...
Yeah.
How
old we are.
No, also that for sure, but we didn't know that one already. But how hiddenly there always was some more Gladiator Beast support step by step, and we were not even locked into anything, so we can just make Aspirator Knight as well. Why not? Yeah. And there's the Tamer again. Oh, come on. Now, Heraklinos, please give us Heraklinos.
Heraklinos.
Is it Heraklinos time?
Be a third Omni
no,
but maybe
please.
It's
It is Heraklinos!
Yeah! Woo! Yeah! There we go. All right, we're not biased.
That is so cool, man.
Illegal to read, Johnny.
Yes.
Illegal to read.
This one, of course, I know the setup as well. Do you know it too?
What?
The set of Gladiators
Assault.
Yes, the original release. Oh no! What are we doing with it now? We're going into rank 8.
No.
Oh,
Hope Harbinger is cool, but it's not Heraklinos.
I mean...
No!
This is crazy, Leo. Now, end phase, we use the effect of Flavius, the field spell. As you just explained, I think we get to set a trap card now too. From the deck, even.
Flavius is such a cool name for a field spell, by the way.
Totally. And it is Gladiator Beast Charge. Target face-up cards on the field up to the number of Gladiator Beast monsters you control. Destroy them. You need different names though, Leo. Why did we give up on Heraklinos?
I don't get it. Heraklinos is my goat.
This is still huge, though. I mean, Yoni used 1 card in hand, so 5 cards in total against 2 negates with the big fusion monsters. Then there's the Gladiator Beast Charge, which I just talked about, and the Hope Harbinger plus SP.
Maybe we have another card that gets us something on the field. Maybe we can summon out a Murmillo on the opposing turn.
No,
or something.
stop it, Leo, stop
oh,
it.
please! That would be so cool. Okay, Johnny is now going for probably some mellow stuff.
This is... Oh, come on, Yoni is picking up the cards! Gladiator Beasts are up a game! Ciara shows us a crazy combo, and it is being rewarded with the first game victory. Didn't care about the Fuvalos because the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring was there to save the day.
It's the Heraklinos aura in this arena that we're playing in right now. Gladiator Beasts are popping off in game 1 with a field that I haven't seen before. 2 Omni Negates, so negating every single card that your opponent could activate, if I read the card correctly.
Yes, you did, I'm pretty sure.
A Hope Harbinger, which could have been a Heraklinos. I'm just saying that again.
Mentioning it, sure.
And SP Little Knight as well, plus the Gladiator Beast charge to pop a card.
Leo, and do you know what's also so cool about Domitianos? Because there is something very hidden and strong about it. The SP Little Knight may have seemed somewhat vulnerable there on the end field, but with Domitianos...
Nothing can be destroyed by battle.
Almost.
Okay.
Actually, even better if you're asking me like that. You can choose the attack targets for your opponent.
Which is even more funny, because this is a double wobble.
Because
you have
of
the Hope Harbinger.
True.
I love this, Basti.
We should both. I mean, I will say it now. I will play this deck. Of course, obviously.
Of course. I mean, it's very, very cool. I think I might be playing that deck too. In
I mean, it's actually it's such a fun deck. Also, just usually you would say just to bring to locals to like relive your memories with the very iconic Gladiator Beast strategy.
Or you crush your own nationals with it.
All that,
or
just
you
top
completely go ham on nationals with the deck. Why start at locals? We can just go to nationals and completely annihilate the competition. We've seen a Malice player just now going, oh, that is way too big of a field on the Gladiator Beast side, and Ciara is just crushing it.
Yeah, it's actually, I walked by the top tables, and that's how I saw Ciara playing the Gladiator Beast deck as well. And it was almost like a throwback into older times, because next to Ciara, guess what deck was there?
Oh, please tell me.
Was Sword Soul also still undefeated? Doing
Sword
really
Soul
well?
also got support.
Indeed. Big time support, for real. And then also, there was a very, very interesting looking Crystal Beast deck as well. The Dutch people are known to be very creative and to be very, very producing very exciting decks. I still remember last year we had, for example, some very iconic Vanadium decks in Top Cut as well. We obviously still had Brandon in the finals, but now we have Gladiator Beast, and Gladiator Beast and Malice are ready for game number 2. So let's go back into the arena, back into the Coliseum. Game number 2 starts now. But this time, it's of course going to be a cybernetic Colosseum first, as the Cyber stack will be leading off here in the hands of Jun-hee.
Cybernetic Colosseum, 100% slot. Sounds like a set that could come out in the next few years.
For sure. And there is the Perulia first from Ciara. Not necessarily the perfect Mulcharmy before the release of Alliance Insight. Now, though, with the Ignister cards, and you see in the deck title from Jun-hee, he is running them. It is a whole different story, because backup Ignister, Wizard at Ignister, they all come from the hand.
That's a darn good start against Mulcharmy Perulia, because you can play the combo without it. And if you're starting with the Malice and Underground, then you basically don't even need your entire normal summon at all. So maybe this is just a -1 for Ciara here.
Possibly, but we're thinking on the Dormouse. Is there maybe also a Meowth coming down? No. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. That would have been huge here.
Jun-hee is...
it is Fuvalos though, which is honestly... It's even better than the Meowth sometimes.
Yep.
And here in that specific case, and Jun-hee is nodding, cannot be happy about this whatsoever.
Yeah. And also, just want to mention, Meowth would have played into Cypher and Gamma.
True, we played around that perfectly.
Yeah, by not having the Meowth.
Banishes Chassis Cat. I mean, we can just summon that out. And I think this is going to be one of those scenarios where we're trying to just pass on one Link monster, possibly. But Chassis is going to activate, that's for sure.
Oh, imagine you're just passing on one Link monster and then the quest is going to be normal summoned, shuffled back into the deck, and then starts off a huge combo.
That's how I envision this game to go, but let's see. Also noteworthy, Ciara not only now in the second game after side decking, is running Perulia and Fuvalos in the deck, but even in the main deck. There's 6 Molcharmies being free copies of these.
The thing is, I've heard Malice players recently, time and time again, say, yeah, Molcharmies are annoying, but you just push through them now. You just go for your entire field that you're putting out. And you're just, like, the other decks just have a certain amount of, we call it pushes, of critical interactions that force something of you or threaten to break your field. And I think if you're playing versus Gladiator Beasts, Jin, he might risk it.
Absolutely, I do agree. And Ciara, yeah, this looks good, honestly. And I mean, speaking of being prepared for the Malice deck, they may be pushing through Molcharmies. But how about not only Artifact Lancea, but also Chaos Hunter in the side deck of Ciara? We are prepared.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Chaos Hunter is... That's the good thing about Chaos Hunter, which makes it, in some situations, better than Meowls and Lancea. And that is that if you draw into it with a Molcharmy card, if you put it onto the field at the end of the combo, basically, because you drew into it late, it still does something on your turn for yourself.
100%.
Because Mart Chair is now disabled, can't be used anymore. AI Meteor is being activated.
We're having a meeting, and that is with the extra deck. Let's see what we are going to reveal here. Should be a dark monster, I would assume. That was White Binder. Could be mistaken for a light monster, but no, it is a dark monster for sure. And that is the search for backup at Ignister.
Oh, that's a sound from hand.
That, yeah, summoning that would be giving away another draw.
But I mean, last weekend we saw many players forgetting about draws after Molcharmies resolved.
Ooh, that's one. Now the important thing though is, if we go into the end phase, I'm not even sure whether I would have activated this AI Meteor because we're going to lose life points in the end phase due to revealing a monster. And that is the case. Look at that. We're grabbing our hands and we are going down, paying even more life points than we already did. And therefore heading into this turn against a battle phase orientated deck like Gladiator Beasts with a limited amount of life points.
I mean, we've discussed this before, right? That I mean, not on stream, like in private we discussed that we're not the biggest fans of AI Meteor as a side tanking card. And I don't want to sound snarky, but could have been a solemn strike in this situation.
Could have been
or
indeed.
A judgment.
I'm not sure though whether they... Oh yeah.
Or imagine a dimensional barrier.
does side deck it, that's true. He is side decking.
Imagine a barrier here versus Gladiator Beast would be incredibly punished.
Okay, Ciara now. Considering the options, what kind of Gladiator Beast is going to hit the table here? I'm ready for all of them.
Darius.
I'm not sure whether we even... I think we do play Darius.
We do play. Darius is cracked.
I mean, it was back in the day 100%, but did you see what Ciara did on the first turn?
No.
Oh no!
No, the Hoplomo standard opening. It's not 2010 anymore, Ciara. You can't do this to us.
That is not real. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for MTP. That ain't horrible.
Yeah, you know what is horrible?
Tell me.
I don't know.
True.
5 cards in hand for Jin. He might be horrible for Ciara. Of course, no bias here towards Gladiator Beasts, right? Right, guys?
Oh, and the Magnamood as well. We have enabled the end phase Magnamood through setting a monster now too.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Magnamood 1, Dormouse 2, and it's a possible scoop if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know whether you've seen it, but you're not the only previous Dutch national champion in the room here today, but Brian Kaiser was national champion here, I think, 3 years ago with the Sword Soul deck, which we already just mentioned a bit earlier, also in the tournament, going strong at the moment with an X1 record.
Which is very funny, because my last name means king in English, and his last name means emperor, and we both won the same tournament.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fun...
Cool that
trivia,
I asked. Great story, mate. No, it actually is a great story. I just have heard it too many times at this point. But let's see now, Jun. He's still, I believe, in the end phase. Chassis Cat now also activating, bringing itself back to the field. Oh no, it is our turn, sure. And all we're facing is that one set monster, Leo. One set monster in a dream. Oh, it's going to be revealed momentarily, though, what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing around Nibiru at this point, right? But still, in the battle phase, everything could happen. If you don't know any new Gladiator Beast card, there could be hand-trapped Gladiator Beast monsters, and this is what I thoroughly believe in this.
Oh, what was it? Oh, it was Bestiari!
My goat! Super rare champion pack Bestiari, let's go! We're in this.
We are playing this deck in
Is this
style.
even champion pack or is this turbo pack?
It might have even been Astral pack, actually.
Nah.
I'll double check. I will go into research for this.
Thank you so much.
Everyone in chat also let us know, but we're researching this right now.
Calling,
it has been a long time ago, that's for sure.
CP07.
Okay.
And it's gonna be wrong. I think it's turbo pack.
I
It
can
has
give
it has to be turbo pack.
Oh, and that is the second game, though. And it was Astral pack, as I told you. Wait, no, there was a common in Astral pack. My bad. It was Champions pack.
7.
And Turbo pack. It wasn't all of them. but the super rare one is from Champion pack.
I
yes.
even called the right number.
Okay, you're the
Wow.
goat.
Thank you so much.
You're the Gladiator Beast goat. And I think you actually have reached more than me with that deck because you won like a local tournament with it, if I
Yeah,
remember
I
correctly?
won a tournament in Kam-Metla in the Bürgerhaus, in the citizens' house. It's the
Very
rough
prestigious
translation.
place. We all know about it.
And I got into the local newspaper with it. And then people at my school found this very funny back in the day.
I would have probably, if I would have known you back then, I would have been your biggest fan.
Yeah.
As I am today. Still, it has been a little later, it has been a little bit delayed, but still, we ended up being there and ending up being here. Both of those players are going to be in game 3.
Yeah, and now we're Ciara's biggest fans because honestly, Gladiator Beast is incredibly cool and gets to go first again. Malice oftentimes relying on the pushes that the deck has and of course Molchamis, but if Ciara's hand is going to be equipped... the Fuvalos
That looks a lot better.
Where is Lancea, everyone? This is crazy.
This is absurd.
Malice hasn't performed for one event and everyone's like, yeah, pff, who cares about Lancea? What is this? No. I'm saying no.
Leo, wasn't Lancea last weekend
95%.
first place? I mean, obviously with 95% it would be there, but that is actually crazy. We see that there is other cards being more desired for this specific tournament. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, of course, all-time favorite. Equally represented as Molchami Fuvalis is. Leo, which card would you include more likely in your deck if you would have played today? Would it have been Triple Tactic Talons or Nibiru the Primal Being, going into the lower end of the percentages
Talons.
there? Okay.
Talents. I mean, the deck I'm playing right now is also running Thrust, so that's...
that is a great point then.
Very good argument. I don't think that Nibiru the Primal Being does a lot, especially versus the Mitsurugi variant. You kind of sometimes... I mean, yesterday you Nibiru'd me before I could win the game in the battle phase, and then I just triggered all my monsters, just summoned them back and got extra pluses.
Have you ever used Nibiru against Gladiator Beast Bow is the question, Leo.
That's a good question. But they might set up an Omni Negate before you know it, and then you can't Nibiru them anymore. So maybe Ciara surprises us here and actually puts up a huge field again versus Malice, versus Junhee. I want to see another Heraclinus.
It's hard to not be a little bit biased here because this deck has not been seen for so long. It has just gotten support. And now it's finally on the center stage of attention, and it is also looking so cool in what we saw in Game 1.
As narrators, right? We
Yes.
have to write a story here. And I think like we can be biased towards Ciara, and Junhee is just like the cool villain, right? It's the antagonist.
He is certainly. He's a very
Right?
good guy. I know him, and therefore it is definitely a good match here. And
Yeah.
I'm very, very sure that we're going to have an entertaining Game 3. And it looks like they're also having fun in the meantime.
Exactly.
And I mean, both players basically at this point already kind of won because Ciara already got to show off this crazy cool combo in game number 1. So even if it doesn't work out here in game 3, that was already a story to be remembering. Being on feature match, showing the cool new Gladiator Beast combo. And Junhee, of course, was part of that as well.
Yeah. Junhee's also
Great accomplishment for that feature match too.
very proud moment there. Okay, we're very close to entering Game 3 of Round 4, which then also, of course, means halftime for those who have just tuned in. Round 4, we're going to play 7 rounds of Swiss today. Then we're going to play 2 rounds more tomorrow. And I've just heard that the players are ready, so let's go to Game 3.
Can we chant Heraclinos one more time, or is it going to be stopped early? This Oh, Ciara, what kind of smile is that? Is that a happy smile or is that a concerned smile? I'm not too sure. It is the proving ground again. This is proving to be the reason why she won game 1, so maybe we can repeat the success again.
Banger. Proving ground might search for a Gistel.
Nope,
No.
a Torix it is again, as it was in game 1 already. Maybe we already have the Gistel.
Do we have Gistel already? We have the 2-card combo again because we have seen how much this
Come
does.
on. Oh, Fuvalos.
Ash Blossom.
Oh, it's resolved. It is resolved this time.
Oh, that's so many draws. But maybe we have a good line around this. We have Gistel. We have a Torix. This is gonna already be some interruptions. I think you can set a trap card with Gistel, right? So we already have 2 pops. At least.
Possibly.
Without giving up draws.
Leo, now it's getting intense. Game 1 was on easy mode because
so
game
nervous.
1 we could just do whatever we wanted without any kind of hesitation. Now we have to think about that Molchami Fuvalos.
Basti, I'm so nervous.
Same.
My
Probably
heart
the
is
Saria
pounding.
looks so chill, but we are more nervous for here. Okay, we go
a comeback.
into comeback, of course.
And you come
Doesn't
back from
care
that
about
Fuvalos.
Fuvalos. Okay. Junhee, do we have
Oi, oi,
another
oi, oi, oi.
Molchami?
Oi, oi, oi.
Impulse could, of course, also be pretty strong on this.
I don't know.
You would probably just Impulse v Gistel, right? I'm not
Yeah.
sure, though. It's tough to say.
I mean, who knows how to play versus
Yeah.
Gladiator Beast.
We
But there's
surely
an
do
impulse-
not. Oh,
the impulse is being
it
used here.
It is.
Huge card.
Wow.
Strong.
Can we
Quarter
recover
century.
from that?
Really?
Can we recover from that,
Quarter
Ciara?
Fuma and quarter impulse. That's a deck.
Oh, looks like, Leo, that is the extra deck that we are going to be using here.
We're
So,
gonna give up a draw.
one draw for Junhee.
Not yet. Yeah,
There it
now.
is, and it is the
Test
Test Panther
Junhee
once
is
again.
Drawing the card with a quickness there. But I mean, that's also how you're supposed to do it, right? So.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay.
Do we play Test Tiger still?
I don't think we do. Let me just quickly confirm. Nope, there is no Test Tiger in the deck.
Outrageous.
Indeed, outrageous. What we do play in our side deck, which definitely going first post siding is a massive tool. I will describe it to you as something that Fluan the Reese enjoyers have been enjoying for the longest times.
Oh no, we play the Harpy's Featherstorm.
We do triple copies of it. And that definitely is going to be in the deck. The question now is just simply, how do we get, if we draw it, how do we even get it live?
That's a very good point. This is special summoning from the deck, which is something that Gladiator Beasts really like to do.
Oh, that's the normal summon. Okay.
Oh, and we Test Panther this, so this is basically the Test Tiger effect, right?
Yes,
Which
it is.
gives another draw. Iffy.
Oh, shuffles back.
Aye.
I mean, as long, honestly,
Yeah.
I am not concerned with the draws as long as we do actually get to Harpy's Featherstorm. Because then, what is Junhee going to do?
Darius! We're in. We're so in, boys. Gladiator Beast Darius is summoned to the field, is going to summon back something from the graveyard. Meowls who?
Leo, I can't believe what is happening here, but it seems like we just do not want to care. I think we are just still going to go in here.
Gladiator Beast Army, rise up.
By the way, this, I'm pretty sure, Legendary Collection
Yeah. Nice call.
might have been Ra Yellow Mega Pack as well, one of the two. I'm almost certain. There is a
we
quest
will-
now going to the graveyard.
Yes, give me all of those. Where's Laquari?
Aquari, not in the deck. I have to disappoint you.
I think that Laquari should be in every Gladiator Beast deck because it provides a whole lot of utility.
Should be legally binding to also have to submit Laquari into your main deck for sure. But that looks
we're
like
linking up.
another Link summon. And that is, again, the one we also saw in Game 1. And it is going to give up another draw. Gladiator Beast Darius. Junhee is thinking about whether to respond to this. During your opponent's battle phase, your Gladiator Beast monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects.
That's
but how
good.
important is that in the end?
That's great. Then you can use the effects to shuffle them back at the end of the battle phase.
Okay. Don't know whether I feel comfortable solely relying on that. But turn, of course, not over yet.
I mean, if you're the Gladiator Beast goat like Ciara is, then you might rely on that. Equest
Oh,
is being
Equest.
summoned.
What are we getting back? Is it comeback time? We just
It's
go with the
comeback
comeback
time.
every time. It may have been negated by Impulse for the first time. We can just surely activate it again, though.
Pretty sure that it's also not going to get a draw, so this card is just absolutely strong here. Very important extender for the deck. So you're doing basically everything with it. Basti, can you name me a national champion who won with Gladiator Beast? I know you can. question is, do you come up?
Did Florian Kittig back in the day win German nationals with it?
Yes.
He did, right? Yeah, that's a long time ago, though. It's funny, though, because we both, not knowing each other at that point, were so much following the coverage of that event because it was so crazy. I think back in the day, everyone was playing those decks with Dark Arm Dragon, and then there was the Gladiator Beast coming out. Ooh, Aspie Little Knight, that's another draw. Ciara even tells Junhee, yeah, you get another draw for this. That's tough. Okay, what's going on now? Wait, is that Protoss? What are we trying to do here, Leo?
Nee.
1, 2, 3, 4,
What?
5?
Tekutlika?
Leo,
What is happening?
we're contact fusing for 5.
What is happening? I don't know. Help.
Con
Junhee's just immediately taking another card. No way. And that is the Bastian?
That is Gladiator Beast Nerokios. And Gladiator Beast, or is it Nerokios?
I have no idea. It doesn't look like it.
No, it's not Nero. It looks kind of similar to it, but it should be. Let me see. Oh, it's this one. It's the Gladiator Beast Claudius, right?
All right. Okay.
Yes, 5 Gladiator Beast monsters. It is certainly Gladiator Beast Claudius. And Claudius just recently released in Supreme Darkness. We've gone quite the way to actually bring this one onto the field. So what does it actually do?
Please be a crazy floodgate here.
It has to be crazy, right? You can conduct your next battle phase twice. Not too bad,
Good.
Leo, not too bad.
Good.
Once per turn, your opponent activates a monster effect, except during the dumbest step. You can activate one of those things, depending on whose turn it is. If it's your turn, you can special summon the Gladiator Beast monster.
Cool.
We have just passed our turn, though, so probably the more important part is about when it is your opponent's turn. When it's your opponent's turn, you can special summon one level 11 or lower Gladiator Beast monster from your extra deck. So this is basically just another way to go into the card that has been so dominant game on. And we have the Artifact Lancea. That may be the reason why we have committed so hard into all of this, because we felt safe with that Artifact Lancea in our hands.
The SP Little Knight is not necessarily shining here anymore, though. But, I mean, it's still there. It's still fine. But the good thing is, like, if we can't negate this Artifact Lancea, that's the big problem of Malice, right? So if you have 8 cards in hand at this point, Fuaz really gave you something to work with. If Lancea is resolved and there's a lot of follow-up on the side of Ciara, and there's resources and everything, none of your cards do anything.
Yeah, but Leo, you're so right that SP Little Knight all of a sudden just seems almost foolish. Sail Span is a technology that Junhee is introducing into his deck, and we have just caught the card name that we have been searching for so long, Gladiator Beast Claudius, so that cannot activate its effect anymore. And here comes the normal summon of Chassis Cat.
This card is, by the way, nasty if you use it on Rongomonia, because then it can't detach anymore, and then your opponent is not going to be able to play cards forever.
Nice niche scenario that he just came up with, but that's very true. Okay. We made our Chassis Cat into a Linger Rebo, which gives us a Link monster on the field to summon out the backup Secretary.
Yep, and I mean, there is still gonna... Oh, wow, yeah, I think that's a good bomber line here, actually.
Oh, you might be right. You might be right. We searched the wizard at Ignister.
Oh, Fuwalos discarded. Yeah, that's... what I love most about the Mulchamis, by the way, is that even though on your own turn you can't really use them, except for in some niche scenarios, but sometimes you have so many discard effects right now, and you always see Mulchamis being discarded there, so you don't have to discard any cards that feel bad when you discard them. So I like this.
I do like this very much as well. But now the question is, can we get to enough Link materials here? Because
how blinked out can your deck be, by the way?
Very.
And he just goes, yes. This is a Splash Mage, Quarter Century.
Is it Splash Mage or nah? It could technically be... I mean, you're not going SP Little Knight here, so it is the Splash Mage.
Ultra rare.
You almost sound disappointed with that.
Rusty, quite frankly, I am.
Bring back the Chassis Cat. Being linked to Cyber's monsters, don't think Junhee cares too much here right now. That's a link free now. Which is turning out to be probably a Red Ransom, I would imagine.
Yeah, could be, but then what do you do with this?
It is Red
Citron,
Ransom.
Malice in the Mirror?
True. Oh yeah, true. You have a very good search second now. Oh. Ciara? I think we have a response to this. Chaos Hunter! But, I mean...
That doesn't do anything.
Lancea is already resolved, therefore... The Chaos Hunter, does it really do too much, as you were just questioning?
Yeah, hey. Don't be such a negative Nelly, Basti. Because you can't go access code talker as well. through Lancea and especially through Chaos Hunter. It's like womboing this. It's like this is a pattern in Ciara's plays. Like in the first field, we had this attack redirection of Flavius plus Hope Harbinger. And now we have Artifact Lancea plus Chaos Hunter.
Oh, Leo, but now
Oh,
Topologic Bomber Dragon. We have just given another monster to be destroyed. Oh no, goodbye Chaos Hunter. Goodbye everyone else. Except the one monster that is still standing, the Darius.
Oh, we could have done something other than SP Little Knight if we want to Chaos Hunter and Lancea as well. That is so unfortunate here, and that's if you're not behind, if you're on Topologic Bomber Dragon, that's looking pretty neat here.
Leo, honestly, I'm telling you, when we have both of these cards, why did we even play at all? When you have the safety net of having Artifact
100%.
Lancea, they used the Multiarmy Fuvalos when we did not even have the need to summon from the extra deck or anything.
A trap card that pops something and pass.
Feels pretty decent, I gotta say. Okay, we go into the battle phase now. The Topologic Bomber Dragon attacks over.
We attacked.
But
there's something, Ciara. Something has to happen, Ciara. Something has to happen. You have to be able to tag out the Darius, right?
Nope, you cannot. It is not being destroyed by battle, which is already a good thing, though. We did deal some damage, as we can clearly tell by the life points.
What does Darius do? I mean, there's 4 cards set. Ciara is still in this.
Okay.
Darius. We have to discard a card from hand, though. So this is not like a free search.
And it's easy to be responded to. Oh, discarding another Chaos Hunter. It does resolve, though, at least. It does resolve, so we do get to add a Gladiator Beast monster from our deck to our hand.
Also, keep in mind, Ciara only has 2 zones to play into.
Yep.
So it's the both outer zones are the only ones you can summon monsters into, because otherwise Topologic Bomber Dragon goes...
Oh, that is something, actually, that a lot of people are forgetting, right?
Yeah,
because Topologic Bomber Dragon does not only say zones that the Topologic Bomber Dragon itself points to, but as you were just quickly to catch up on, also the link zones that the Darius is pointing to, it only needs to be linked in some kind of way.
Yeah, we're reading. Not reading
Sarah,
too thoroughly.
don't forget about... Oh! No.
But it's a normal summon.
True, okay.
Okay.
Okay, and we're getting rid of all those link zones that we ourselves set.
Let's go, Nightmare Unicorn. And we're playing.
I mean, this is even... Oh, it's just another copy. And I mean, that, of course, gives us the chance to use the on-summon effect again of Darius, which can now be used to bring out a level 4 or lower Gladiator Beast monster from hand or graveyard again. But there is Dominus Impulse! And was there even there was a trap card already in the graveyard, meaning it does get destroyed now with the Dominus Impulse too.
Ciara, she's truly the people's heroes, but she's also gonna be the winner of this featured match because it's looking grim right now, Junhee, with 3 set cards and the Topologic Bomber Dragon.
And the turn back to them.
There has to be an MTP, right? Oh, we normal summon Dormouse, that's also fine.
And that is the handshake after an impressive and outrageous game number 1 being taken down by the Gladiator Beasts of Ciara. Junhee comes back into the match, takes 2 consecutive games back-to-back, and is in the end our round 4 feature match winner.
Yep. Winner of the game, not winner of the hearts, of course. They're here with the coolest combo ever, even though I think I might have to ask her later on why we would link or exceeds overlay, that's the word. Overlay Heraklinos? Come on!
I mean, it was enough.
It can negate 2 spell cards.
Can it really?
Yeah, you have to discard 2 cards, okay? But Hope Harbinger only negates 1 card. Okay?
Okay, I see that. So game 1, really cool. Game 3, though, we gotta talk about it. We gotta analyze it a little bit further.
I think you were right. You were spot on.
Probably. It just didn't feel like the necessity when you have both Artifact Lancea and the Chaos Hunter. So even if they have an unlucky call by the grave for it, it doesn't even matter then.
Yeah.
So it just felt like we could have played it a lot more conservative. I think the game plan from the side of Ciara was just simply to set up a huge enough field already to then Lancea be enough to just completely skip the opponent basically and then go in immediately.
Yeah, but if you give your opponent like 8 to 9 draws, and now there is the Ad Ignister engine, and we've heard so many Melos players say you can now play through Lancea.
Yeah.
With so many cards
Good
in hand.
showcase of it, honestly.
Yeah, and 1 breaker in hand, it just works.
Very, very good showcase of that. And yeah, they just had the exact right cards. And I mean, you saw that they are going to have additional availability of the Ignister cards, as there is AI Meet You in there as well.
Yeah.
Questionable, actually, whether they are in the deck going second, to be fair, because they're only side-decking them, probably only wanting them going first.
To have more access to those cards to play around cards like Lancea or Chaos Hunter.
Indeed.
Going second, you could still argue for this being a good shout, right?
Maybe you just always side them in post-side because you want them when games with Artifact Lancea are being played.
It's just another tribute on how bad Malice is versus those cards, how desperately it needs help, because your side deck slots are incredibly valuable. Over the last few years, putting cards in your side deck was basically exclusively cards that try to win you the game on the spot. That was the entire point behind your side deck sometimes. You can see the most played cards in side deck. SPD, I think this is extra deck, by the way.
It is the extra deck for sure, but still we can take the data. It is SP Little Knight, and that is the most represented card in there. Yeah, no real surprises. Or are you surprised by any of this?
64% on the Whirl Knight. Which deck doesn't play SP Little Knight right now?
Wow, even Gladiator Beast does play it.
Every single time on the end field.
Maybe
You can argue for Blue Eyes sometimes, because the Link 1 that you want to make without investing too many resources just most of the time locks you into Dragon.
Besides that, it's really, like, I'm trying to come up with something, but it's really, really hard. Branded. We saw Branded on the feature match. That doesn't play it.
Oh, yeah, we have plenty of Branded players here for some reason. So that's basically it. Like, even in those...
Besides that, yeah, really having a tough time finding decks there.
So 64% is kind of surprising to me. I was
low,
thinking like at least 80%.
Yeah.
Because this card is just incredible. Going first and going second, not many cards have these utilities.
I think maybe Mitsurugi Raizia could be one of the decks that doesn't run it actually in the end. Because you're locking yourself, so when do you... Like, it is a nice versatility tool, but I think it is one of the decks where you could consider cutting the card.
Okay, I can see it, yeah.
I feel like that is at least possible. Not saying that you should, but I think having the idea of it doesn't seem absurd to me. Yeah. And, I mean, in general, probably like all the Ryziel decks, but we haven't seen any Ryziel so far.
That is true. Ryziel has completely vanished, and Malice is still the top dog in terms of numbers and also in terms of the round 4 featured match. So let's hear it from the winner. Philip, take it away.
Yeah, thank you guys for this great introduction here. And I'm joined by Jun here, our feature match winner. Jun, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was a nice match, especially Game 3. Game 1 and Game 2 it was just combo versus combo, but Game 3 there was a lot of back and forth, and I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we saw you playing against the Gladiator Beast deck, and I first of all gotta ask, did you know what the cards do, or did you have to read all of them?
No clue. I thought they were like just commons and just not playable, but I really got surprised, especially Game 1.
Okay, and I want to head back shortly to Game 3. You already said Game 1 and 2, they were like kind of standard, like a lot of combo. But Game 3, you had 2 more Charmies. Did you feel like that was did you feel quite safe when you resolved them, or were you still scared about what the deck can do under them?
So I opened Fualos, Seals Ban, and Impulse. That was my opening hand. The second Fualos came much later. So I hoped the Impulse would have just stopped their turn, and it didn't. So I was locked out of the second Fualos, sadly. But I was still quite confident that my hand was just engine-wise so good. I wasn't sure how well I would do against Lancea, but as we saw, it went all right. Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't only see the Lancea, we also saw the Chaos Hunter later. When that card dropped, were you more scared, or did you already have the Bomber line in your head?
No, at that point I was already like making Bomber Dragon and just praying that the Impulse would have been enough. When the Chaos Hunter dropped, I actually was so happy. Yeah, it was it worked out really well for me.
Yeah, we saw that. And you decided to play the Malice deck. Do you just think the Malice deck is the best deck, or was it more of a comfort choice for you?
It's definitely not a comfort choice. I switched from Raizio Mitsurugi to Malice basically a week before the event. I just didn't like how many bricks every deck plays, except Malice. Malice only plays just a couple bricks. You don't want to see them. Of course, you are facing so many silver bullets, but as we just saw against Lancea, you still make a decent board or break a decent board, yeah.
Okay, so you're now 4-0 in the tournament. What is the goal? Is the goal to win it all?
I would like to top again. It's still in the cards, so I'm just gonna have fun, play well, hopefully, and see where we end.
Yeah, and that's great words. We will continue to follow you and see if you will be able to top again. I'm I'm wishing you best of luck for that. And you guys, stay tuned because round 5 will start soon.
No time wasted. Back into the featured match area we are, and we are ready with Philip Nihus and Sebastian Lamke for round number... I'm already talking Dutch, basically. Half Dutch at this moment.
Number
at
5.
This point.
It is round number 5.
Round number 5 it is, and it's interesting for 2 reasons at the same time, because we were looking mainly and majorly actually for the one player being on an absurd, crazy deck that I really wanted to feature.
I don't know how we even call it now.
There is no word to it. I think the judge currently is struggling to put something into the system for our overlay. We're going to figure out what it is going to be, though. And then, interestingly enough, we talked about him earlier on, but now he's going to be making his way onto the major stage, onto the main stage here. Brian Kaiser, former Dutch national champion 3 years ago, winning it back in the day with the Sword strategy. So, former Dutch national champion against... You will see. You will definitely, hopefully see what that is.
What you will see first is a multi-cards in their extra deck, and the most played card being SP Little Knight. Not a big surprise, I guess.
Yeah, but Leo and I talked about it a little bit, and we were a little surprised by how it is first place. It is first place by a decent margin, but still 64% is sort of low for SP Little Knight. Name me a couple of decks that don't play it at the moment.
I think that's very easy to explain, because a lot of Mitsurugi variants, they don't need it, because they rather like focus on the rank 4 plan with the Ryziel cards, and therefore might just say, okay, yeah, I don't have really the space, also can't really go to Link 1, and therefore why would I play it at all, and then that card is being cut. I think the amount of Typhons, though, is quite high.
Yeah, that is second place for Typhon, certainly pretty good. I honestly would say if I would have played this weekend, I would have also played Typhon for sure. I like the utility of the card at the moment. And I mean, now with Mitsurugi both being so strongly represented in the game, it's a quite decent tool against, of course, the Murakumo, right?
Absolutely, yeah, that card there is very strong. Also, sometimes it can like answer the Desert Ray quite easily, or the Detonator. But yeah, I don't know.
We're still waiting for the first detonator of the day.
Yeah,
we're waiting for the first Ryziel deck in general. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I just want to say. I don't know when we will see the first detonator, or if we will even see it at all.
Never. It's never going to never we're going to see it again. Thing though is, you gotta realize, at Wisest Providence just last weekend, there was a Ryziel variant taking it all down. Mitsurugi Ryziel did win the event, but so far here in the Netherlands, in Den Haag, nowhere to be seen, and we see all kind of other decks. Mainly, of course, the deck that we have seen the most so far is Malice, which on the other end is no surprise, of course, either.
But we have also already seen in the deck breakdown that 10% of people are playing the Ryziel Mitsurugi variant.
True.
Therefore, it's just a bit underrepresented in our features, I feel like. So that we might find more of them at the top tables later, though, but we will need to see that.
We are actively searching for them. There we have Brian Kaiser being the former Dutch national champion. And on the other end, we already got a glimpse at Lars, who's... From this point, I'm just going to refer to him as the madman that submitted that deck list there. Actually, they approached me in between rounds saying, yeah, I actually just built this deck to confuse you casters. And somehow it is working, and somehow I'm still doing very decently well in this tournament.
I mean, since it looks like we have a few minutes left, so do we want to like talk a bit about the deck, what might be in there, or you want to keep it as secret?
I mean, we can fill 10 minutes with that, honestly, because there is so many different things we could technically talk about. I think the main engine of the deck that the thing that probably would give the name to the deck is Crystal Beasts, actually.
Yeah, probably, and it's not Jesse Cotton we have on feature actually. But yeah, we see the Crystal Beat cards. There's also like some Snake Eyes, and I saw you looking especially for the Argo Star cards as well.
Yes, I don't know why, I don't know how, but yes, the answer is indeed correct. There is also those in there, and somehow all of them combined are making a decent enough brew for Lars. I think he was undefeated before the last round, now did lose the last one, and therefore currently is dealing with an X1 record. But he's not only dealing with that, but also he's going to be dealing now with a previous Dutch national champion, and we shall waste no more time. We should get right into the action. Round number 5 of the Dutch national championship here in Den Haag is starting now. And there we go. Wow, and Lars is rocking the hero theme here with the Miracle Fusion and the Hero Destiny sign. Or is it the Destiny?
It is the Destiny sign, I think, yeah. And we see him up against another Malice. And I would normally say that matchup might not be as easy, but if you start, and that's 10 actually.
Yeah, that's a card name. That's not 10 cards in his opening hand, but that's the card name. I gotta admit, that's the first time I'm seeing that card even.
No, I'm sure he plays because he plays 10 different engines.
Yeah, maybe. that must be the explanation, but it is just purely the card name. And honestly, I mean, I'm even struggling to know what the card does. So go ahead and explain to us what it does, actually.
Yeah, so each time a card effect is activated, except that card itself, you place one access counter on that card, and your monsters, they gain 100 attack for each counter.
Okay.
And if the 10th counter is placed on the card, you can return to the hand and set from your deck one continuous trap that can special summon itself.
Ooh, okay, that sounds promising. Still not entirely sure
And
what he's planning with that.
Is that the Valence world I'm seeing there?
Oh my.
Is that Shinra Bancho?
Oh my. Philip, what have we gotten ourselves into here? What is this? It is truly 60 cards of madness that have been put together here by Lars. That is for sure.
Yeah, and I think it is the Valence world Shinra Bancho, and now we explain Brian what Vets 10 does, and we will put access counters on that card.
This is absolute madness. I mean, look at this. The field spell where Brian, I think, will, for the foreseeable future, just be involved with reading cards here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And we actually will try to do the same. And that is the cool thing about those Valence field spells. They do give the opponent another one. And Brian is confused. He's not even done reading the first field spell. He just gets handed another one now.
Yeah, we give him the Koenig Wissen here.
The Koenig Wissen?
Koenig
That's where's Leonard Koenig when you need him? What does it... I mean...
Yeah, and Brian is laughing. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, what is happening?
This is absolutely crazy.
And to be honest, I think it's not the first time Lars opponents need to read stuff a bit.
Absolutely, yeah. That is crazy behavior. And Brian is just finishing up on the second field spell there. The thing, I mean, the whole deal is that the opponent should not be able to capitalize off of that too much. And no! We were ready for so much, but in the end, so little does happen. We are passing over after one more set card. That is what, of course, is eventually going to happen when you are playing so many different engines in your deck.
Yeah, and we play like so many cards, like also like Protoss, who needs setup.
Oh my.
And it doesn't look like he has the cards that provide the setup. And now the request is, if I see a 60 card deck breaking, I go full gas in.
Yeah, 100%. And Brian does have the normal summon of Dormouse. Okay, and look at that though. That's 10. We are counting there. We were making the marks. I think that is the second card activated now. And what again happens when it's 10?
Then he can return it and then like get a trap card that summons itself, a continuous trap.
Can he activate it that turn or not even?
I don't think he can.
Oh, okay, okay. I see.
The thing is, right now, you said he marks it. Right now, Lars is the man with the mark, you could say. Or the man with the marks forever.
He's leaving the marks on, not on the field yet, but at least on his counter there. Okay, yeah. Okay. So Brian is someone that is playing GWC, correct? So has decided that card is still worth running. Your personal take? Do you think it is worth running that card still?
I think it's not necessary, but I feel like way more safe with it.
Yeah.
Because you just have you're just safe, especially at tournaments where you expect more and more rogue. You're just safe against people playing Bello, so.
Yeah, fair enough. I like that. And I mean, you're just playing against a 60 card deck that activated Vets 10 and a Valence field spell, so that could be considered rogue, I guess.
I would expect anything after that start.
I didn't expect a set one pass afterwards, but that is the sad reality that Lars right now has to go through.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate here, and we are reading the field spell because actually I think they're both-sided. It's I think also Brian can use them. I don't know if they do anything useful for him.
That's the question, yeah, because he definitely can. You can activate. He has it on his field. I think he can wasn't it? I think if I remember correctly, you can push back a monster into the spell and trap zone if you have another one in that column or something.
I think that's what Koenig Wissen does.
Okay, yeah.
And the difference is Shinra Bancho can special one from the spell trap zone.
Oh, all right, fair enough. That is not too bad, but I'm wondering what the set card is for last year.
Could be a bluff, could be a Rainbow Bridge of Salvation or so.
I mean, if you're running that's 10, that means there is... Oh, okay, we're just giving up on the Valence field spell activating Medicine Underground. But what I wanted to say is, if you're playing that's 10, that means you are running trap cards that can summon themselves because you're playing that's 10 for it. And therefore, you gotta expect that something like that could be there.
Yeah, I guess he really needs to expect that. And honestly,
What would you think of first, the Apophis cards or the Argus Stars cards?
I mean, I wouldn't think of the Argus Stars necessarily, but we have already seen it here in the deck titles. So there is Argus Stars cards in there. So it could be Swift Rain or Capane. It could be the Lightning Tubar, I think. It could also be Angel Statue Azarun, though.
Yeah, I have an update. You can actually activate a monster with that's 10 you set.
Oh, okay.
But it's not a quick effect, so you can only activate that effect in your turn.
I see. Okay, we go into Cryptor.
Yeah, and we actually attack already.
I mean, that's not game on its own, is it? With the
There's
MTP?
GVC.
Oh, GBC. Oh,
Yeah, okay, with
oh, that
GVC,
is
yeah.
game, right?
That is game. But the question now is, does Lars maybe have like a...
Battle Fader?
No, not Battle Fader. I mean like a trap monster in a spell trap zone, maybe, like set.
To block it,
The Argus Star or so?
Lars. Lars, is there something that can prevent this attack, which would technically be for the remaining life points? Attack points are doubled, of course, because the Cryptor came back. Hold on. Book of Moon is technically able to do it. I think just the attack points from the Cryptor are not enough, right?
No, it's not. That's only 7,500.
Oh my, we're in this.
And now we have the Vets 10 life.
Oh, true. Oh, wait, no, I think we're still missing one. Still missing one.
Oh,
We're
we
at
missed
9.
one, yeah.
But easily we will be able to do that.
The problem
Surely.
is, will Brian just pass or will he continue?
I mean, we have just lost the Chassis Cat on the field for Link material as well, so there's no guarantee that we can continue.
And I gotta
from here.
ask you one thing. Why didn't he just like book the Dormos and hope?
Because then, if there is something else, it's Jover. Now, though, we guarantee to have another turn. I don't even hate the decision from Lars, honestly.
It's a very brave move though, so... But it paid off.
Sometimes braveness pays off. I mean, he was brave enough to submit that 60-card Crystal Beast Argus Stars deck, so I don't think braveness is a problem for him. I don't think it's a problem at all.
Did they activate the...
Wait, hold on, though.
Was
Didn't he
Dormos activated?
Yeah, he did, right?
I think he did.
Yeah, he definitely did. So let's go ahead and
yeah, and yeah, I'll send Lampy to tell people. Yeah, and we still.
And we are back. We have just made sure, because we didn't even think about it, but then we actually just realized that the Dormouse, of course, was resolved and therefore was boosting the Cryptor, and that is then more than 8,000 points of damage. But now I think the judges are stepping in, reading the Dormouse. Brian, you have been reading opponents' cards non-stop, but now you got to read your very own card there, and that's going to be a pleasant surprise for him, to be honest, because that is going to tell him, hey, I'm actually winning. Reading my own card, I'm winning.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like the moment we were like, okay, why didn't he just like Book of Moon the Dormouse, and then like, oh wait, Dormouse resolved, and there we are. Apparently, are we packing it up?
And it is the first game to Brian Kaiser. He has been a Dutch national champion before, and he wants to do it again this weekend. And yep, now it is confirmed. Both players have realized and confirmed with the judge. Game goes to Brian, who's shaking his head still, but he is the winner of this first game. But he probably still has no idea what's going on. He probably feels like he is in a fever dream right now. He saw all those different cards that to him probably made no connection at all.
Honestly, he just saw like 1/3 of the deck. And not in...
Not even. He saw 3 cards.
No, not 1/3 in the amount of cards, but in the amount of engines.
Yeah, fair enough.
It feels like he saw 3 engines. Valence, I mean, it's not really an engine, but you would guess.
Yeah.
Valence, he saw the... Did he see the Argus? No, he didn't, right?
I mean, he saw Vats 10, which, I mean, if you're an educated Argostars gamer, you of course know that is a card you would only run in Argostars, obviously.
I mean, you could play it in Odeon, right? In Apophis.
Yeah, you could.
I don't know why you would, but you could. He also plays 2 Snake Eye field spells.
And he plays Kyoto Waterfront. This deck is absolutely... I don't know what to say. There's like... the further you keep on going with the cards in that deck, you realize how many crazy things are happening in there at once, and you just can't understand. The craziest thing about it, honestly, is he's playing like such a big package of the Crystal Beast as well. Like Sapphire Paxus, all of them, Topaz Tiger, Ruby Carbuncle. But I mean, you have to play the big package Because otherwise, I think the golden rule just doesn't work as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think he really needs the amount of cards. He, of course, only plays one of them. He tried to hide them in 60. Didn't work that well, I think, game 1.
Not necessarily, nope.
Yeah, and of course, also Fiendsmith cards, but only space for 2 Engraver.
2 Engraver is surely the perfect ratio, as it is also 2 Snake Eye Ash and 2 Snake Eye Poplar, which is, of course, the maximum amount of those cards that you could play.
Freshly off the section. Freshly off.
Indeed, Snake Eye still making waves. We didn't expect it to make waves in that kind of form, but if that's the way, I guess. And now it does feel like players are being ready again, so I would say let's not waste any further time. Hopefully this time around we're going to see some crazy Crystal Beast August Stars action. Back to the table for game 2 we go.
And there we are back, and I assume Lars will go first again.
Please show us what the idea behind all of this madness is. Okay, that's a more consistent start, I would imagine, than it was in the last game, because that is going to search us for something that we really need and want.
It is the Rainbow Bridge. Just Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, there's so many different Rainbow Bridges, but this is the original one, everyone. This is where it all started, the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, and it is as simple as it is. Add 1 Crystal Spell Trap.
Oh, and we're searching, I think that's Crystal Bond,
that's
right?
That's Crystal Bond, yeah. Crystal Bond being added. And there is Drone and Lockbird.
Brian, why do you have to do that to him? Because we just whiffed the Searcher, search the Searcher.
And Trust!
Okay, hold on. What are we setting with it, though? What can we get here? Please don't tell me this is a Dimensional Barrier, because that doesn't do a whole lot against Malice.
Is it maybe Sim?
Okay, that does a whole lot more against Malice, though, because Artifact Sanctum, of course, there to summon out Artifact Landseer on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, Drawn Lockbird, still the arch nemesis of all 60 card decks, I would say. And we just set 3 cards.
Lars, for beauty reasons, please put those cards in the spell and trap zone in the right direction. You have such nice sleeves, so please align them.
But you know, there's a system. You see the wave?
Okay. I mean, now...
Okay, we fixed it.
Okay, we got him. Just for style reasons, you know? Okay, immediately going to go for the Artifact Sanctum, but there is
Impulse.
Any response, Lars? Maybe a Solemn Judgment? Nope,
and that is it already.
And do we now also... Oh, we have the Dormouse again, wasting no time.
Is there the Book of Moon again of Lars? It doesn't look like it. We need to read the Dormouse.
Yeah. Brian, unforeseen for himself, won that game 1 even quicker than he expected it to do. But now game 2... Is that an Infinite Impermanence maybe? That could help for sure.
That would at least give him a chance now.
I mean, you gotta do it here. That gives up another
Rainbow
card.
Bridge. Send Rainbow Bridge. Not
this Rainbow Bridge, though. Not this Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge of Salvation would have been a good send, but this one... I mean, Rainbow Bridge of Salvation in this deck has like 8 search targets, actually. It's crazy.
It could actually be 8, yeah.
The 2 Valence ones, then 2 Snake Eye Field spells, then also... what else was there? We saw so many of them. Let me double check.
That could have been all already, honestly.
I'm sure there's more. The Kaiju Kyoto Waterfront is in there as well.
There is Terraforming coming at the right time for Brian after the Forbidden Droplet, so that he can still extend through that negate.
Yeah, but I mean, I do agree with Lars. I think you just try to stop the Dormouse, hope they have no extenders, and then maybe you kind of get the turn skip with the Forbidden Droplet, and if they have an extender, they do have it. That's sometimes how it is, and it is in case how it is here right now with Brian.
Yeah, and now there is Malice and Underground. Will it just banish the White Rabbit, probably? Or if we have a Malice card, maybe we banish the Chassis Cat?
The thing is, I'm already scared if Brian wins this feature, because then Leo gets to interview Brian, and he can again bring up the story where they both already have been Dutch national champions before, and it is the Emperor and the King with their last names and everything.
Yeah, you might have missed it because I already leaked that Leo's the Dutch national champion 2 rounds ago.
I think that information has been
Out
made
there.
public by him for a while. Multiple times. Plenty of times.
Okay, so what are we banishing? It is actually the March hair, interesting enough.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, and we will add it back. That's minus 300. And now, what are we doing? It is, of course, the Linguribo here is a very, very safe option against the back row.
It's so
of
good,
Lars.
yeah. And I mean, I think we may even know there's one card remaining in hand for Lars, and I think it is the Crystal Bond. So
It could also be the set. It could also be the set card. But
Oh, true. Yeah, true. That's technically possible. You're right.
But I don't know if that's better for Lars, so...
That's true. So we go banish Malice and Mirror.
Banish the Mirror, Mirror banish the Dormouse, and then we will add another name.
Oh, Lars. Yup, no response. This is tough.
Actually, I think here it's not that good for him to add a name because he used the Marcher already in hand, so he'll just have it for follow-up, which is of course good, but it's not as crazy as special summoning like a White Rabbit here or so.
Yeah, but I mean, we already have everything we need, right? I'm sure we can get to 8,000 points of damage, and this time he may even realize that it is 8,000 points of damage then.
I mean, you know the last card, I mean, if he has Nibiru in hand, Lars, to like stop him, you know Crystal Bond is the last set card, and I think like you can here, with this hand, easily play through the Nibiru.
It definitely feels like it. Is Brian... The way Brian looks at Lars here... Oh. Was that summon number 5 by any chance? It's at least 4.
I think it was... Was it 5? I mean, the Dormouse came twice, so it was 5, yeah.
Yeah, true. It was 5. Yeah.
Actually, a 5th summon.
And I mean, the way Lars stopped him from moving there, it does give up huge indicators that this might be the Nibiru. Is the being prime? Oh yeah, now you use Nip though.
I mean, if he has Nip, he will use it here. I'm very sure.
Certainly, but looks like no Nibiru here.
No Nibiru, and now Brian is free to continue link climbing.
And to tell you a small little secret, so that the others don't hear it, there is no Nibiru in the main or in the side deck, so it is not going to happen anyways. Lars with no real possibilities to just completely shut down the turn here really in his arsenal, so I think we're just going to watch this Cybers combo unfold.
Yeah, and then we will need to see if Brian this time around again finds game, because there still might be an Argo Star trap set.
Yeah, true. The Argo Stars might be saving us, but
maybe there's not a trap anymore for long.
They would need to save us soon here with the access code Talker. No response. We're destroying. It is a Book of Moon again. So Lars just refuses to use Book of Moon on the normal summon of Dormouse.
Yeah, I'm very sure he should have used it just on a normal summon in hope to Brian not having a play. And indeed, there was a chance to use the droplet then on the Malice Underground.
Oh,
the summon.
GWC. That's the game-winning move. Brian attacks.
Yeah, and
Fist
that is
bomb.
game.
Game number 2, and therefore the entire match goes to Brian Kaiser, who is on his mission and on his way to possibly become a 2-time Dutch national champion. He's probably still thinking about game 1, where he didn't even realize himself that he actually already was the winner. In the end, though, we caught it. He was the winner, and he also then followed it up with the second game win.
Yeah, and he's now 4-1, I think, so still in the race to be in top cut. It's actually still a long way to go, though. So,
very long way.
But I think he's very, very sure that he mastered this challenge against this crazy deck again, where I'm a bit sad we didn't see anything really of it, but that's just how it sometimes goes.
I mean, he was 3-0 in the beginning. There must be something. So it's not like he just randomly threw together some cards.
I mean, it looked a bit like it, but...
Yeah, it clearly did here on the feature at least, because none of this really worked together. But let's try to be as creative as we can possibly be. How is there a synergy between Snake Eye cards and Crystal Beast cards?
I mean, the Snake Eye cards, they need to send stuff. So when a Crystal Beast on a spell...
There it is!
I think that's not news, but that is a synergy. It might not be the best, though.
I mean, yeah, the Crystal Beast go into the spell traps and then you can send them. Yeah, I can see it.
And then how does Valence Word Shinra Bancho fit into that theory?
It's a field spell, and you have 8 different ways of searching field spells, so you just threw in 5 more, right?
I mean, it does something with monsters in the spell trap zone, and we have Argo Stars as well.
And we have Crystal Beasts. Wait,
you can summon back Crystal Beasts. And we also have Snake Eyes.
Actually?
And Fiendsmiths.
it does work. There is that overlay with all of them putting monsters into the spell and trap zone in different ways.
I mean, it does work, but it didn't.
Not here in this specific case. Truly, though, there is some logic behind it. There's some mastermind action going on.
I see that you want to play it. I feel like you are like your brain tells you.
I've last round already committed into playing Gladiator Beast now, so the list of decks that I still need to play is already long, so I can't add another one to it. Honestly, this did look. I mean, if he would have shown off better, maybe, but he just, of course, he couldn't showcase how cool it is.
Yeah, I mean, he might have the chance again because he's not out, I think, with X2. It's tough. It's a bit luck dependent.
He has
as
to
well.
win out now and then still hope.
And still hope, but it's not over. So we'll see. Also, small info for you. I talked with the one and only Quantlefink after the last round, and he lost.
Yeah.
So he's X1 now, but still in a tournament. I don't know how he's like after this round, so it was before this round. But yeah, that's how he is doing.
Yeah, I think also when we already talk about big names, there's Yoho Arndt, former Worlds competitor, also in the tournament. And as far as I'm concerned, not knowing the result of this round yet, before this round he was undefeated without any kind of losses. Another big name on the field. Also previous Worlds competitor, Jonas Koschel, has been spotted in the players' field as well. And I think he was before this round X1, so he already lost round, but still going decently well, having a good chance. And then there also still is all of those interesting decks still out there, which I'm still very excited to possibly feature later on. For example, my most favorite Apophis deck.
Yeah.
Still haven't seen it yet.
I know you have a list of a lot of decks that are still in the field you want to feature. I feel like
Sword Soul.
Sword Soul, yeah. I feel like there's not enough rounds to feature all the cool decks, but we will do our best to find them for you.
We will absolutely try. But for the moment, of course, it is the moment to talk to the winner of our most recent round, our round 5 feature match winner, Brian Kaiser, and of course, Leo. So take it away for the winner's interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Brian, congratulations on another great win. How did you prepare for this tournament?
I read my cards that are in my deck. No, that's about it.
And that worked kind of well for you so far. You're playing the Malice strategy. This has been discussed previously because lately the deck has been dropping off. What's your stance on Malice in the format right now?
I think it's still pretty good, maybe the best deck, but I think a lot of people are siding against it, like much hate. So I don't know. I don't think it's the best pick, but it worked for me.
So have you played versus loads of Lanceas and Chaos Hunters today?
No, not one. Not yet.
Oh my goodness, I hope that this trend continues for you to not play against Lancea. What's your plan if you get Lancea? Are you playing like a big topology combo, or are you playing Echo Talker?
Drawn called by or Impulse like last game.
That works too. Do you actually know what your opponent was playing?
No, I have no idea. I read his cards that he played, but that's about it. I have no idea. He told me he bricked and yeah. That's it.
All right, so quick question about your deck knowledge for your opponent. He played Crystal Beast Snake Eyes. What's the end board?
I saw nothing, so I guess 10 negates. I have no idea. Really no idea.
It's probably the right thing. So from one Dutch national champion to another, Brian. Are you planning on defending your title this weekend?
I will definitely try, but I think it will be tough with the competition that's here. So let's see what happens.
We got a lot of pretty strong duelists coming up in this tournament still. We have seen a match of Ita versus Quantle already before. I know you guys loved it, so here is part 2 with our next duel. Stay tuned.
So I asked my good friend Console to play with me.
Hi, I'm really excited to play some Time Wizard 2010 with Etienne. It's going to be interesting. It's always really fun to play Time Wizard formats.
Oh yeah.
So let's do a high roll.
Let's get into it.
Let's see.
And I roll a 6.
That's slightly below average, but quite good, I must say. And I
that's
rolled
also
a 6. So I guess we'll have to re-roll again.
Yes. We're pretty good at rolling 6s today. That's a
Ooh,
10.
That's going to be hard to beat.
Good.
That's really hard to beat.
Let's see.
But I don't think
Another
I'd beat
6.
So
I will choose to go first.
Very well.
And as you know, in the 2010 format, if you go first, you draw 6 cards.
Yeah, you get to draw for turn.
Yes. So Good luck, my friend.
Good luck.
And I will start my turn by doing a classic maneuver known as the T-set.
Ooh.
And
I
then it's
see.
your turn.
I'll see. I'll draw. Ooh, I see, I see. Interesting hand, I must say. Quite something. I think I'm going to be a little bit aggressive. Because you control because I don't control no monsters, you control monster, I can normal Sirocco.
Ooh, you can.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do I want you to keep that Sirocco? And I do not think I do. So I will activate my trap card. Bottomless Trap Hole.
That's going to be painful. It banishes it as well, so that's going to be hard to get back.
Bye-bye, Sirocco.
I'm sadly going to have to think. I'm going to have to pass.
Oh, and that's very good for me. So I will draw a turn. I will draw a card for turn. And I will go into my main phase.
Very well.
Let me think for a second what I want to do here. And I think I can get very aggressive here. So I will discard Destiny Hero Malicious to special summon my Dark Grepher. Which is a very good play, if I may say so myself. And I will then continue by using the effect of Dark Grepher. I can discard one Dark Monster from my hand to place one Dark Monster from my deck to the graveyard. So I will discard Chaos, the Shadow Monarch.
Okay.
And let me just go through my deck. I hope I remember correctly. And I have this card in here, but it should be, right? Yeah. And I will send Plague Spreader Zombie.
I mean, I'd hope so.
Yeah, otherwise the deck would make not so much sense.
Yeah.
So, that being said, let me just check my extra deck for options.
Plague Spreader, a very strong card. Limited in this format even.
Yes. I mean, even to this day, I think it's one of the better tuner monsters in the game. Honestly. Like, it has recursion. It's a level 2, which is oftentimes very good. I think it's just a very good card. And now I just want to check if I can do 8,000 damage in one turn.
I think that would be very impressive.
Yeah, I agree.
10.
Because you have to remember, I do have still the Destiny Hero Malicious also in my graveyard.
Yes. And that card I do believe is at 3.
Yes. So here's what I will do. I will flip summon Goblin Zombie.
Okay.
Then I will use my Destiny Hero Malicious, banishing itself off the field, to special summon another Destiny Hero Malicious, straight from the deck. And I will summon it here. I believe actually Malicious is at 2 in this format.
Oh, that's interesting.
Either that or I'm missing one.
That's actually quite interesting.
Yeah. But do you want to give my deck a cut before I use the effect of my Plague Spreader Zombie?
Yes, absolutely.
As you know, Plague Spreader Zombie, you place one card from your hand on top of the deck and then you can special summon it, but it gets banished off the field when it leaves the field. So I will do that right here. I will play... I can still normal summon, can't I?
You have not normal summoned.
Oh, that's
so
amazing. I will place this mysterious card from my hand on top of my deck to summon Plague Spreader Zombie. And then I will Synchro Summon. Let me do the math. That is... Oh, that's pretty good. Not quite 8,000, I believe. But close enough. I will Synchro Summon. Yeah. I will Synchro Summon Stardust Dragon.
Ooh.
I will play it safe. If I cannot end the game here, I want some interaction with your cards. Then I will normal summon Pyramid Turtle and attempt to go into the battle phase.
Yes, absolutely.
And I will play around Gores. So I will start by attacking with 1,000.
1,100 in fact.
Yeah, 1,100. You are correct.
And because you dealt damage to me, I believe
here it
the
comes.
mandatory effect of Goblin Zombie activates where it mills top 2 cards in my deck.
That is correct.
Top
It is
1?
1.
Oh, just top 1. And you milled Raikou.
That's a good
which
card.
is quite a good card in this format.
Yes. Now, is there anything you want to activate after taking the damage also?
No.
Okay, then I will continue by attacking with the Pyramid Turtle for 1,200.
Very well. I'll take that 1,200 and I'm at 57.
Exactly. Is there anything you wish to activate here?
No.
Okay, then I will attack with 1,700.
Very well. I
What's
go
your
down
edge?
to 4,000.
Exactly.
And nothing here again.
Okay, then I will attack with my Stardust Dragon for 2,500.
And that leaves me at 1,500, which is not a lot of life points.
That's true. Now, anything here?
No.
Amazing. I like to hear that. And then I will already pass my turn.
Very well. I will see if I can get a good top deck.
Well, it's not a Raikou, unless it's another Raikou. But
I mean, you never know.
it's not that Raikou.
It's definitely not that Raikou. And I must say, it's an interesting top deck. Interesting. I'll activate the Reinforcement Army.
I will allow it.
I mean,
There's not a lot I can do here.
there's not a lot of top decks. I mean, you have no cards in hand, right? So, I must
And
say.
I do, in fact, know the top of my deck. You do not, but I do.
Yes, that is true. You do know your top of your deck. Oh, I must say, there's no targets in my deck for a Reinforcement Army, so I cannot activate this
Well,
card.
that perhaps gives me also some information on what you may have in your hand.
Yes, absolutely.
That's very
I
interesting.
assumed that there would be another target, but apparently not.
Oh.
I guess this can be a very interesting situation because I do not have much, so I'm going to have to be very conservative.
I know this maneuver.
And I'll pass.
All right, I will draw for turn. And you know what, Quanto? I think I will not make a big show out of it, and I will just go directly into the battle phase.
Very well.
So I will choose to attack you first. Now, if this is a Raikou, and I do not attack first with my Stardust Dragon, I have to use my Stardust Dragon to protect something, perhaps. Which is why I will attack with my Stardust Dragon first. Please show me the Raikou.
To your surprise, it's actually not Raikou, but
It
rather
is,
simple
Mega Hamster.
Mega Hamster, which on flip summon can summon a hypothetically a Raikou from my deck.
Oh, face down?
Face down.
That is pretty good. Can it also summon another Mega Hamster?
No, it has to specifically be level 3 or lower, I assume.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yes. And yeah, I'll set Raikou.
Raikou.
And because it is bigger, so I'm gonna have to say goodbye to my Mega Hamster.
Bye bye, Mega Hamster. It's a good hamster, though.
It's a good hamster.
It's a good hamster. I like the Mega Hamster. Now, Raikou has how much defense again?
It only has 100 defense.
100. In that case, I think I will attack the Raikou with my Goblin Zombie.
So on flip summon, I'm gonna have to attempt to activate Raikou.
Yes, indeed. What do you target?
Targeting your Dark Refer.
I would like to use my Stardust Dragon.
And sadly, that will negate and destroy the Raikou.
Exactly. And then in the end phase, I get my Stardust Dragon back.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. I love this card. I will attempt to attack you with the Dark Refer and end the game right here.
Sadly, I have no response to this, so that
wow.
it will be game.
All right. Well, let's see what your last card was.
It was the Rota.
Oh,
my
good
only target being Armageddon Knight.
Oh.
And 2 Vayus.
Yeah.
And a Gale, which I must say doesn't really work together on its own.
I guess there has been better hands in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I not much insurance, I would say.
Anyway, guys, thanks for watching the duel with us, and we will see you soon.
So you see, this is not the casting desk yet, but because like round 5 is still ongoing. But I thought I'd just rock around the venue and look for a good friend of mine, Etienne Ita. Etienne, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty alright. It's my birthday, so I'm happy I can be here and play Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes!
Yeah. So congratulations on your birthday from everyone. So make sure to write in the chat that congratulations for your birthday, of course. And you're also playing, I guess. You're not only here to have a good time. So how are you doing so far?
Man, I think playing is having a good time, no? But yeah, no, but I'm doing all right. I have 3 wins and 2 losses. The losses were quite unlucky. There was not really a lot I could do. It was just getting unlucky, losing the dice roll, the opponent drawing better. But that belongs to the game, so I will do what I can, and maybe I still win the other rounds.
Yeah, I definitely wish you best of luck with that. And I already asked you if I may ask you that question. So which deck are you playing this weekend?
I'm playing all the engines. I'm playing Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith with Raizio. And it's a thing. It's a thing. It definitely exists. It definitely does things. Yeah, I mean, I think almost every deck in the format would have been a good pick for this weekend. So I just kind of played what I thought would be fun.
So you're saying it's not the fault of the deck, it's just a bit unfortunate right now. And do you still think your pick was good, or would you have played something else now in hindsight?
No, I think my pick was great. It's literally just, it belongs to the game. It's like just unlucky, when you lose the dice roll, you draw no interruptions for your opponent's turn, then sometimes you just lose.
Yeah, and some people, they might still remember you actually casted last week. For you, was it a big difference now to like swap again from casting to playing, or was it like a very usual or very normal thing for you?
No, it's huge. I don't have to wear a suit, so big difference. No, I mean, it's casting, playing, they're pretty close together, I feel, because, when you cast, obviously you want to do a nice job also, so you want to know all the cards, you want to know all the interactions, you want to know what's good, want to know how things work, and I think it's the same with playing, because if you play, you don't know what the cards do, you're probably at the wrong tournament.
So maybe you could say like even the casting maybe have helped you to prepare for this tournament, and I really hope it will go better for you. You will win all the rounds and we will still see you in top 16. So wish you best of luck, and I really hope you will still have like a great birthday.
Thank you so much, and it would be amazing to top, so maybe I'll see you guys again.
Yeah, and that's a very good closing word, so stay tuned because soon round 6 will start.
Welcome back to the coverage of Dutch Nationals 2025 here live from Den Haag. And as you can clearly tell, I'm joined by Quantel and we're going to play a little game here. Quantel, how's the tournament going at the moment?
I'm currently X1, so
Looking solid. Just need to win out 3 rounds at least.
Sounds about right. 2 more rounds today. But for the moment, you have to beat me in a very special game, which is Who Am I? And so both of us, to explain the rules really quickly, are going to think of one card out of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe. And we're going to be guessing with yes-no questions. And whoever guesses the card from the other one first is going to be the winner of this. And we got to be really quick as we just got pairings there. So let's make this a rapid-fire one. Let's maybe rethink and let's think of an easy one. Because you had a hard one and I think I had a hard one as well. So I have a more easy one. So you can start asking me.
Is it a monster card?
Yes.
Is it level 4 or lower?
No, it's not. So now returning, I can get your card. Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a level 4 or lower?
Yes.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
It is Exodia.
No. Is it a level 5 to 6?
No, it's not that either. How about it is... I'm running out of options. Is it released in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Has it seen meta play?
Yes.
It's not level 4 or lower. Is it level 4 or lower?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Is it level 2 or lower?
No. Is it level 7?
I am certain it is.
Is it a dark monster?
Yes.
Is it Diabell Star of the Dark Witch?
No, it is not. Honestly, players are already gathering. I don't want to... You have a tournament to play and you have to be there. My card was Dark Magician, I'm telling you. So
mine was Telemid Reinhardt.
Reinhardt is a very specifically for you pretty cool one. So best of luck with your match, of course, as you have 2 more to play and you're playing a very unique deck today, as we saw earlier in the feature match. We're going to be right back with the next feature match, so don't go anywhere as we will be back. So stay tuned. See you in a moment.
Welcome back to the feature match of round 6. I'm here again with you, Leo.
Hi.
And you have told me of a very, very interesting deck, which you wanted to feature. And we have actually chosen that. And I want to give you the honor to tell the people which deck am I talking about.
Yeah, so basically, when we were all watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX as kids,
Yeah.
so who was the coolest, most nonchalant character?
It's Zane Truesdale, of course.
It is absolutely Zane Truesdale. Because he couldn't care less if anyone was talking down his Cyber Dragons or his Cyber Dragon Darks in his...
And he was the best duelist of them all.
Exactly, because there was a neat trick he learned at the Duel Academy, which was special summoning a Cyber Dragon when you don't have a monster. So, actually, we have Cyber Dragon with a huge Cyber Dragon Dark engine in there as well, and that's what we're going to show you in the next round.
Yeah, and I'm very curious if he will decide to go first or second. Because I'll tell you the one thing, I'll go second with Cydras.
Really?
All day. Because I'm brave, you know, like Cydra, it was designed to go second.
That's true.
And so I'll follow the vibe of the cards.
There you can see one of the two duelists.
Yeah.
Ormulus clearly having a lot of fun here.
Yeah, I mean, from the pure reaction, I would guess he's the Cydra duelist.
Does not seem as excited whatsoever. So we have a big gap here in excitement in the featured match, but that's fine. Of course, you want to lock in for those featured matches. It's just another duel.
It's especially round 6. Both of them are, I think, 1-1.
Yep,
so
it's the
4-1-1, 3-1-1. Sorry. So when they lose, they're out.
Yeah.
But if they win them all, they have a great chance of topping.
That is true. And I want to get shoutouts from Ed Templar here. It's the penultimate round of the day because we're only playing 7 rounds of Swiss today. 2 more following tomorrow and then a top 16 cut.
But there's one more round after this, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the penultimate round.
Yeah,
it's
you
second
are
to
right. I
last.
just wanted to make that sure for the viewers that you shouldn't leave the stream after this game because there's one more round.
All right, so apparently that both players are only for 1, so not 2, 1-1.
Oh, that's my bad then. That's even better for them because that would mean they could afford to lose one, but I'm sure they don't want to, especially if you're a Cydra duelist, you want to win them all.
Also, as opposed to all the other duelists who are totally fine with losing. So if you get a late loss in the tournament into your X2, there is a good chance that you're still making it to the top 16 cut. If you get an early loss or early 2 losses, it's looking bad.
Yeah, actually, and I want to leak one thing of the Cydra list already. He is maining 6 more Charmies and also Lightning Storm Thrust and Ultimate Slayer. If that's not a list that wants to go second, I don't know which is.
I mean, maybe you don't know because I'm pretty sure he's going to go first. That's just my call on this one.
Cydra duelist.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I would make a bet with you honestly about that, but nothing I can bet on. So, and his opponent is actually on Ryziel Mitsurugi.
That's cool. We haven't seen the Ryziel cards all day. So I'm also pretty much looking forward to these cards.
Yeah, and I can tell you one thing. I think at table 1 right now, I still see our round 1 feature match winner, Raul, who's on his Malice deck. And table 3, we had someone who already came to us and said like, oh, don't you want to feature me? It is Yoho, who is on
Mitsurugi Octoadic.
Correct, yeah. He's on that deck, and he's still undefeated, so he is 5-0.
Yep.
And looking really good for him, and maybe we'll have him on feature later as well.
Might see some more of that in the future, but I think that the duelists are ready, so let's go over and start round 6.
And there are the both players, and see, I was right.
Yeah.
Richard is the Cydra duelist. And I don't know who won the die roll, if that made a difference.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go second, then you most of the time want your opponent to win the dice roll, no?
Yeah.
Well,
Except it's a Tampa Mirror match. Then you really want to win the die roll.
That is true.
And
that's an X start.
Yeah, and we sort of by X Ryziel send Eclipse Twins. Honestly, a very strong start.
Yeah.
But I would be even more scared if like the X sent a Heraldic card.
That is true. Heraldic has had a top at the last YCS.
It actually did, yeah. But I didn't see some of them here today. Maybe they are somewhere because I really want to see the Heraldic deck. But first of all, we will go for our Ryziel combo here first. I think he searched Node, right?
Yeah, search Node now with Sword.
Yeah.
Ice is going to be added to the hand. Good old Innenmotor, as we call them in Germany. Naturally.
Yeah, and now will he go for the King of the Pharaoh Arms here, or does he already have Engine?
I think he already does have a lot of engine there, so we're going to the Duo Drive and try to resolve that one.
That's a bit weird that he sent Eclipse Twins then if you want to go Duo Drive here anyways, because normally you send another Duo Drive. He might not have the space for the second Duo Drive though, which could explain it. Let me quickly check.
But I mean, if your opponent lets you go first, maybe you expect Breaker, so you don't need to play around.
No, he actually only plays one Duo Drive, so no chance to send it.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, so we have the Cross and I think Star Raziel.
I don't know, did we search it? Could be, but I don't know, maybe we just summon the Star of here of Ice? But I mean, we probably don't play more possible. Search targets, so...
I think you should. I think there's nothing wrong with making the ceiling of your deck bigger.
I mean, there is one downside, because you get more inconsistent.
Yeah, hey. If you want to win a tournament, you kind of also want need the luck of the draw, right? Okay. This is a risky one to go into the detonator here before having played out the Cross, because if you have... I mean, you have Eclipse Twins in the graveyard, fair enough, but...
Still, the Nibiru could have just been chained, and then, like, Milos loses, like, everything he has on field. But let's see. Yeah, there's a Rise Across, and Richard says, yeah, that is fine, meaning that now that card is resolved and we are kinda nipsing.
Yep, that is true. But I mean, at this point, there's also not gonna be a nip.
Honestly, Nip plus Vados does the trick, though.
That's... that's actually pretty much true. Yeah. But I mean, you get the detonator back regardless, right?
Yeah, that is correct. And now we are actually special summoning Ice by sending the Duo Drive, which is a bit odd, but probably we have... Okay, yeah, we have the node, we special it now. Is there another Rising card even in the graveyard, though?
I don't think there is. I think we're just gonna go into another...
Or no, we summon the Duo Drive with two Rises, right? So there should be two Rises on grave, okay. Okay, but are we even using the node now is the question.
I've seen Mitsurugi Prayers in hand for Milos. So if he doesn't have another card...
Yeah, and there is actually Tornado Dragon. An interesting card to summon here, and now uses Prayers and tributes Aramasa.
That's a hand. Yeah. That's a hand for sure. Aramasa searches for a monster, so with the Prayers, you're also going to get a monster. So we don't have access to...
Actually at Saji of the Prayers, that is interesting at least. Yeah. But we didn't normal yet, so we can still normal the Saji.
We normaled Ice.
No, we specialed it. We sent the Duo
Drive. No, we sent the Duo Drive for the second Ice. We normal summoned the Ice after we went for Duo Drive. So I think that what you want to do is you search for...
You can special the Saji, but it's not optimally, I think. Okay, yeah, you're right, you're right. Okay, and there we special it, and what we also see here, I mean, it's very clear, but Richard did not draw one of his Mulchamis.
Yeah, that's true. We have Habakiri now in hand, and we get a Ritual here as well.
Exactly, and that is like a very good combo. We don't even use the Habakiri, which is, I think, fine, because we keep it for follow-up, because we already have everything we need. And now we summon from hand, we will send the second Aramasa. Some people have decided to cut it, but and here we see here it would be very, very crucial, because then this combo wouldn't work. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think two Aramasa are the best way to play it, or should you cut one?
I think for consistency's sake, most of the time you can still play if you only have one Aramasa.
Yeah.
So I think when we're talking about playing a more consistent deck, I think this is the place where you would want to start.
Okay, and now we summon from deck the Amenomura Kumuno Mitsurugi. And by Tribute Habakiri.
I just like the Tornado Drake chilling.
I mean, he's solid as a card itself. Yeah. And we add a Purification, actually, but that means we might not get a way to second Prayers, or did we add it back? I don't think we added Prayers back from Graveyard. And yeah, that Purification, you know, is very good against board breakers.
I think... Wait, no, Kusaragi added back the...
Ritual, I think, yeah. And I can actually tell you, Milos plays a copy of number 38, Hope Harbinger.
Oh, yeah. But at this point, if you have a Murakumo, you don't want to go for that. that's a pretty huge
Oh, wait,
field.
I lied. It's Photon Lord. Sorry.
Right.
Correct myself. Photon Lord's still not a bad card, though, but
it's true.
I don't know if you will summon it here.
So we have to read the Habakiri already. 800 attack points missing. The good thing is for Milos is that Tornado Dragon is not the best card against Cyber Dragons.
I mean, it at least hits the Clockwork Knight, I guess. And Cyberdark Realm, so I think the card is actually quite good.
All right, fair enough. There was a total bluff from me.
No, but to be fair, the detonator would have done the same. So it's like kind of weird that there's hardly Travadasa actually being used here, and we don't have another way to get the Murakumo on field. So if we now use the purification, we would have haven't had a chance to use the Murakumo. But since we didn't use purification, we can now use its graveyard effect to tribute the Murakumo and that way get it back. And there is Cyber Emergency, and now normally I would expect Drytron Alpha being added, but some OGs might actually expect a Cyber Dragon.
Pretty strong card. There were also, I think, Drytron was the deck that utilized that card the most, right?
I mean, a lot of Cyber Dragon players probably played it, but I think there were...
Not to great success.
Yeah, but there were more Drytron players than Cyber Dragon players at that time. And now Richard is really thinking what to add, because even though the detonator might look like the machine, or he is a machine on the field, he is not a type machine.
Oh, and we have the Joel and Lockbird right after the Cyber Dragon core was added to the hand.
Yeah, and that might be neck-breaking already for Richard. The only good thing here is, if now Milos uses the purification on the Murakumo, it does not get back to the field because he cannot add.
Yep, that's true. And then you might have asked yourself, why didn't you just go for purification?
Oh, I think we top-decked the Mulcharmy. Richard, I think that's a Mulcharmy in the sense of Perulia.
Doesn't help you too much.
Yeah, the Realm also would add. You can activate it for an extra normal summon, but you do not get to add the Cyberduck Chimera here, which is an issue. And we will actually think about popping it with the detonator.
Because like, hey, read the card first before you pop it. It's like, no need to be so angry at my field. Richard also holds a droplet that he hasn't.
Yeah, and that card actually deals with the Tornado Dragon and Detonator, so he might have a chance.
And you have a Mulcharmy to play around that, to discard something.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the play he'll try to do is he'll try to go for the Clockwork Knight. I don't know if that card adds or activates. Because in that case he might be able to get to the Clockwork Knight and do a big contact fusion with his opponent's field. Because Clockwork Knight actually makes his opponent's monsters machines, yeah. And they lose 500 attack, which doesn't really matter. And we actually go for the Mega Fleet Dragon, which himself is sadly not a Cyber Dragon though.
Yeah, that is true. There is a chance to banish the Cyber Dragon core later on to special summon out Cyber Dragon from the deck. However, that only works if you have no monsters on the field, if I'm not mistaken. So
I think you're right on that. The interesting thing will be, do we have Typhon here to maybe try to out the Detonator? Because Cross is actually gone. But in that case, the Tornado Ring would come back because of the Eclipse Twins.
Oh, and we're gonna summon Cyber Ring next up. That will have to discard Perulia, right? The card does Nexta apparently only needs to discard a monster.
Yeah, you discard another monster special summon. And if it's summoned, you can bring back a machine with 2-1 attack or death. And I don't know if we have that, because I don't think core is 2-1 death.
Oh, we can see a droplet here.
And there is the droplet. Now, though, he only sent a spell card.
Yep, and now Murakumo can just negate the droplet.
That is actually correct, yeah. Yeah, Richard is laughing because he just realized, okay, I cannot. He's asking, okay, what do I destroy? Okay, that one. And now there is one Nexa and a Dream.
Yes, but Richard might just go, hey, let's go next up, because this game is not looking too promising for him. At least he's still having a lot of fun in this one.
He might be playing his favorite deck, so...
Yeah, Midas is just still sitting there, completely stressed out, but is looking like it's in a prime position.
And we actually go into game 2 directly. Milos wins the first game. And here we already saw the biggest issue of Cyber Dragon right now. If you go second, your opponent plays Mitsurugi cards.
Yeah, the field is way too big. I mean, in this situation, it wasn't really necessarily about the Mitsurugi cards, right? It was rather about Lockbird.
Also the Ryziel cards, they did a lot of work, because what we shouldn't forget is, even though the Realm could have searched without Drone Lockbird, the Ryziel Detonator would have answered quickly.
But then you drop it.
Yeah, you could. The issue though is like the Murakumos then again lets you, or forces you to discard another card. So,
Philip, I have the line.
yeah,
Okay, you activate Droplet on Detonator effect.
yeah,
You send Purulia.
Yeah.
And your spell card.
yeah.
And then you activate Cyber Dragon Core from the graveyard because you. Oh, you tribute to Mega Fleet as well, and not
Yeah.
the spell card. And then you can negate the Murakumo and you can negate the Detonator.
Yeah, but I give you a big but. The problem is, in case he didn't draw there, he could have summoned back the Murakumo.
Oh yeah, true. The purification would have been incredible there. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because that's the only reason the Murakumo there couldn't be wasn't able to like destroy.
That's
the
true. Yeah. Control and Lockbird. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Ah, look at this. Most play card in the side decks, and this is where we get the Lancia deck back because earlier we were just seeing the most played main deck cards in the game, and Artifact Lancia is of course still reigning supreme in the side decks.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not really surprised by that. The bigger thing I'm surprised about is 68% of people playing a Hobby Cerberus in the side deck. Just one.
No, I can see that.
I mean, it's not bad. But
It is, first of all, it's national season, so you're playing versus a lot of Rogue.
Fair
There's
enough,
so
fair
many players who are trying to defend the title of their home country with trap decks.
Yeah.
Second of all, there is very few cards in the side deck that answer a strategy that has been proven very strong in the last few tournaments, and that is Memento. And cards like Lightning Storm and Hobby's Feather Duster actually give this deck a really hard time.
Yeah, but you gotta think like, I mean, every second person also plays a Lightning Storm. But they might play both. It's crazy. It's a crazy amount of cards. And then Drone Lockbird, 35%. I don't know how much it was before, but I'm very, very sure we will get very close to the 100%.
We also, yeah, exactly. We have a lot of them in the main decks as well.
One thing we shouldn't forget is, of course, there might even be people like playing one in the main, two in the side, for like one for the crossout in the main, and then two to side. So we might get over 100% in Fury, even though it is not more than 100%.
Do you still play cards for crossout in the main deck? Crossout is at 1.
I think you can play a card like Drone Lockbird, which is so good in this format for a crossout, but I wouldn't play like one Bell, one Morden or so.
I like the comeback of Dimensional Barrier.
Oh, I really don't like that. I don't like Dimensional Barrier personally. Leonard Koenig outing himself as a Dimensional Barrier fan, I see.
I'm a big enjoyer of the card ever since it came out in Invasion of Vengeance, which is, I think, the correct set, but I'm not completely sure anymore.
I don't know if this is even. I think Invasion
No,
Vengeance.
it was one after, right? Invasion of Vengeance was where Metal Foes got good and we got totally awesome.
Yeah,
and one set after
it might
Dimensional Barrier was introduced. Anyways, I think the card is a really smart choice against if you're playing like Thrust packages. All Charmies are in every single deck. So I think that Thrust is very good, and Dimensional Barrier is such a good target.
We also saw a lot of people siding Thrust, actually.
Yeah, because you can call Ritual.
Yeah, and I got an update for you. You were correct. It is Invasion of Vengeance, the Dimensional Barrier.
Let's go.
Real Dimensional Barrier enjoyer.
Absolutely. If you're a big fan of the game, then you have to know your facts, get your facts straight about Dimensional Barrier. Flipping this card has been amazing since the first day it came out. I just remember that I played versus Kian Shabazi in a tournament in Bremen, and we were playing a Pendulum Mirror match, and I didn't have Dimensional Barriers. He did, and then he barriered me.
Was it before or after you became the Dutch national champion?
That was way before.
Way
but
before.
but I heard that the duel is already, so let's go over to the table for game 2. You know, ever since we started addressing this topic, I feel like there's a barrier between us.
You know, I'm just looking up to you. And now, what did Richard decide? Who will go first? I already see a Charmy and Milos uses it. And there is Heatwave!
That's crazy. And Richard loves it. He's like, hey, read this card. He's having an absolute blast. I want to play versus Richard next. This seems like
I don't want to play against Richard right now. Heat waving. And then he is like, Milos, do your thing.
I love how he's enjoying this so much. Milos is passing here. And Richard is like, wow, again, let's go. Draw a card. Let's go. Cyber Dragons.
And he drew the Cyberload Fusion, which is, I think, a very good OTK enabler the Cyber Dragon deck has.
All right, what does it do? What does it enable?
So it's like a fusion summon, but you can also use or shuffle back monsters, I think, in Banish pile, if I remember correctly. And that way you could get into your Cyber Dragon, Rampage Dragon, the Rampage Dragon, which gets multiple attacks. Yeah, exactly, and that's the way. The only thing is, only your fusion summon monster can attack for the rest of the turn, but you have the Cyber Dragon Seeker to boost him.
Oh,
if you want to. And Yeah.
What about a good old-fashioned... oh, no, wait. Is this the impermanent zone? Richard? Richard?
Richard, oh,
Okay,
he is
we
asking.
clarified.
He
Okay.
is asking. Okay, okay. Richard, very heads up from him to again ask where was the imperm.
Crisis averted.
Yeah.
Good job, Richard. So what I was going to ask is...
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, it's okay. The deck can OTK. That's what I wanted to say. Even with Cyber
Where is Cyber Twin Dragon?
Like, probably in the binder.
That's the OTK machine. How much cooler can it get?
So, and now we are looking which card are we adding off of Cyber Emergency. Would it be the new Cyber Dark Worm, I think is the card, or is it Cyber Jormungandr?
But so far, it looks like Richard is hovering over the Cyber Dragon Nesta in his deck.
Also a good card, honestly. I remember when that card came out, and I think Dupo it was. And that card was really sought after by a lot of Cyber Dragon fans because it was really a good support whip for the deck, even though it didn't make the deck matter.
Yeah, but it really helped in Orcus strategies because you could play this there and summon out Orcus Nightmare. Nexta, yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Yeah, it was crazy good in Orcus. That's why I think Sam Pearson got second place at the YCS in Gent, if I'm not mistaken.
That's interesting. I didn't know.
Yeah. Lost the finals to Johannes Urbicht, who played Lunar Light Orcus.
Oh, I remember him though.
He kicked Sebastian Lemke out of his YCS top cut.
But it was in remote YCS, so not the Lunar Orcus thing. And now what are we doing? We are summoning... Is it an electromagnetic... It is an electromagnetic turtle in the hand of Richard.
Yep, and that is going to prevent some damage done to Richard, which is not happening in the foreseeable future, I want to say.
Yeah, I think right now Milos has other problems than dealing enough damage.
Yeah.
And now the question is, in hand of Richard, I didn't see correctly if he had, like, if it was the Machine Do, or if it was the... We use Cyber Fusion to fusion from field now.
Just spinning the Cyber Dragon core around.
Or if a card in his hand was... There is the Rampage Dragon, in fact. That can send 2 from the deck, which might get relevant for additional attacks.
Honestly, that's how you properly fusion some, right? You spin those cards around the entire time.
And then they go back to your deck, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we are clarifying now. So what I wanted to say is, it really depends if the card in his hand is like Cyber Ref System, which is like a monster reborn for the Cyber Dragon deck.
Wow.
That would be really good here. The question though is, if it is Machine Do, then Milos played perfectly around it because, in fact, the Impermanence does take away the name of the Cyber Dragon core.
Then you can't special summon out Cyber Dragons with the
exactly because that's always like a very interesting thing the Cyber Dragons do. They change their name to Cyber Dragon on the field and partly in the graveyard. And in that case, here it wouldn't have worked, the Machine Noob. And now we are using the Rampage Dragon. I think the judge is still reading it just in case. But we will just resolve it. And here is the core we are sending and...
Next time. Oh, we could have just properly fusion some of the card. Just could have activated good old-fashioned polymerization. Or we are just rewinding the game state. That is...
that could actually be correct, but... Yeah, it looks a bit like it.
Yep, but then the fusion would have to go back into the hand of Richard. If we are not... The fusion kind of needs to go back into the hand if we're not fusion summoning. Clockwork Knight now?
I really don't know why that shouldn't be legal.
Well, here we are.
Okay, now there is the Clockwork Knight we were talking about. And that is actually such a good piece for the deck because now he can get a search off of a Earth Machine, which is in fact the Regulus, most of the time like Fearing King Regulus, which is a negate.
Yeah.
The question though is, can he manage to get to OTK here? But I'm still not really sure what happened to the Cyber Rampage Dragon.
Me too.
Okay,
but at this point I'm going with it.
Okay, let's see, what are we adding?
Yep, there is the Regulus.
Regulus.
What a card. It's just a very good Omni Negate, just negates everything that is being activated. Super strong card. Has been a centerpiece of some end fields, for example, in the Rika strategy as well, previously. Now we equip the Cyber Dragon core.
There's the Regulus.
Sieger.
Sieger, yeah. There is the Regulus, and now we are going for the Sieger, like you said. That'll only boost. Okay, we are explaining if I can. That doesn't look like the best field ever.
But it looks like Richard is enjoying his time.
Yeah, he's having a lot of fun, and that's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about.
Yep, indeed. So we're going to just attack for a few thousand damage.
Yeah, 2-1 and 3k.
And
oh,
minus.
I know what happened. We kept the Cyberlord Fusion in hand and we discarded for Clockwork Knight, I assume.
Perfect, yeah, that makes sense. So Milos is just sitting there now against a half field with lots of Mitsurugi cards in hand and some Raziel cards.
And they are very good at breaking fields.
Yeah, especially if the fields are regulars. But the trap card in Milos' hand, is that evenly matched?
I thought so too. I also thought it might be evenly matched. And I'll be honest with you, I don't want to use it here.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely not necessary. Because you can just leave the regulars on the field, and then it's basically the same thing it has before.
It actually is, yeah.
Same threats. So I think what you just want to start with, if you're having 5 cards in hand, is you just show them a Habakiri. You just show them.
Yeah, you show the Habakiri and win, I guess.
Yeah, show Habakiri, force a negate out, and then play with the other 4 cards that you have here. Even though the cards in hand don't really seem to do too. Ah, there is a Raziel Sword, which could come in handy here. So if Habakiri gets negated, you can still just normal summon Sword, and then it should be full combo.
Yeah, that is correct. And now let's see, and we send, in fact, the Aggregator.
Did we just not activate the effect of X?
Could be, I don't know. We will see. Maybe he doesn't need it.
I mean,
it's free, but...
Sure. I mean, we have activated Aggregator, so the Regulus is negated, so now we can reveal Habakiri.
Yeah, and that will get us a Saji, I assume.
Or an Aramasa. It could be anything at this point. But I think, yeah, Saji is the right choice. Always it's good to reveal Habakiri, search out Saji, or special out Tribute Saji, and then search for prayers, and then use prayers to tribute the Habakiri.
Exactly. Or you go to save and already at the ritual. But in this case, of course, we know every card Richard has in play, so we can easily search for prayers without any fear.
Yep, that is true. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and there we special X now. And so I think we really didn't search of X here. Sort of special. I don't know.
So I think we just do everything at the same time.
Yeah, I think we just look for the quickest way to OTK here, because what we shouldn't forget, Seeker can also boost itself. Then it's big. It is not allowed to deal damage anymore, but it's big.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the deck is really good at OTKing if your opponent doesn't put out a big field. Just summon Murakumo, destroy everything. You have a Raigeki in your boss monster. How crazy is that?
I mean, that is very, very good as a card in general.
It summons itself back out. It searches a card during that. When it gets summoned, which also works on the opposing turn, it destroys all the monsters, and it is a possible negate, or at least a discard.
And best thing, it's a ritual monster.
Yeah, that's the best thing. That's the good part about the card.
I love ritual monsters, honestly.
Everything else was like kind of lackluster, but the ritual part, that's crazy. That is absolutely insane. All right, now we go Detonator, which is probably the best exceeds we have in the game right now.
Yeah, especially like the Detonator in a grindy state. Like, if we would need to grind here and cannot
I was going to
win
say,
the
Philip,
game.
this does not look like a grindy state to me. This looks like a Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
Oh, and Milos even drew Cross out, but didn't have Heatwave in his deck, I guess.
I mean, he couldn't have crossed out.
No, of course not. No.
Yep, and now Richard's fantastic smile that made me so happy, slowly fading away from his face.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he also feels the game is kind of getting out of his hands.
Yeah, I think at this point that's...
But just kind of,
yeah,
you know?
Just a little bit slipping through his fingers. We're just resolving the prayers now.
Yeah, but still, he was on feature with Cyber Dragons. Not everyone can say that.
Exactly. Actually looked like one of the most sympathetic players the game has ever seen. So now we use the Habakiri.
Yeah, we got ourselves a Saji out, and we will add the ritual now. It's from Prayer still. And this way we can use the Saji and use the Habakiri.
Wait, but what did we search with the Aramasa? Or what did we search the other Aramasa?
We didn't send Aramasa, I think we used Prayers.
Yeah,
Prayers tribute Ame.
We have added Aramasa.
Yeah, but we didn't use it.
But from what did we add Aramasa?
From the...
Aha!
Wait, is it from Prayers? We added the Aramasa. Yeah, we added Prayers at Aramasa, summoned Saji, and Habakiri added the monster.
Yeah, but we also searched the Mitsurugi ritual. And the Saji.
That's Saji. That's what we searched of Saji.
But we used Saji already this turn, no?
I don't know, really.
Did we just...
The only thing I know for sure is that the prayer shouldn't be there in Spell Trap Zone anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Now, Amino Murakumo is in there being special summoned and just destroying the entire field. I think that we're going to check with the judge if there was one special summon. I mean, maybe we haven't used this Saji before, but it just looked a little bit odd.
I think he added prayers with it, you're right. Prayers that's still in the pendulum zone there.
Yeah, this is the pendulum prayers. There's pendulum prayers.
There's a lot of
pendulum.
pendulum.
Electromite?
There's definitely a lot of pendulum prayers out there.
That is true. Now I think we're looking for the situation. And yeah, we're discussing this for a little bit right now. So I think that we should go back to us while the players and the judges are having a little talk. Might have been sometimes, I like to repeat this from time to time. Sometimes we miss stuff, sometimes the players do miss stuff. And then it's better to ask the judges for clarification instead of just ignoring it or just telling someone, no, that's not how it goes.
Exactly. It seems like the situation was resolved. It was probably all legal. And there we will now see again the army add something, summon itself back, and then there is easily 8,000 damage on the field. And now we even see 3 Mitsurugi spells on the field. And there we attack, and there is the electromagnetic turtle.
Oh, that's crazy. Does he have a card in hand?
No.
Or can Amino...
No, he does not.
Negate that effect?
No, he does not.
Oh my goodness. Does it?
And the prayer stays there. The prayer stays there.
The prayers just keep staying on the field. I can't take this anymore. Is he just negating this with Murakumo?
Or in cross.
What are we? Yeah, we have multiple options to negate this card right now, but we have to get rid of the prayers in the field. Yes, Milos. Yes. Put this card away.
It's gone.
Thank you. Electromagnetic turtle is now just being negated, I think, from Milos. And this just very much looks like game. We're having a little bit of discussion about this.
Yeah, and now there's a redeclare. Richard is loving, and it is game. A big handshake. And Milos is our round 6 feature match winner.
Yeah, with the Ryziel Mitsurugi strategy versus Cyber Dragons. The Cyber Dragons didn't look too strong. Those were probably not the hands that Richard was wishing for.
Definitely not. No, I mean, the heat wave was exactly what he was planning.
That's true.
But afterwards, it didn't go as planned. We didn't see the Cyber Dark cuts at all, I think.
Yeah.
So that's a bit unfortunate. We saw the core. I really like Cyber Dragon core, honestly. It's like, for me, it's like the... After the OG Cyber Dragon, of course, like the most nostalgic card.
What about Proto Cyber Dragon? What about Cyber End
Okay, Cyber End is cool, but he was never playable, I'm sorry to tell you.
What about Cyber Twin Dragon? That card was playable.
That was playable, but mostly with Cyberstein.
Yeah, but you also had, like, what's the Power Fusion spell called?
Oh, you mean Power Bond?
Power Bond, exactly. There were deck
There is no way that you ever, like, back in the day, summoned 3 Sidras and...
No, 2.
Oh, with Twin, you mean,
Cyber
okay.
Twin Dragon, yeah.
Yeah,
there were decks. Decks did stuff.
For me, no. For me, I mean, you know, I'm not that long in the game as you are. So for me, it's like Cyber Dragon Core that's more nostalgic than the Cyber Twin Dragon.
You're not as old as I am. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's not my fault if you already think about Cyberstein when you heard Cyber, so...
You brought Cyberstein to this. But we again saw how incredibly good Ryziel Mitsurugi is, especially the Mitsurugi part of the deck. The Ryziel cards seem to vanish a little bit from the metagame, which is astounding to me.
Oh, I don't think so, honestly, because I think like the Ryziel cards, they did so much work in this game. Even though like maybe the Mitsurugi engine would have been enough, like I think I saw the potential. I mean, everybody knows the potential of the Ryziel cards, but we saw the detonator, like being such a big threat. So even if Draw and Lockback wasn't there game 1, he could have just chilled because he knew like my boy Detonator is there and he'll deal with it for me.
That is true. Detonator is incredible. 3 pops in 1 exceeds is absolutely.
And not only 3, sometimes
you
even
get
more.
it back. The Eclipse Twins.
Eclipse Twins, also the Cross Negate. Yeah. It's just a very, very strong card overall, even though limited, where it's kind of deserved to be limited, honestly. But still, the card is very strong, but we saw a bit of a decline because... But I gotta say, the other deck we want to feature was a Ryziel Sharks deck, actually.
That's true.
Like a more pure version. So even the pure Ryziel deck still trying to fight for the top line.
With 1 loss, we have seen at the Austrian Nationals Joshua Ostmann, who was playing a pure Ryziel approach, which went very well. Did not make it into the top cut, but before that it went really well for him.
Yeah.
Good matchups versus Malice as well. So looking quite good for that deck as well in this tournament.
Absolutely, a lot of Ryziel variants, but I think you had the same impression as I had. We saw a lot of Malice also at the top tables. Not only feature match, the deck looks really strong.
Yep, especially if players are siding less cards like Lancea. I mean, we still have 92%, which is a 3% decline.
Oh, only 92%.
Yeah, but we have 25% on Mulchami Meowls, which is huge. Chaos Hunter wasn't even in those top 8 cards or top 10 cards.
Yeah.
So I think Malice has the potential to roam a bit more free.
Yeah, definitely. The power of the deck is unmatched if it can do itself unhindered. But those big hunt interactions like Chaos Hunter, like the Lancea, they can be really crucial. We also saw that in some feature matches where people were just passing to Lanceas.
I think the good thing for Mitsurugi in this meta is though that you can still very much afford to play Lancea, to play Meowls, and to play even Chaos Hunter if you want to.
You can play them all.
Yeah, because your deck is something that we call a Rogue Slayer. Your deck has so many tools, especially if you have Detonator in your deck and Excitantite, you have good matchups versus Rogue decks as well. Anything that removes a lot of stuff is good.
I mean, Malice is also not that weak into Rogue.
That is true. But you don't have to side so much for it. You don't have to side so much for other decks in the format because
it's also very tough to side against Mitsurugi. I mean, yeah, the Heatwave was very good against Mitsurugi, like it was against most decks probably. But just like Drone Lockbook is good, but there are ways to play around it. It's often very dependent from the hand, to be fair. So it's not like you can say that deck can always have a line against it and you're just the worst player. Sometimes it's just hard to do something against Bro, but sometimes it just doesn't matter.
Something that I like that is a bit on the decline in the Mitsurugi decks is Night Serpent, that you can tribute from the deck, you summon it out, and then you go into a Fiendsmith combo after you got drolled and you have a Murakumo set.
It doesn't only need to be Fiendsmith. It's a level 4, so you can even go for Dual Drive, but the card itself, people have realized, I think, that the deck is a bit more bricky than.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think
a little bit. It's only a little bit. But let's hear it from the pro. We're going over to Basti for the winners interview.
Indeed, here we are in the interview area, and I'm joined by Miloš, our round 6 feature match winner. And did you expect to play against Cyber Dragon today?
Honestly, this late in a round, not at all. I definitely expected something in the lines of Malice or a mirror match because I already played multiple mirror matches early in the rounds. They're favored. Because I'm playing more of a Mitsurugi build than the Raizio build. I chose out to play more engine. I definitely did not expect him to play Cyber Dragon. He went search Cyber Emergency, and I thought he would search Drytron Alpha or something like that, you know. But yeah, he definitely played a board breaker approach, which you could see in both round 1 and 2 because he drew the one of Feather Duster. So he played the Feather Duster, and game 2 the what do you call the card?
You mean the Heat Wave?
The Heat Wave, exactly. The Heat Wave, which I definitely did not expect. I really had the feeling I would lose there because I was like, haha, I have an evenly matched in hand, which did not do anything in this case. But sadly, he made the mistake to play the fusion card in the Imperm column, and I think that is what contributed to his loss the most. But it was a very fun game, and yeah, GG's to my opponent.
Honestly, I don't even have to ask questions anymore. You're giving us a full story without me even asking anything. But so yeah, that was an interesting matchup. But let's talk about your decision more to play the Raizio Mitsurugi deck. Because actually, interesting enough, you were the first Raizio player today on our entire cast. And therefore, that was kind of surprising because it felt like last weekend the Mitsurugi variants and Raizio Mitsurugi, they were kind of catching up to Malice. But here this weekend so far, until your very impressive win here, it was mostly Malice. So why are you playing the Raizio Mitsurugi deck instead of, for example, Malice?
So I was playing the Mitsurugi variant. Well, I was playing it pure and with Libromancer before even the new stuff came out, you know. And I was super excited for the second wave of support, which arrived not too long ago. But I was in the Raizio, not the Raizio, the Mitsurugi Discord server. They helped me a lot with the combos, with the tech choices. They do cut Futso. I don't know if you saw, but in my list plays Futso. That's the red ritual card, and I main deck the Trap, which is unusual for some people. And I really think it plays well into a lot of different decks from being able to board wipe all the monsters on the opponent's field. It's very strong, and it also searches. So that card is absolutely unfair. Yeah, I'm happy to be playing it today.
So with making that choice for yourself, what were your expectations for the meta game here at the Dutch National Championship? Is it your first Dutch National Championship, first of all?
The second Dutch National. I was here last year and I was playing Duel, but it was before Phantom came out, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. So I didn't end really too well. But this time I was really expecting to see a lot of blue eyes because it's cheap. and it is pretty useful. And I mean, a lot of Malice too, but I only played against one Malice and 0 Blue Eyes. But also really expected everyone to be on Mitsurugi Raizio because it is, in my opinion, objectively the best deck, even over Malice. But I really expected to play against those. I was prepared, but I mean, I did play 2 mirrors, so.
And did you lose to one of those mirrors because you have one loss so far in the tournament?
Yes, my one loss was against one of the mirrors, but it's a very funny story because I opened called by Raizio Cross. I mean, am I allowed to say what I side, or will people hear it? What do you think?
I mean, you better don't say it for your own safety, but you drew a card, you drew a hand where you could not play the game. Is that the case?
Yes, let's just say it's a floodgate, and the floodgates needs another card on the field.
Make the out of it yourself, but when you're watching the stream, just make yourself a story towards that. But yeah, still, I mean, 5-1 now after round number 6 is still a very impressive record, because that means we've now 1 round left for today and 2 more tomorrow. Basically just win 2 more and then you have a really good chance at making it. Better win them all to be completely sure, maybe mix in a draw or something. But was that the goal for the tournament? Did you expect to perform well and to make top cut?
Honestly, I was just hoping for the best. Me and my friends came here all together. We were just hoping to go as good as possible. I was telling everyone, all my friends, I'm going to win today, I'm going to win today. And I'm doing pretty good so far, so I'm really happy. I'm really happy.
Glad you're happy. We got to also respect the happiness that Richard brought into the feature match, man. What a good lad. What a sportsmanship. How happy he was with every move that he did, even activating Heatwave or whatever. That was great, right? You both just had a good time, right?
All of the players I played against, and I truly mean it, are fantastic people. Like, honestly, this is why you play Yu-Gi-Oh! To meet new people, to meet new friends, to talk about them about the game, the things you enjoy together, which is the game. We all talk about the love for the game. We all share each other's opinions and deck choices. He's a great guy. Shout out to Richard for sure. Yeah, and thank you guys.
He's standing just outside of the area. Great guy for sure.
Yeah, a lot of good energy. I'm so happy with today. It's a really nice day.
All right. That was a long interview, but still thank you so much for giving us all that insight. And of course, best of luck to you for the last remaining round for today. And maybe then tomorrow we're going to see you again for the top cut. Who knows? Who knows? As I said, best of luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview. Everyone, don't go anywhere, as we will be right back, of course, with the last round of Swiss for today. You don't want to miss out on that one. Round number 7 still to come, so stay tuned.
Goedendag and welcome to the last round of Swiss of the Dutch WCQ Nationals 2025. We've had some phenomenal rounds so far and we're going to top it with the king monster of Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to say.
We do. Didn't know that later on in the day your Dutch your Dutch language comes out in you, but that is very, very nice. And I mean, of course, from a former Dutch national champion, you gotta expect it, you gotta respect it. But we are working, of course, in finding another one here for this weekend. And there's a lot of promising names in the field, a lot of promising decks that we have seen. But as you have just been teasing a little bit, maybe the most promising or the most impressive one, at least in terms of history within the game, we have still not seen, but we're going to see it now.
Yeah, it's Sangan. Sangan is one of the monsters. Actually, if you think about it, it's one of the monsters that has been competitively relevant for probably the longest time in the entire game. Maybe with Chaos Sorcerer. Anyways, I'm drifting off. That was not my intention, but is of course the Blue Ice White Dragon has found a way back into the metagame.
And of course, for the people wondering, this is the last round of Swiss for today. But then, of course, tomorrow there is going to be 2 more to follow. But it is going to be all we have to offer for the remainder of today's action. And I think both of these players are X1, meaning if they can win here, they can sleep well tonight, honestly. Going into day 2 with an X1 record, that is certainly something you want to have.
Even though you want to still win all of the other games, if you're going X2 here, it's still tough. It's not easy to top those tournaments when it's such a small top 16 cut, even though it's not as many Swiss rounds as, for example, AYCS or the European Continentals.
It's close, though. It's not even that much less, right? Going from sometimes 12, 11 to then the 9. 9 is a big tournament. Those nationals, they have a lot of prestige. It is very, very, very much something that everyone here in this room wants to win, and everyone wants to get that title and wants to, in the end, not only have that prestigious title, but, of course, also the pricing that goes along with it. Getting a nice little prize card, a nice little another Versolaria, and then also a paid trip and VIP status at the European Championship you were just mentioning. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, especially the VIP status, like getting to sleep in, you know, it's pretty nice if you're getting your assigned seat as well. But
who doesn't like VIP seat? Who doesn't like to be a VIP in general, right?
The thing is, we can, like, from where we're sitting, we can look, like, straight through the venue, and I can see table 1.
Yes.
And that is Raul versus Yoho. And Yoho is playing a 60 cards Octoadic Mitsurugi deck, so that is pretty cool. But I've heard that the duelists are ready, so let's waste no further time and enter the last round of Swiss of today, of day 1 at the WCQ Nationals. Netherlands, let's go to the table.
One last time for today, Tyron versus Erwin. And it is going to be, as we just told you, the Blue Eyes deck. And on the other hand, the deck we have seen the most all day long. And that is the Malice strategy. And Tyron, he doesn't look happy, does he?
I think he looks very happy.
Does he? I mean, they're having
like
a good time. Wait, no, look at that.
Wait.
We have just passed without doing anything. Does that look like a happy man to you? I don't think so.
Oh, but that's a Mochami Perulia, and that is something that you are okay with. But now, listen. After Lion's Insight release, this is way more dangerous to play against Blue Eyes like that. Because now Blue Eyes has the Ancient Fairy Life Dragon, and with less summons, you get to deal a lot more damage.
Totally correct. So, Erwin, are we going to commit into that? Yes, there is the normal summon of Ether Barrel.
Draw, Tyron.
Yeah, look, Erwin has to even tell him. But it does successfully go. Now the Lordly Load is being set to the field. No room to activate Droll and Lockbird just yet. I don't even know whether they want to activate Droll and Lockbird with that Perulia resolving.
That is a very good point. Because at this point, it's already a good chance to deal some damage here. But actually would kind of stop him from dealing more damage, because then you don't get to access the Mausoleum and you don't
Oh, he does activate the Droll and Lockbird though. There we go.
I can see it.
So we wanted to draw 1 and then immediately we shut off the searching for the rest of the turn.
I think it's the absolutely correct decision. Because if you are having a hand which you can't play with, you would much rather exchange your Purulia for one card and then you play Droll and Dogbird versus this deck and stop him from playing. Wait, did he just... It looks like he was passing. So I was like, surely you're going to set the Drill Beam.
I mean, yeah, we just attacked for the moment. So clarified on the amount of damage that came in with the...
Summon it.
Summon it. Oh, we have been waiting for too long.
Summon it.
It is time again for the most impressive level 8 monster in the game. Has been there since the very beginning.
I summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
He is back onto the table. And look, I think Erwin might have hurt you, honestly. And we do go immediately into a Link summon there.
We link it up for a monster with 0 attack points.
How disrespectful to the Blue Eyes White
right?
Dragon, right? But that card has been a fabulous end field for a long time now. Hieratic Seal Pass. Some people in the community respect it to be a meme, but I don't think that is anything to laugh at because that is such a powerful card to handle.
That is true. The non-targeting bounce is a really good interaction. Sometimes it feels a little off because it's so easily forced in the battle phase because you have to normal summon a Fabled Lurry and attack and you get the bounce out. But still... Oh, Magnamut! Is that draw phase?
I think we're in our turn already, yeah. Oh, Blue Eyes gone.
But this one you can get back pretty easily with a Roar if you can access it at some point.
That is true.
But that takes away the Aether Barrel. Oh, Magnamut is forcing out. Magnamut is actually forcing out the Seals, and Seals surely doesn't give back the Magnamut, right? I think you... Oh, you just let him attack over it. You could have just bounced the... But nothing is happening here.
Yeah, you're right, but there's no way.
Think about I was going to say chain the Lordy Load, so if you activate the Drill Beam, you can reveal the Lordy Load from your hand. Okay, that is an interesting Dominus Impulse, I want to say, because if you're already in your engine, nothing really does anything, and you're not preventing Drill Beam from being live here, because you can just reveal the Lordy Load in hand.
Yeah. So Urban really quickly thinking about whether to actually use the Drill Beam on the Dominus Impulse, decides not to do it though.
Yeah. Tyrone sets a card, and now you're like, hey, I have the Drill Beam in hand. I can just try to go for a game rather easily.
And honestly, resolving Bestia Magnamut in Malice is way less scary than doing it in Blue Eyes, because we are not getting any engine. We're just searching for another Bestial, and so far Tyrone wasn't short of Bestials, but he was rather short of Malice monsters or Cyber's monsters in general.
Yep. Now the standby phase. Funnily enough, the Aether Barrel doesn't add itself back to hand, but I mean, you just bounce the Lordy Load. You can just search for another one.
Yeah, totally. Tyrone, yeah, it looked like for a moment whether he wants to do something before, but no, we start off with the Sage.
And I can see that because you don't, like, you can add the Aether Barrel, you don't need to use it. I think it maybe has even double Sage in hand. So I think this is a game where it's gonna be incredibly tough for Tyrone to just stop his opponent with just the Baldrake.
There is now the Maiden of White going into the deck. It is a very control-orientated deck. It is a deck that sometimes takes a couple of turns to get really into the groove of things. But when you have established a presence within the game, it is really tough to get you out of the game again.
That is true. True Light is like a choke point of the deck. Ghost Rogue and Snow Rabbit, not necessarily a top card in the meta right now, so it gets easier and easier to just activate your True Light. You don't have to be that aware of the Ghost Ogre anymore. And I mean, if it gets like removed by an SP Little Knight, you're fine. It only destroys your entire field when it gets sent to the graveyard. And now we have Roar that is going to be summoning out the special, the banished Blue Eyes White Dragon.
I would imagine so. You have just explained it very nicely, but this is the only card in the deck, basically, that can retrieve cards from the banishment. Tyrone, though, does look like he may have another Dominus Impulse to just make sure that Blue Eyes White Dragon stays where it is. But Irvin, of course, as we saw and as we knew, there is that Drill Beam, that Primite Drill Beam, to just negate that.
And now there is the problem with the line of Irvin if he doesn't win the game this turn.
Why is that?
By normal summoning Sage, you can just still get a Mausoleum, you know? But the problem here is that Mausoleum only allows you to extra normal summon a level 1 Light Tuner.
Yeah.
So you can't normal summon out your Aether Barrel anymore, and the Drill Beam to set it back needs a Primate card on the field, or a Primate monster.
Yeah,
which you can't have anymore. So you have disabled that one.
Yeah, no, I totally see what you mean. It probably always was the start with the Ether Barrel.
Yeah.
But, but the thing you already thought about, and I think I can already, by having a short look at his hand there, can confirm, there is just another Sage in hand. And as long as you have another Sage, that is also just like a really, really good extra normal summon that you can get to.
That's not a Drill Beam.
Yeah, fair. Maybe we have another Drill Beam already, you never know.
Oh yeah, that could be.
I mean, wait, we can just go Lordy Load for Drill Beam as well. That works.
That is true, but most of the players only play one.
Yeah, true.
Even though at this point, I kind of disagree with that. I like having 2 Drill Beams. It's not a terrible card to draw.
Oh no, by no means it is.
And I think it hits even harder if your opponent doesn't know about it.
Totally. So we activate the effect now of the Spirit. And that is cool. Yeah, it is cool. Erwin in the deck, getting the Mausoleum ready. We've seen plenty of different field spells throughout the day, but the Mausoleum of White is one of the coolest we have seen.
That is true. Nice common. Also, I hope that the viewers hear the same song as us, because it slaps so incredibly hard. I can't contain my excitement anymore. So Mausoleum is going to send another Blue Eyes, targeting the Blue Eyes, that's the perfect artwork. This card is so incredibly beautiful.
We've had that debate plenty of times before, but also to me, this is the most enjoyable, the most classic, the most iconic Blue Eyes White Dragon artwork. I am absolutely with you, and I would only wish that the viewers could see you right now dancing here with them through the groove there. But maybe it's good that they don't have to see it.
It's another Joyous Worm here. That's a lot of Bestials, actually. Who's playing the Dragon deck now?
It is Tyron. It is very much Tyron for the very moment. Banishing the Blue Eyes now. Going to be tough to get this one back, to be honest.
Yeah. And at this point, it also gets... I mean, you can still normal summon the Sage. The problem here is... Yeah, what do you do if the Spirit Dragon that you need to kind of summon to run over something gets...
I mean, maybe you can also just go ahead...
Ball-raked.
And you can just go ahead and go for Tyrant somehow? Wait, we never went through Wishes though, right?
No, but we have used True Light. Yeah. But I mean,
so we won't get to True Wishes either.
That's the spot where you use Baldrake Tribute Jerusalem.
You must.
Yeah, that is the situation, because then you put your opponent in a checkmate spot, right? Because if they tribute the Spirit Dragon, you're just going to use Druid's Worm on the Ancient Fairy Life Dragon that might come out that wants to run over the Baldrake. Because you kind of need to handle this at some point. It's a problematic card. Why did Baldrake not get activated?
We did not activate the Baldrake. Tyrant said that summon totally fine with me, which is indeed very, very surprising. We see though Erwin only searching Ether Barrels, so apparently no second Drill Beam in the deck.
And why is the Spirit Dragon in defense position?
Another good question that you're asking there. Maybe that's the reason why Tyrant decided, hey, in defense position, I actually don't mind that card right now.
Right, and now we have activated the Lordy Load to special summon Outback, so we don't have the effect of Spirit available for us.
Yeah, that is interesting. Okay, we set another card. Erwin, kind of, without a real reason, goes into a defense mode here. Like, he was kind of trying to apply pressure, then Tyron kept on summoning more and more Bestials, and Erwin sort of lost his own plan, and all of a sudden then just started also summoning monsters in defense position, and now Tyron finally found an engine piece to the Malice engine with MTP.
I mean, this is like, well, you're crazy. You're actually playing Malice cards?
Yeah.
Did not see that coming.
Never seen that one in my life. The way Erwin read that one was like, oh, okay, what's this?
What's this card? All right, Tyron is now going to the deck, taking up a Dormouse, or Haselmaus, as we say in Germany.
Indeed, so that is going to be added to the hand, but as we do this in the end phase, that means we will be able to then, next turn, after drawing our card for turn, go in and normal summon. Oh, we might have just picked up Jessica though, which then may be our normal summon of choice before that.
Yeah, because either it gets removed and then you're just going to have follow-up with the Dormouse for the next turn, or you go crazy.
Exactly, but no, it is the Dormouse that still goes.
Could also be a
to be normal summoned.
Backup at Ignister.
Yeah.
So it looks like a Dark Cybers card. No spoilers here, but
Ooh, effect Veiler on the side of Erwin.
Beautiful ultimate rare.
Negating the Dormouse.
But I mean, you can still extend here, right? So you can still banish it from the graveyard with the Haggard Lizardos, summon it back out. Druid's Worm is not something that I would link away here, because you can actually still later on, if you get rid of the Spirit Eyes at some point, you can utilize the graveyard effect here.
So we do give up. Ooh, giving up on Baldrake is equally interesting though, because I felt like we would always first things first get rid of the Magnum, which already did his duty to search for another Bestial. But no, instead we do decide to link off the Bestial Baldrake.
Yep, and now the Spirit is being activated to negate the Baldrake. And now it's basically kind of fine to tag out
we linked off the Druid's Worm. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the Baldrake, but the Druid's Worm.
The Druid's Worm just gets negated.
It does.
So you could have just left it there on the field. And now Erwin is free to tag out the Spirit Dragon. But he doesn't do it.
He doesn't want to. And Haggard Lizardos banishes the Dormouse for cost, and therefore it can activate and come back to the field.
Now that I've played Mitsurugi a lot, it feels very odd if people don't draw a card off of Haggard Lizardos. Not everything is a reptile.
It truly is not. We go into the Red Ransom now. And from here on out, it does look fairly good for Tyrone, honestly.
Yep, the Red Ransom looks really strong here, is going to search for a Malice in Underground. And now, Evan, what do you have set there? You know what would help? Drill Beam, by the way.
I mean, does Drill Beam really help that much, though? Because when you go Drill Beam on a Red Ransom, guess what? It just comes back. And then all the other Malice Link monsters too. So you would have to wait on something like an Access Code Talker or something like that.
But you could just use it on Malice in Underground.
Oh yeah, that truly works, of course.
Yeah.
And Malice in Underground is being
Cosmic
activated,
Cyclone.
but nope. There is the nod from Erwin. No, we have the upgraded version of Cosmic Cyclone nowadays. Who needs Cosmic Cyclone when you can have Primite Drill Beam in your deck?
That's true. And also, I want to say that I don't think that Cosmic Cyclone is the card for this tournament.
You saying that?
Yeah.
What kind of dark times in your life have led to that point that you would say now in the tournament Cosmic Cyclone is not the best possible available option?
I just don't think it's that good anymore. If you're playing Cosmic Cyclone right now, it's not the best choice. Yeah.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself as well.
You should be, you should be. You should very much be, but Tyrone right now, no reason to be disappointed with himself, because he does, unforeseeable, get into a game state here where he looks very much like he would be taking control and where he is in the lead, even though on the first turn of the entire duel, he just basically passed the turn.
Yes, but, I mean, what are we doing with the Spirit Dragon? Why is this still on the field there? Like, do we play a secret tag card that we can tag out in that interacts with the opponent's field?
Maybe Moonlight, but...
yeah.
Yeah, that could be,
It's
but...
very good against Link monsters.
It is.
It's not. It's level 5 or higher monsters that can be bounced.
It is not. The moment you said that, I didn't realize. Okay, so White Binder is being summoned now.
That's
White
the point.
Binder can, of course, banish monsters from the graveyard. Is there anything... I mean, we can get rid of the Ether Barrels, but we already know there's another one in hand,
Just get rid of the Drill Beam.
Yeah.
That's
a lot
the
more
problem
valuable.
forever. I think this is always the point where you... when you start to really feel that the matchup is slipping out of your hand if you're the Blue Eyes player. When your opponent is going through multiple White Binders, because then it's just like, yeah, my Blue Eyes are not going to be here for long.
Oh. Now, Leo, the time has come. We do chain the effect of Spirit. What is it going to be? Or can we even summon it?
Oh, imagine another Dominus Impulse here.
Nope. Seems fine. And we chain the Nibiru, the Primal Being. Okay, Leo.
That is huge.
That is
I can now see
huge.
why we did not use the effect to tribute the Blue Eyes.
It all had a really, really good reason. They chained the GWC. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because now, yes, the monster we bring back will immediately be tributed by the Nibiru, but the Red Ransom that was banished here for the activation of it does get to activate afterwards and does get to come back, of course.
All right, Nibiru resolving here. Blue Eyes White Dragon also gets tributed. Now we're in the danger zone. Second Blue Eyes White Dragon in the graveyard already. I think that Tyron is going to just try and whitebinder this as soon as possible, but he also used the GWC.
Ooh, and I mean, now we could think about just negating that red ransom, but oh no, wait, can only negate cards on the field. Never mind. So no way to negate that red ransom. It can just come back. Tyron down to 4,900 life points, and I mean, this first game now already almost taking 20 minutes here.
We get a March Hare here to just play on. I think that this turn we haven't used True Light. I think it would be very wise choice of Erwin to either when Tyron targets it or in the end phase just to protect it from a possible whitebinder next turn to summon back the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah, 100%.
I think you need to play it very safe with this card, except for the scenario that there is a Hard Crypta, and also your Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is gonna pop your Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the end phase, which would mean that you get to summon back the Blue Eyes regardless.
Yeah, true.
So maybe you actually want to set the Majesty, the trap card that helps you play through fields because of the non-targeting pop that you get. Sometimes it's two, in this case,
the old Link Spider, though. That's a card that helps you extend through Nibiru. There is no way, but it almost seems like Tyron might be able to still get this game into his hands after the Nibiru, the Primal Being, resolving.
We banish Whitebinder. I don't think that we have used the effect there.
Wow.
Neo Ultimate Blue Eyes White Dragon.
There's no way, right? How could you be able to keep on playing like that even after the Nibiru? And now, you can tell, Tyron gets more and more confident, more and more smiley here. Of course, in the very beginning, in a featured match, you need some time to get warmed up to the environment. It's a special feeling sitting there with all the lights, with all the cameras and everything. But now, at the end of the day, when you get into the groove of it, it is just a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! That you're playing, and I think Tyron starts to realize that here.
So, I've never had this situation with Access Code versus the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon.
I mean, I can't respond to it.
I feel like I'm just adding another word to the card every single time. But yeah, you can't respond to it, right? So you basically cannot negate that effect. So you can just freely go into the Access Code Talker and just chill there. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. You can just pop the True Light.
Oh, Erwin checking the graveyard, desperately trying to figure something out. Probably using True Light here to bring back, but no! He does not even do that. So now we get to use the effect of X-Code Talker. True Light shall be destroyed, shall activate its effect in the graveyard. And I mean, Tyron was like, okay, sure, yeah, I'm fine with that. Very fine even.
That's not only a True Light, that's a true problem for Erwin right here. Going to summon back a Blue Eyes Spirit or Blue Eyes White Dragon. I don't even think that Tyron cares about this anymore. I think the next target that you're going to have, you also have the Haggard Lizardos as well to banish from the graveyard with Access Code Talker, is going to be the unknown set card over there. And then you're going to start looking to close out this game, quite honestly.
This is crazily good from Tyron. So well executed, waiting for that Nibiru, and then afterwards still having enough gas left in the tank. There is the banish of the Lizardos. Bye-bye, Blue Eyes. And I mean, he didn't activate that set card until now, so I would not even be scared of it now anymore.
No, maybe it's always better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. You can just afterwards just link all of them off for a Hard Crypto, no? Then just go for game. There's 5,500 life points remaining. Or you could just attack with the monsters you have.
Yeah, that works, that works. Erwin says, yep, indeed, that is more than 5,500, and therefore Tyron, after not placing a single card onto the field on the first turn, does ultimately take down game number 1. That was huge. That was well played and great to see it. Look how relieved he is there. I mean, he did like the big thing.
Yeah, it's completely understandable if you're breaking like that. But the Blue Eyes deck, it doesn't lose to a Bestial, which is also something that people have always been saying that it's a good thing about the Blue Eyes deck, that it just doesn't lose to a Bestial. But if people just start throwing Bestials, shoving them down your throat, it's becoming problematic. The more cards that get banished from your graveyard, the more problematic it gets. And then you also don't have the necessary pushes there. And I still do think he should have reset the Drill Beam. He should have normal summoned the Aether Barrel.
This game definitely felt like it could have gone a different direction. I wouldn't be 100% certain that he could have won this. It felt like there was at least a chance for that it could have been more competitive. Yeah, that's true. Because in the end now, in that turn, Tyron just kept on going, right? He felt unstoppable there, just continuing. Even the Beer of the Primal Being, I don't care. Continuing. And then that access code talker. I mean, the interaction with the access code talker and that big Neo Blue Eyes is, of course, crucial that they can't even activate it at all whatsoever.
The card is something that people consider quote-unquote omni-negate, something that negates everything, but it clearly doesn't.
I mean, name me a card that negates access code talker, to be fair, though.
It's Drill Beam after the resolve of the attack ad.
Okay.
It's Infinite Impermanence. It's Effect Veiler.
Okay. You found a couple there. You got me. You got me real good on this one, not gonna lie. I've never done that before. I always, when I see access code talker, I admit defeat. I'm a simple man. I can't respond to it anymore. I mean, you must have noticed, whenever you summon that card against me, game over.
I should put this card in more decks of mine when I play versus Basti, because usually I lose because you do some weird stuff.
What do you mean? I just play cool decks.
Yeah, I lose in Time Wizard against you a lot, and that drives me crazy, to be honest, because I really don't think that you're a good 2010 player.
I feel incredibly disrespected.
I think you're much better in Advanced Constructed, where I tend to win against you most of the time.
I feel offended by every single thing you said there.
That's good. I think it's a bit reversed for us, for our results. It doesn't even match our skill that we have.
We do have matching skills here in the feature match, matching scores as well between the two, between Erwin and Tyron. So far, it is a record of 5-1 that they have been able to establish. But of course, after this round, pretty unlikely that the scores are going to stay the same. Of course, draw is a possible outcome, but we have 21 minutes remaining here for this second game and then a possible third game even. So I would say, with both of these players being so ready and everyone at home waiting for the next game, why do we not go back over to the table? Game number 2 here of round 7 starts now.
All right, Erwin is gonna go first. Go get him, Erwin. Go summon out that Blue Eyes White Dragon here. Oh, we're gonna have a good start.
Yes, we do. That is a really good start with the Lordly Load. I mean, you have been teasing the people, saying table 1, it is Yoho versus Raul Sanders. And that table is not playing anymore, if you have noticed. And I can give you a quick update.
Oh, please.
Yoho An is the one being completely undefeated after day 1, winning table 1 after round 7. And there is a Molchami Fulos now from Tyron.
And that's just the absolute classic here. What you can do in this one, that's a very, very cool interaction. I hope that Erwin knows his cards well. You can set up the Blue Eyes White Dragon without giving a draw here. You can activate the effect of the Aether Barrel to tribute it and send a Blue Eyes White Dragon from deck, and then use the Primate Lordy Load to summon back the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and then you don't give a draw. You have the Drill Beam live, and to be honest, the little sneak peek that I had in Erwin's hand kind of looked like you want to just pass.
Sounds good. And I mean, now also with Wishes resolving, we do have the chance to just go for even more. Searching Maiden, searching also the Roar. So having a way to get Blue Eyes into rotation without going into your extra deck would be massive. Well, let's see whether Erwin sees that.
It's just it's like one of those one sentence part of the effects of cards that you sometimes miss. So completely, me of all people, I understand the best if you are missing that effect. Aether Barrel is activating right now. Erwin has done his Blue Eyes Primate homework. Tyron was probably asking, are you link summoning? Nope, we're not link summoning. We're sending a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Also, this one, not in Bestial danger because there is no monster on the field. Bestials aren't quick effects yet. Looking good. Oh, we can use Roar as well.
Yeah, we can just bring back the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard with that too. I mean, that works perfectly fine. We also bring back the Maiden of White because it is free.
Yeah.
Doesn't give them any draws. But we do now go ahead, still deciding to give away at least one draw with the summon now of the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Tyron is very quickly picking up that card for Fuvolos.
It's, after all, it's a negate for one draw.
I think we can be fine with this.
I can see it. I don't like it.
Okay, so sets one more card, Erwin.
We haven't used True Light, so now we have also played around Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, which is cool because, I mean, we've kind of played around it. If the Ghost Ogre happens, then we don't get our Majesty. But if it gets destroyed, you can use your own Blue Eye Spirit Dragon to negate the True Light in the graveyard.
That is true. Okay, Tyron picks up a card for turn in Irwin's field. Honestly, looks pretty impressive. Now we do go ahead immediately wanting to make sure that that Blue Eyes White Dragon comes back to the field, and it does.
Yep. Maiden comes back as well. Now, Drill Beam is live. I mean, just the hand gesture is like, come at me, bro. Try it. Try your luck. And White Rabbit is the card of choice for Tyron. Now we have to read this.
I think what Irwin tries to make sure here is seeing whether the White Rabbit activates on the summon right away or not, because that, of course, completely changes the approach of handling the card.
You still kind of want to pop it, I think.
I think so too, because then... Oh, I don't know whether I really like using Primite Drill Beam on this, because Tyron, look at him. He's going to be very happy because he just activates it again, and Irwin kind of was like, oh yeah, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, but it can't activate the effect to set a card anymore, so it's not a combo on itself anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
So I
Still,
think
it's a Link fodder. It's a Link monster that you could use for Link summons on the field. And more importantly, even the Malice monster, which you need, of course, for the Malice Link monsters. There is now the Malice and Underground. You could be responding with Majesty for that, of course, though. Irwin.
You want to pop this. You could also pop the monster later on. Irwin needs to sometimes activate his stuff. I think also the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon not being tagged out against the graveyard that doesn't against a deck that doesn't use grave effects is
I think it's Nibiru all over again, Leo. I'm telling you, it's maybe the exact same thing one more time. But for the moment, we do use Chassis Cat. Chassis Cat is able to come back. Are we using the effect? Oh, we're not using the effect, Leo. Oh, we are using the effect, okay.
We're using the effect. Erwin is letting his opponent play a lot more than he needs to. But of course, you can't look into your opponent's hand unless you activated triple tactic talents, because the hand of Tyrone had no cards in there that could be used in this turn. It's double Lockbird, Ash Blossom, and another Malice in Underground. And now we banished a Malice in Underground and got 2 fresh cards to play with.
Oh, Leo, it is time. We're using the effect of the Blue Spirit Dragon. Tyron making sure what is the reason for that. What kind of Synchro monster is in the making here? What is the desired monster to go into? Okay, it's just simply something we could have quite frankly already done a couple of moves ago, honestly.
And I think I would have always negated the Chassis Cat, to be honest. Like, the dangers of it banishing a Dormouse is just way too high. What are we seeing here? Splash Mage. That's a card you can destroy.
Oh, please.
That
sounds like a no-brainer to destroy, to be honest. Even.
You really want to Majesty this card. Don't make this hurry, and you have to. It's okay. Let's
double
take a
checking is very fine for sure. You don't want to make any kind of obvious mistakes here. Irwin.
Contemplating.
He's really not sure, but he does use the Majesty, and bye-bye Splash Mage. It is being destroyed. And now how much follow-up does Tyron have here? He does have the March
but
here.
There is no cards in the graveyard that can still summon themselves back from banishing, because we have used Drill Beam, and Chassis Cat was summoned by Malice in Underground. So March Hare is just going to be March Hare.
March Hare into Typhon, maybe? Because we
no,
did not
no,
use
no,
the
no, no,
effects.
we only summoned 1 Blue Eye Spirit Dragon.
True, yeah, you're right, you're right. Played around Typhon like a pro there, Irwin did.
What is Tyrone doing with this? This has 1 card in hand. I think it's a GWC that could see some more play here.
Oh, that is a sad-looking March Hare there on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, we can set the GWC, but how much is that really going to do? Probably not too much. Then you can also just negate it with, of course, the ultimate. Tyron. Do we find... Okay, we do set it, and we do go into the end phase, and Irwin, of course, being absolutely relieved to see that, because that must be incredibly good news for them.
Yep, definitely. We pop the Spirit Dragon and summon back a Spirit Dragon. Is that not nice? This one is not counting as Synchro summoned anymore, so you can't tribute it to summon something from the extra deck, but it's still... It's looking strong there.
You could almost say that those spirits are the spirit animals of Irwin here, performing one after the other. There's so many spirits in this deck, right? Because the Link monster also is called Spirit for some reason. They're just all a very spiritual deck there.
That is true. Irwin adds back the Aether Barrel. It's our free ticket into resetting the Drill Beam, which is a very crucial part of the deck. And I think, because Majesty is one of the best cards that you can have versus Malice, interrupting the deck early is really, really strong. I think that we're maybe, because we have wishes in the graveyard, we might see a Tyrant line.
I can see it. Please, Tyrant is so cool always, but first we do go for Ether Barrel. Ether Barrel sets for Lordly Loads.
I don't like this.
Why? What's the reason for it?
Because setting the Lordly Loads doesn't do anything. So you want to set back the Drill Ream from the graveyard now, and then if you go for Tyrant, you can't set back the Majesty because then your Spell and Trap Zone is full.
That is true. Now Droll and Lockbird on the resolution of the search of Lordly Load. Tyrant still hanging in here, not giving up just yet. Using the wishes now in the graveyard on Irvin's side. Of course, equipping that fusion monster to the Blue Eyes White Dragon itself.
The good old gold rare from the movie packs.
Gotta admit, didn't even know that existed.
Same. It's a pretty old card, actually. Tyrant is being summoned here. Looking strong. And what is the other card that we have set there? Because if it's like an Impermanence, I think I would give it up for Drill Beam plus Majesty, to be honest.
I would agree, but Irwin still thinking about things here. We could also, of course, use the effect of Spirit here, possibly.
I mean, we could also, yeah, we could go into normal Spirit with Aether Barrel and then use the Mausoleum. Mausoleum, target the Maiden and then get another summon off of that. But I'm going to be honest here, it is looking very good for Erwin. And I think we see a scoop here on the side of Tyrant who says, yep, you're doing too much stuff. I can't keep up with this. Just with a GWC, let's go to game 3. Erwin wins this round.
That is the equalizer. It is not only the last match of the day, but we also have the... We were allowed to see another third game. Man, I want to say, hey, we have the pleasure to watch the third game, but then it is late for us here today. We have seen already 6 rounds and now the 7th round, and then I was not able to speak the normal language of English anymore.
It is not that late, actually, here. It feels like we should go for a few more rounds, to be honest. It's only like 5 p.m. soonish. So it's an early day off for us, but I could go for some more Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, always. We're probably going to play some matches later on in the hotel lobby. I will just show you, of course, how to play that Apophis deck.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Apophis all day, right?
That's true, yeah. We should maybe look forward to change that tomorrow, because there is probably some Apophis still in, even though the deck has kind of vanished from the meta game after it had 1 weekend of hype and an American YCS where so many good players brought it, and none of them performed.
And though we had one in top cut of Austrian Nationals last weekend. So it is not completely gone, it is not completely under the radar. And I think in the very early rounds when I walked through the top tables, which to be fair in round 2 does not necessarily mean that much just yet, there were quite a few Apophis players. So I hope they're still out there, I hope they're still trying to make top 16 and still have a chance in the tournament, as I do. And you do as well. Have a pretty good connection to the deck. We really like the deck, we like the playstyle of it, the idea of it in general. A trap-orientated deck. Kind of reminds us of our good old Alpha Guys times, so we can enjoy them together again.
That were more old than good, to be honest. But it was a lot of fun. I love the deck. But I'm going to say that even if you're playing your nationals there and you are pretty sure that you're not going to make it into top 16 anymore, that precious top cut, there is still a chance to get some prizes. If you're getting to the top 64, you're still going to get a game at and the EU WCQ sleeves. So definitely try to play for those.
It is worth to keep on playing. Actually, also, this is the broadcast, of course, of the Dutch Nationals here, not only today, but only tomorrow. But there's plenty of Nationals actually happening on this weekend. I think there is Switzerland happening today and tomorrow, 2-day event. Then I think Bosnia is also happening this weekend. And then additionally to that, there was one more. I forgot about one more.
In the meantime, Basti, describe the Dutch flag.
There's colors, 3 of them.
Good job.
Thank you.
Give me an impression of the tournament. What has impressed you the most? Or actually, don't do that. Maybe do that later. I don't care. What I do care about is game 3 of our featured match. So let's go right back to the table.
And here we go. 9 minutes exactly to go into this. And to not go short on the Nationals that I've mentioned. Oh no, Tyrant has a set card, which is a buff or maybe one of those Melis trap cards.
I keep falling for this.
I do as well. And I mean, game 1 was a very, very short combo.
Yeah,
basically a non-existing combo, so it would have been possible to happen again. And Slovenia was the national that I did miss. So it is
Nice.
Slovenia, Bosnia, Switzerland, and of course, our Dutch national championship that we have here.
Good luck to all the duelists over there as well. White Rabbit is being summoned. Minus 300 life points. If there's a Ghost Bell in the hand of Erwin, this could be a very, very strong one later on.
Indeed, and you see Tyron kind of picking up the speed. He knows how the time is going low. He does not want to lose because of himself playing his actual deck. And of course, the meta strategy is connected to paying life points. That's the whole gimmick of it. So we, sure enough, want to make sure that we do not just lose to that.
Yep, Red Ransom being summoned here now. We don't see a Lancea, that's interesting. I was completely shocked. I don't know if you heard the interview with Brian Kaiser from me, but he told me that in round 5, he was like, I haven't faced a single Lancea or Chaos Hunter so far, or Meowth.
Wow.
Not a single side deck card was drawn against him.
That is a good life then.
Yeah.
He has been enjoying his day then so far. And I mean, he was still also X1 before the very last round, so maybe we're going to have a 2-time Dutch national champion after Baptiste being a back-to-back 2-time Dutch national champion. Maybe it is going to go back to Brian, and Brian has won round number 7 at table number 10, therefore still very much decently valuable in the competition.
Sounds like an X1 to me. There's also some other duelists in there. Lukas Windel, Jonas Koschel from Germany, who are still performing decently well. I think Jonas is at a X1-1 record, and Lukas Windel should be at an X1 record now. So those are still going strong. Red Ransom is being red again.
And it is returning though. We're paying the life points for it though. That is a continuing thing to happen here. And also, you've just been mentioning Lukas Windel. Not successful this round. Lost on table number 8. Therefore should be down to an X2 score now, which of course still is a possible score which might bring you into top cut.
Yeah.
Someone that also we had on stream multiple times. Once for a very quick mini game and then for his featured match. Of course, our previous world champion Quantal lost also a round again. So he was on an X2 record there. Not necessarily the greatest, but still possible to top the event if he continues to win.
And I think he had back-to-back tops, right? He had top 8 and top 4 in the last 2 years. So would be cool to see him in the top cut again. Also, of course, the Dutch players are really trying to get their title back, because in the last 10 years, there was only 2 different Dutch national champions. Matthijs and Joshua. And Joshua won it twice. So in the last 10 years, 7 people who were not from the Netherlands have won the Dutch national champion title.
I think it's only 5 because there were no nationals
true,
for 2
yeah.
years, but still, it's definitely over time more non-Dutch players. But we saw the representation from this tournament. We saw how many Dutch players in general are attending this event. There is a very, very, very high likelihood, a very high chance for them to finally get back that title here on home turf. But we just mentioned it as well. Table 1 was taken by a German.
Yeah, Johan. But your standing of Swiss doesn't matter anymore once you're in the top cut, so everything can still happen there. But maybe we can see Octo Attic go top 4 in Austria and then win the tournament here, which would have been something that nobody saw coming.
No, absolutely not.
Just result from Snake Rains.
Cryptor, and I think Tyron, we already saw the GWC. I think Tyron is someone that may still be playing some kind of a different combo with this deck that seemed somewhat obvious to a lot of people. I think we are playing the Code Talker. Okay, that is fine now with the GWC. So I think we're going for a big combo field here. Possibly, though, there's also the chance just simply to go into the Bomber Dragon here.
Yep, that's true. Bomber Dragon with Firewall in the main monster zone strikes me as odd, to be honest. So I don't think that's gonna be it. But mayhaps. I think Crypta and Whitebiner just chilling there.
So Tyron considering, and I mean, I told you we started this round with 9 minutes remaining on the timer, and we are now decimated down to only 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, but Tyron has gotten some advantage in life points. Is now at 8,500 because of the GWC effect.
Oh, look at that. We link all of them off for indeed the card that I've been mentioning that a couple of people in the meta strategy have actually decided not to run anymore.
Yeah.
But still a very decent amount of people is on it. And I am still pretty convinced that this card is good enough to run, as we do now just bring back both the Red Ransom and the White Binder with the Allied Code Talker at Ignister.
Exactly. So you get your monster cards back here. You can tribute them, of course, if your opponent wants to interact with your field. The Allied Code Talker is looking strong. Looking good here.
But Erwin's turn it is. Okay, Erwin. Clock is ticking. 3 minutes. You got a mission. You need to do damage here, and you need to do 500 points of damage if you want to go out as the winner of this featured match.
Or you gotta heal some life points.
Yeah, that works too.
That also works. Dianketo Master Healer is something that if I was Tyron, I would negate it.
Yes, you got it. You got it. We are not negating Lordly Load, though, which is a dangerous game to play.
That is Droll and Lockbird. Is something that Erwin is probably not too happy to see here. Especially after it was used on the Lordy Load resolve, so that's tough. You have so many good cards in the deck that want to surge. You can, if you're going first and you get Droll and Lockbird, you can put up a semi-good field against this. If you're going second, Droll and Lockbird hits rather hard.
It does. Okay, reading the Cryptor again. Erwin goes for Maiden of White. We gotta pick up pace. Called by the Grave is activated on the Maiden of White. That's huge. And Erwin is nodding. Do we possibly maybe have a Bestial to play around that? That could be huge.
You have Drill Beam.
We
you
do
can
have
target
Drill
it, but
Beam.
there's still the Allied Code Talker as well. So that one is possibly
revealing the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the hand.
Kind of want to negate this with the Allied Code Talker, right?
Are we? We are, yup, tributing the Red Ransom. But there's Metaltron as a card that has not seen huge popularity anymore during the last couple of weeks. Before that, before the last Forbidden Unlimited list, this card was everywhere. But now it is also back into the featured match. And we actually do run Cryptor in our extra deck to summon out ourselves that card.
That is so good. You have a lot of flex spots in the extra deck, so you could just play Metaltronus if you want to, and Evan does to great success so far. So basically the field is almost broken here. There is still TB11 there, and Erwin has to read the TB11 again.
1 minute, time ticking, Erwin, he allows it. We go into the deck. We need to make sure if we want to be the winner here to just
interrupt set up because White Rabbit is being summoned here. It can activate, set up the MTB 07.
Oh, Erwin is desperately searching for his deck. Roar is being set, now activates the White Binder, and you can tell by the pace, clock is running lower and lower. We want to get a shot at this by possibly getting into the battle phase. White Rabbit. Oh, I saw Erwin having solid judgment in his hand.
Not something that I've expected in this matchup going second, to be honest. Especially not when it gets this close to time. 30 seconds on the clock. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is summoned. Maiden gets to summon itself out here. It's not a lot of damage that you have to deal here. So White Binder is still sitting there. You have to attack the Link monsters. You could, if you're playing the Fairy Life Dragon, there is a shot here, I think.
Win the timer. This is very, very tough.
Spirit Battle Phase. Spirit Battle Phase.
And there is the timeout. We do have a winner here in the last round. As Tyron had Solemn Strike, which he definitely had no business activating there either, but we did not have to activate it, and therefore Tyron takes it down through the timeout procedures there and is going into the second day here with a very, very clean and successful 6-1 record. Basically, I mean, almost perfect. And if he wins one more round tomorrow, he's looking at a really, really, really good shot at making top 16.
That's true. The Solemn Strike would have not helped there, but it's a good performance here. Malice just strikes back at the moment. It's very solid performances.
Speaking of the strike, let's have the Solemn debate. What do you think, which Solemn card right now is the best one to bring in from your side deck? Judgment, you think?
I think that before this tournament it was probably Strike, but you want to kind of sometimes Judgment Mitsurugi Ritual, I'm gonna be honest here.
May I remind you of the existence of Solemn Warning, though? I think that one is kind of making a comeback as well. Solemn Warning kind of good against some of those Mitsurugi decks and so on, so I've seen that tendency a little bit lately. Don't know whether it is already being played in masses here for this event, but I could see it. Actually, I think we had someone on feature on Malice who did play that card in their side deck. Not going to spoil you just yet who it was. In the meantime, though, we have the most played cards here in the tournament. Troll and Lockbird has totally overtaken Artifact Lancear, being almost in everybody's deck here this weekend.
That's completely insane. Ash Blossom Joyous Spring, 11% left out this card of their deck, which is a bold choice. It negates Mold Charmies. It's probably stun players, I guess. Fuvalos is, of course, also so incredibly good.
Happiest Featherdusters, even though it's last of the top 10, or last of the top 8, rather, 72% for Featherduster is impressive.
I can't get over this this Solemn Warning thing there. Why?
Because it is a good card and it only pays 2,000 life points.
That is the reason. Because
I'm glad I could explain it to you.
I was thinking maybe you activate this on the graveyard effect of Amino Murakumo,
for example.
But then I was like, you could just play DD Crow for that.
No. You also want to have the upside of it being a counter trap, though. Man, I saw it. They are playing it. I don't have a rational explanation for it. It is there, though, so you will see it as well at some point.
I can't wait for it, because I think that is... It's one of the coolest Solemn
counter
traps, right next to Strike and Judgment, which are basically equally as cool.
No, Solemn Warning, like, because no one really has paid attention to it, it has become just a little bit more cooler now, because it just was never there, right?
Yeah, it was very much there in 2011, for example, in 2012.
It was even limited back then, right?
That is true. The card was incredibly dominant. I just remember, was it ultra rare or ultimate rare copy from, what was the name of the set again? It was the same set from Effect Veiler, right? And Scrap Dragon. Duality? What is that? Yeah.
Extreme Victory? Wasn't it that? No,
that's Tour Guide. But
doesn't matter really, though, because the most important thing that matters a lot right now, of course, is the winner now of our feature match. Therefore, let's throw it back over to Philip and our feature match winner.
Yeah, thank you, Lampy, and I'm here with our feature match winner, Tyron. First of all, congratulations on winning a feature match with Malice. How are you feeling?
Now good.
Yeah, I mean, you're 6-1 now, so that means you're completely in the row for top cut. But let's just quickly talk about your match. Game 1, you didn't open any Malice cards, but a lot of Biscuits. Did you think you could have won? Did you think you could have pulled through there? Or did you already think it's over?
I thought it was over. I mean, 3 Bestials against Blue Eyes is good, but I never thought that I win this game.
We saw you playing a lot of Bestials, as I already said. Do you think the card is very good in the format right now, or is it just like a tech choice of you?
I think it's good because of Fiendsmith and Bestials and Malice is grind game. No? So I think it's good, yeah.
Game 2, we saw a lot of back and forth, and then Game 3, the real-time scramble. We saw like the Drill Beam there activated, Metal Tronus on the Echo Talker, and then it was really close. Were you sure you win this, or do you think it was really close?
It was really close. I hope my board is good enough, but yeah, the time was on my side. What should I say?
Yeah, and you played it perfectly, I think, at that point. So you're now X1 in a row for top cut. Do you think you can win that whole tournament, or what is your goal?
At least top 16, and yeah, I think I can win this game, but no.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interview. Guys, that closes it for day 1. Be sure to check back tomorrow at 10 AM Central European Summertime, because we will be back with day 2. There will also be a lot of public events here, like Time Wizard 2010 or Rescue the Rabbit. So make sure you tune back in, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.